Alright, hey folks. So this stream, as usual, is starting a bit late. Now, some of that is due to IRL stuff. Other parts of it are due to Photoshop crashing while I was working on the thumbnail, which was fun. But now, the main reason why I've just kind of said, fuck it, I'm going to start the stream, and I'm going to show you all the issue that I am running into. Because it's insane. And it's something that, I mean, on one hand, I wish I had noticed this before I was about to start the stream, because now it's costing me time. But the plus side is the fact that I only just found out about it, and it's a major issue that is, like, within the game itself that is going to impact everybody unless Blizzard gets their heads out of their asses, because, oh my goodness. So, I was about to prep all my stuff to mail over to the Speedrun character, as I always do. And it only just occurred to me that they made a change to how heirlooms work. And I want to give them some benefit of the doubt. I am pretty sure this change is an oversight. I do not actually think that they fully thought through the consequences of this change. It's probably just some intern was like, hey, John, we have this new Warbound technology. We should use it for heirlooms. And then he said, yeah, great idea, Jimmy. Slap that shit on there. Let's not test it at all. And that's how this shit happens. So, you may notice something funny about this heirloom. That it's not supposed to be like this. This is a soulbound heirloom. How the fuck are all of my heirlooms soulbound and not Battle.net account bound? Well, I'll tell you how. Because some fucking dipshit monkey at Blizzard decided to just replace Battle.net account bound with Warbound until equipped. So right now, and this is going to happen in pre-patch, if you equip an heirloom, it binds to your character, and you can't mail it to any other characters. Now, obviously, you can just make new heirlooms with the tab, but this means that if you have put any enchants on any of your heirlooms, any gems on your Garrosh looms, which a lot of people now have, you can't reuse those. They're all going to automatically become soulbound. I'm really hoping that this is something they can retroactively fix, but man, why? Who thought that was a good idea? And like I said, I'm giving them some benefit of the doubt here. I'm willing to bet what probably happened here is they just thought to themselves, like I said, hey, we have these new Warband things, and Warband is basically account-wide, right? Why don't we just take the account-wide heirlooms and make them Warband bound? Except the Warband sharing tag only works up until you equip it. So it defeats the entire purpose of heirlooms, which you're supposed to reuse. I mean, I can't, like, what? Why? Why, man? Who? Nobody tested this. Come on. Why does this keep happening? Why is untested shit constantly put into the game? And before we say anything, right, this is pre-patch is going live in 3 days. This is not going to get fixed. Now I gotta make a post on the forums, and I'm gonna get ignored by Blizzard for, like, months, like has happened the past 20 times. They still haven't fixed Chromie time scaling that they said they would fix in 10.1.5. Not that it matters, because at this point we're just going to get 10 to 70 Chromie time scaling instead of ever getting the fix to let it scale to 61. And it only took them, like, almost 2 full years to fix the scaling on enchants and stuff. Heirlooms were broken almost all of Dragonflight. Ha! And now, just when I thought things were working correctly, they go and do this shit. So now every single time that I go to do a speedrun test, I need to re-enchant all my fucking heirlooms. And to make things worse, because when you copy a character over to the beta, it automatically soulbinds every Warbound item in your inventory. In order to set up for this speedrun, I need to create like a low-level character, like probably a brand new level 10. I need to take all of my consumables, mail it to that level 10, enchant the heirlooms on that level 10, and then mail it to the speedrun character on that level 10. Because the only way that I can mail the heirlooms to the speedrun character is if it's on a brand new, just freshly created thing that I can ship out into the mailbox. And the only way that I can apply enchants to those freshly created heirlooms is if it's on a low-level character, because it still has that whole thing where if you're high level, you can't apply the enchant. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. Oh. It's not... Well, see, on one hand, the issue with copying, yes, that is more so because right now you're copying from Dragonflight servers where heirlooms don't have this issue. I think it defaults existing heirlooms that are being copied over to just being soulbound. Freshly created heirlooms on the beta have binds to Warbound until equipped. Because this text doesn't exist, this typing does not exist within Dragonflight, I can't, like, create it there. Obviously, that part of the issue is just a funny fuck Harlden issue of, like, I, in particular, have to deal with that weird quirk. The fact that heirlooms now bind when you equip them, that is an everybody issue. That's not just a speedrunner thing. Every single person out there who has enchanted heirlooms that they like to reuse, all of you guys are about to get fucked. And unfortunately, I only just realized this. So, yeah, probably whenever the stream ends, I'll probably make a forum post and bring attention to this. I mean, frankly, if somebody else wants to do it for me, because I'm not going to be able to do that while I'm streaming. So if you want to go ahead, make a forum post bringing attention to this issue, throw it in my Discord. Like, I'll bump it whenever I'm done with the stream. And quite frankly, it is exhausting having to constantly write forum posts bringing attention to things that Blizzard broke without even noticing. That would be awesome. But yeah, I'm going to have to do that because obviously I don't want this to just be broken. That would suck. Whew, fun. So now I'm gonna have to do that. Yeah, it's work. That's the main issue, Cadus. Yeah, I don't know if you just joined in, but that's the biggest problem. Blizzard said heirlooms are getting nerfed. They never said that. A lot of people have like misunderstood what Blizzard said. They said they're buffing quest rewards. They even specifically stated in that blue post that people keep citing to me that heirlooms are not being touched. And somehow a lot of people interpreted that as like heirlooms are getting nerfed, and that was never a thing that they said. All they said is that quest rewards and like dungeon drops and stuff are getting better scaling, which frankly is a good thing, because while heirlooms will still be the best option, the issue before wasn't that heirlooms were just slightly better than quest gear. It was that quest gear was just terrible. Most quests drop terribly scaled gear at a baseline, like even for that level it was bad, and then heirlooms would constantly scale, whereas quest items don't. So heirlooms will still have the max possible scaling for that level, and they will continue to scale as you level, making them still the best item in there, but heirlooms will no longer be so much better than the average item that you get from a quest. Based on the way they worded it, most quests, theoretically, I haven't looked at every single item on a case-by-case basis to test this, but most items should be, when you get them, roughly on par with an heirloom, assuming they're of blue or epic quality. Green items probably still a little bit worse. And then, of course, they'll fall off as you level, but yeah. Oh, you were joking. Okay, a lot of people have genuinely read that post that I'm referring to and told me that heirlooms are getting nerfed, so I didn't realize you were joking, but yes. It just works, Blizzard, yeah. Stap Linksy said, hey bro, when I open Chromie Time, I only have 2 timelines, Shadowlands and BFA. Do you know why that is? No, I don't. Is this on the beta or on live servers? Because if it's on the beta, it might just be a beta bug. If it's on live servers, that I'm not sure about. You had to make a post and report it on Essence of Fearloth not dropping if you get kicked from the group and they pull before you teleport out. Ooh, yeah. Felt like you were tossing it into the trash. Yeah, no, they barely pay attention to the feedback on the forums. I mean, I've been doing this for years. It's just one of those things where when it's something like this, I don't know. I might need to make like a second channel video about it if this doesn't get fixed like in pre-patch, because it's a pretty big issue. The one thing is, this one is rather noticeable. Stuff like Chromie Time not scaling up to 61 as intended, that's the kind of thing where, like, very few people would ever notice that. I'm the only person who would really notice that by doing testing. People are going to very quickly realize that their heirlooms are suddenly bricked. So it may not be immediate, because I don't think every single person out there is going to try and level characters on day one of the pre-patch. But I guarantee you that as the pre-patch goes on and more people try to level characters and realize, wait, what the fuck happened to my heirlooms? They're going to start complaining, and hopefully Blizzard fixes this one, because this is just actually insane. If this is intended, I genuinely don't know what the fuck they're thinking, which is why I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Because if this is meant to be some, like, tax on people who enchant their heirlooms, like, we're going to make them buy a new enchant every time they level a character, holy shit, is that the most toxic design I've ever seen. So I genuinely don't think it's that, because that is just such a massive fuck you to the player base that I don't even really think Blizzard would go that far. At least I would hope that they don't. But anyways, let's make level 10 characters to mail things, I suppose. Make a Volpera Shaman. This is the character that I'm going to use, but RL mail test. I need to copy over my monk again, because I just bought all of the enchants that I need. So in theory, I should have everything that I actually need for the run. I just need to actually get it all onto one character so that I can mail it over. I've also already created the character that I plan on using. It's like just my luck that, like, I'm literally like, okay, everything's prepped, I'm ready to start the stream, and then I put the heirlooms in the mailbox, and I'm like, hold up a second, what's going on here? Why can't I mail my heirlooms? And yeah, well, that kicked off the entire thing that I told you about. So I'm gonna send this over to my bank character, that way I can just mail everything from one spot, and I don't need to worry about doing multiple. Yeah, you can see it's already soulbound on this character. And I'll just mail over gold, why not? Let's see. Yeah, they already... Exactly, yeah. Heirloom prices are already... Like, so many people are complaining that they just feel way too high. It would be ridiculous for Blizzard to further nerf... or further, like, increase the cost of heirlooms for people who want to use enchants. That would be absolutely insane. So I agree with you. I doubt that it is intended, because if it is, that is just a ludicrous tax. Johan Pednall said, from Europe, gotta go to sleep. Good night, chat. I appreciate you swinging by the stream ever so briefly. Still good to have you here. You opened a support ticket, got almost the same copy and paste response 4 times in a row. Yeah, absolutely. Blizzard customer support these days is just fucking atrocious. It is an embarrassment. Okay. Let's just put all of my enchants in one spot. Now, I am hoping that it actually does work. Obviously, if push comes to shove and there is no way to mail it at all with the current issues, what I would just do is, at the very start of the speedrun, I would create the heirlooms on that character and then mail the enchants and apply the enchants. So there are workarounds, right? The issue is this still loses time and is an inconvenience for me regardless, and while I can just copy over the enchants for free, obviously for anybody on actual servers when this goes live, it's going to cost them extra gold. And that really sucks, especially because some of the enchants can be a little bit pricey, which normally isn't really a concern if you're putting it once. Like, 1,000 gold, really not that much if you're putting it on a single heirloom and you can use it forever. 1,000 gold every single time you level a character, especially if you're putting it on one-handed weapons, you need 2 of them, well, that starts to add up. A change was made by Big Enchants, yeah. I was honestly surprised they listened to the classic feedback. Well, they didn't. They didn't. I mean, to be clear, this is something that I find absolutely hilarious, the way that they've decided to market it. Let's not be under any delusions as to what happened with Classic. So for those of you who don't know, when SOD P4 came out, a bunch of changes were made to Classic Era that came with SOD P4. And it was like druids can now use polearms, the buff timers were changed, there was a new world buff, basically a rend buff for Alliance, and a bunch of other things. Some rune items were now accessible in Era, a lot of stuff. So what Blizzard did, instead of just admitting, hey, we fucked up and we let the SOD changes bleed into Era, they put out a blue post claiming that some of the changes that had leaked over into Era were actually intended. They called it an Era patch, right? And of course, all the Era players were pissed off. Rightfully so. Most of them were pissed off because how is this SOD stuff allowed to leak into Era? Because that's obviously what it was, and that is still a complete embarrassment. But the reason why it is so blatantly obvious that this was not intended is the only things that they included in their patch notes were like passable stuff. That to the naked eye, you could look at this and say, yeah, that seems like a reasonable change that Blizzard might make to Era. But of course, what they're not saying is that there's a million other blatantly SOD-specific stuff, like runes being accessible, certain SOD-specific skill books and stuff being accessible, that Blizzard just conveniently didn't address in their patch notes. I wonder why. And then a few days later, they say, we've listened to your feedback and we're rolling back the changes made to Era. Huh. All right. Yeah, wow, that was fast. Are you sure that you didn't just conveniently pretend that these changes were intended because your servers were on fire and the idiots couldn't figure out how to unfuck the SOD things that leaked over into Era? And then once they finally figured out how to actually fix their game, then they're trying to get a PR win by saying, we listened to you and that's why we're removing it? It's like, holy shit. And the fact that I don't blame you, Corey Austin, for like falling for that, because, you know, Blizzard does this shit. They try to like spin PR stuff, and especially if you're not closely following how all that stuff panned out, I could totally see how somebody may look at that and be like, wow, Blizzard's listening to their community, when in reality they fucked up, they lied, and then they tried to cover their asses by pretending that them fixing bugs days after an official release is actually them listening to the community. It's a fucking embarrassment. But, you know, I guess it's good that their PR spin worked on some people, but like, fucking hell. I genuinely don't understand what the fuck the Classic team is doing. Like, I don't have a horse in that race of like Era getting changes or not or whatever, and I've kind of wiped my hands of SOD at this point. I just don't find it fun anymore. But it is genuinely unbelievable that they just have L after L after L and nothing has changed in that team. I don't even necessarily blame the individual people on the Classic team. They are very blatantly just understaffed and overworked. But holy shit, how many mistakes do they need to make until Blizzard changes something? Because at this point, every single release they've done has been filled with massive issues. Cataclysm included, which is the main version of Classic that I play at this point, and it's just getting kind of annoying. And I just can't wait until Firelands comes out, and there's going to be a million more things broken that I'm going to have to fucking deal with, so yeah, not really looking forward to that, especially when instead of owning up to their constant mistakes, they try to just fucking lie and put PR spins on it like that. So, you know, not really the best feeling. You feel like we got Pathfinder out of pure spite? Yeah, pretty much. Has anyone gotten the beta that didn't pay for it? I mean, they did say that they sent out random beta invites, but I don't know. I didn't get into the beta until the wave that came with the pre-order thing. So I mean, mine was definitely with the pre-order thing, but in the past, I've gotten beta without having to pre-order because obviously I've always gotten beta and it only just existed now, but I have no idea if I would have gotten it for free if I waited. You don't know what the Classic team is doing? They don't either? Yeah, exactly. One second, I need a drink of water. Okay. Time to organize this fucking travesty. So I've got my shopping list open. Shopping list for anybody that's unfamiliar with it. Let me get the share link. I'll probably update this at some point. Okay, I'll put it in stream chat there. I'll update this eventually to account for War Within changes. Right now I'm just going based on what I have. So I know I have all my enchants here that I just organized. I have some random BOEs here. This is all stuff, or it's leather stuff, so I can't use it. But I'm not actually using this within the run, because obviously it's a shaman run. For the purposes of this speedrun, I'm not really going to worry about BOE stuff. This is just leftover from previous stuff, so we're just going to be using the existing items that you get from quests and whatnot. So, okay, let's go down the list here. So, regular heirlooms, all the heirloom stuff I'm going to do on the other level 10 character. I'm bringing along minor speed enchants, but I'm not going to manually enchant anything else. Gear I'm not using for this run. Gems, I'll just be using this whenever it's applicable. Heirlooms, again, yeah, that's later. Crafted gear, not going to worry about it. Okay, so weapon oils. Shadow Core oil, check. I'll just keep this here. We'll use this. I'll move this out of here. We'll use this section here to prep the items. So Shadow Core oil, I have buzzing runes. Do I bother prepping Dragonflight consumables? I don't really think I need to worry about that stuff. You know, if I have Dragonflight consumables already on this character, I'll use it, but they're only for 10 levels, because it's 60 to 70, and I don't expect that to be long enough to justify using at this stage. So, it doesn't look like I have any runes sitting on this character, so I just won't worry about it. I have Comfortable Riders Barding, Augment Runes, I have Hyper, Battle Scarred, and where's my Veiled Augment Runes? Okay, well I am missing a few things. I do have a bunch of stuff in the bank here. Looks like I'm low on Veiled Augment Runes, so... I do have... Mastery Runes here. Okay, cool. Do I just, like, not worry about Veiled Augment Runes? This is 11... This is 17. Veiled Augment Runes are 49. Okay, that's like a pretty sizable jump. I figure for the purposes of this speedrun, 4 is enough. I'm not going to need more than that, but I guess that's just a reminder that I'll have to stock up on that next time. So, draft of 10 lands. Here's another thing that I needed to do in order to prep for this run. So, well, initially, I was going to do this test run on the PTR. Obviously, because this is meant to be a pre-patch test. The PTR servers, Blizzard just kind of took them down without saying anything. I guess they just decided on their own that they got enough feedback, testing is done, and they just closed the PTR, which is something I've never seen them do, mind you. So I hopped on yesterday to get my character set up in the PTR, and it just wasn't there. So... that is one of the reasons, by the way, I mentioned in the post that the stream was supposed to be yesterday, and I had to push it back to today, partially because of the PTR thing, but then after the PTR was down, I realized, okay, I need to do this run on the beta. So I go onto the beta, and beta was completely broken. They had to take the servers down for a few hours right when I would have started my stream. Then I checked back a few hours later, it was still pretty broken. Eventually I gave up, and I just said, stream will be tomorrow. Much later at night, they put out a patch saying they fixed some stability issues. It seems better today. Good. Problem with the beta is you'll notice this buff up here. Warband mentored leveling. Experience gains increase by 10%. Well, the entire point of this run is that I want to get an accurate test of what the leveling speed will be like in pre-patch. And this thing, in case you're not familiar with what this is, there is a stacking XP modifier that you get. It's a new thing in War Within. I think it's under characters. Yeah. So there's this new buff. This caps out at 25%. So if you get 5 characters to level 80, you get up to 25% additional experience. Now, obviously, after the expansion comes out, I will be doing all of my runs with the max buff because It is account-wide, you can't undo it, and I'm obviously going to be leveling a bunch of characters, so I will get the max 25% within days of the expansion launching. But until then, I want to do my tests assuming you don't have this buff. Unfortunately, there is no way to reset your account data on the beta. Normally, if you press copy account data, it will reset all of your achievements to what they are on live servers, and would theoretically get rid of this. That button doesn't work in the War Within beta. It's there, it's just grayed out. I don't know, I'm guessing that something with warbands broke their ability to allow people to copy account data, so you just can't, which means that it is impossible for me to get rid of this buff on beta servers. That's kind of an issue, at least until PTR, or until pre-patch launches, and I can do my remaining tests on live servers. So, the initial, like at first, I only had the 5% from that 70 to 80 run that we did a few weeks ago, or actually it's been about a month at this point. So like about a month ago I did a 70 to 80 run, and I got this buff up to 5%, because it's 5% per character. But that's just kind of a random XP bonus that I can't really play around. So what I actually did is last night, after I had already decided that I was canceling the stream and pushing it to today, I leveled a second character up to 80, because that pushes the buff up to 10%, which means now I'm just not going to use Draft of 10 lands for this run. Draft of 10 lands still works. You can see here, it still, for whatever reason, requires level 49. I really think they need to decide what the fuck they want to do with this. If they want to make this usable still, and want to make it a relevant part of leveling, they should change the level requirement to be level 69 or below, so it should just be before the current expansion. It's still in a really weird spot where you have to use it right before hitting 50 to maintain the buff. Buff still works. After you hit 50, you just can't reapply it. Well, the thing about War Mode is, I did consider that, but keep in mind that War Mode is not always 10%. And, to top it off, War Mode only starts at level 20, so then the first 10 levels would have a weird bonus. Draft of 10 lands works, though. It's a 10% buff, and this I would normally be using immediately. So effectively, I'm just going to counteract this by not using Draft of 10 lands within the run, but I'm just saying this now so you know, just because I'm not using it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be using it. It's specifically because this buff, for all intents and purposes, is my Draft of 10 lands. And that is my solution to make things more accurate. What else did I need? What was I looking for? Veiled Augment runes, Buzzing runes. Right, we got that. Before I go back to organizing stuff, let me just quickly read chat. Finally caught a stream, been watching all your vids. Since you broke both arms, damn. Well, I am sorry to hear that, but I am glad that you're enjoying the videos. Wonder what the speed difference is for a layman speedrun with no prep? Fairly minimal. It depends on what you mean, because like everybody has different levels of it. A brand new fresh account speedrun with like no heirlooms, nothing, tends to be a little bit slower, but that's due to a combination of a lot of factors. The reality is, if you have heirlooms, if you have large bags, which are really cheap to get, the 32 slaughters are like 5 gold a piece, and they do the job just fine. Large bags, basic heirlooms, and like a few minimal consumables like gunshoes, goblin gliders, that already gets you 90% of the time. I say this all the time, but you know, it's still the truth. And I did multiple speedruns back in the day of like a 5k gold budget, and I still matched my times by like 90%. A lot of these items give you extremely minimal advantages. They're mostly just for fun. And obviously in a speedrun, you know, you take every little advantage you can get. Have a good run, Mr. Waterfall. Thank you. Matthew Riley said, "Hey, Heraldin, I already managed to level 580s, and you tried your 6-character 70 to 80, and it took 5 hours, your personal best? Nice." Yeah, I'll definitely get around to doing War Within 70 to 80 testing soon-ish. The problem is, I don't know if anybody has tested War Within leveling recently. It's really broken right now. So, I'm going to give it another week. Next week, we're going to focus on just 10 to 70 pre-patch stuff. And once all of that is settled, I am hoping that the beta will actually be playable, because, you know, we're about a month out from the expansion. It's really bad that every single week another bug breaks the leveling experience, so I haven't been able to do testing. Come on, Blizzard. Would be nice, but whenever things are actually working correctly, whenever we get finalized experience values, I plan to test that a lot too. The only issue is, I'm not really going to be able to get rid of this buff. So, what I'm probably going to be forced to do is I'm going to have to do a lot of my day one, like, campaign testing with alt accounts. And that's going to be really awkward because my alt accounts don't have great gear. But I guess that'll be a good baseline at the very least. So I'll do that testing with the 0% buff so it doesn't skew things. And then on those accounts, I'll probably just stop at like level 79 and 90%. That way I don't get the buff and screw up future tests. Maybe, like other XP buffs, it can be disabled by talking to the innkeeper. I don't think that works, but I mean, I suppose it's worth a shot. I highly doubt Blizzard actually thought of that. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, for 99% of players, there's no reason you would ever want to disable this. It looks like I can click it off. You can just, it's a right-clickable buff? What? Wait, what? Okay. I never thought to try that. Seems obvious in hindsight. But, yeah, you can just do that. Yeah, I was about to try that. I'm gonna log out and log back in to see if it comes back. I mean, at the very least, if you can just cancel it every single time you log in. I'm not going to do that for this speedrun, because obviously I've already gotten a workaround solution. But if that does work, then theoretically... Okay, something that we then need to test. I just want to double check, is that just a visual thing? Or does it actually work like that? So let's find some character that's in Isle of Dorn. And we'll go ahead and kill a mob with the buff, see how much experience it gives, then click the buff off and see how much it gives then. Okay, let's find... Here we go, this should do the trick. Okay, so that mob gave 880 experience. I click this off. 800 experience. Okay, so that does work. Now, the bigger question is it only relogging that resets that? Frankly, this could also just be unintentional. It could be possible that you're not meant to click that off. Because the reason I didn't even consider it is basically every single account-wide buff like that is not right-clickable. You can't get rid of it. So I was just... I was about to say, and like all account-wide buffs, you can't just click it off, and then it disappeared. I went, oh, apparently you can. I never thought to test that. So I would suspect that that is not intentional. But... Now, this is going to disconnect me, because right now there's a bug where, while you are traveling between the coreway, and actually, instead of doing that then, let's do Dollar on Hearthstone. Because that way, I know it's not going to disconnect me. It might still. The beta is really fucked right now. I'll try reload after. That's a good idea. Okay, teleporting seems to not bring it back. I'll try reloading. If teleporting doesn't bring it back, then yeah, I figured reloading wouldn't. Reloading doesn't usually have any changes within the game itself. Reloading tends to only fix issues with, like, your user interface. So if there is something with your buttons that's bugged, like you can't interact with the game, that will be fixed. But any, like, buffs, abilities, auras, things like that, reloading usually doesn't interact with at all. The reason why I thought teleporting might work is it might be... Sometimes the way that they apply these buffs is whenever you enter a zone, it just applies all these buffs to you. And it could just be that whenever you enter a new area, the script to reapply the buff is triggered. But it seems like that is not the case, and it seems like it's only applied upon logging in. Yeah, reload is client only. Yep. You know time in what? You know time in people call no friends for more to give money, call other $1, other money $1,000, level EXP. No. I don't I don't understand the question. We already tried relogging. Relogging does reset the buff. Yeah, if you relog, that does fix it. Interesting. Yeah, so if I wanted to, I could do that for this run, but we'll just go ahead and do the original thing of we just won't use Draft of 10 lands. But that is actually good news, because that means that for my future 10 to 70 tests, I can do them on this account. I just will need to click off the buff every time I log in. You can see it's over there. So it does come back. That is interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, now let me just go back to prepping all my items. So, lesser healing potions, I won't really need them, but I'll use them anyway. Abyssal healing pots, I've got those. Dreamwalker's healing potions, that's actually incorrect, I need to change that. Refreshing healing potion. And fuck it, I'll use it. Refreshing healing potion. Okay. Damage pots. Potion of the Tol'vir, Potion of Unbridled Fury, Phantom Fire, and Shocking Disclosure. We got that. I'm gonna just move this stuff out of the way. In fact, is there another bag that I can use? The stuff over here, and I'll just dump my BOEs into my bank like so. I'm a little bit OCD in case you haven't noticed. Just want to keep everything organized. My bags may look messy, but trust me, there's a method to the madness. It's organized chaos. That's how I usually operate. Darkman Firewater, check. Elixir of the Mongoose, check. Ghost Elixir, Greater Currents, Spectral Power, yes. And Glacial Fury. I know I have Glacial Fury somewhere. It might be in my bank. Do I not have any? Okay, that's fine. I definitely have it on my alts that I can mail over, so let me just go ahead and do that real quick. One of these... This character should have some in the bags. Alright. Harlton Bank, Glacial Fury, and it's probably all I need to send for now. Yeah. Yeah, I won't worry about anything else. Alright. No idea what you just said. Are you saying that to me or somebody in chat? What you can do now is removing the buff at level 50 to replicate the potion requirement. Well, no, but that's the thing. You can still use the potion beyond level 50. So in case you didn't know, if you refresh the potion at level 49, you'll keep the buff for 1 hour. And generally speaking, and I don't expect this will change, you can level an entire hour within, or you can level from 50 to, well, previously from 50 to 60 in like 30 minutes. And considering all of it is relative, I highly suspect that you'll be able to level from 50 to 70 within 1 hour. I guess we'll find out today, but I would be very surprised if that is not the case. I'm surprised you're not using a bag add-on like Better Bags. I don't like it. I've tried them. See, I actually like having multiple bags because I usually have one bag for everything. Like on my main character, the final bag is the consumable bag, the second to last bag is the gear bag, the first bag is like for reagents and miscellaneous stuff. Obviously, I now have the reagent bag for that, but this is like kind of overflow. And then this third bag is usually just kind of whatever. It's empty space for anything else that I may need. And then backpack is for any like important items that I need to use, like gizmos and whatnot. Will Dragonflight Profession crafting still give experience in the War Within, and how well will it work? I have not yet tested that. I do not expect that it will be worth that much, but I'll try it out at some point. To be clear, by the way, this particular run, what we're going to do is we are just going to try the existing 10 to 60 route, and we're going to try and apply that to 10 to 70 and see how well it fits. I'm not testing anything new, because before we test new stuff, we need to set a baseline. So we need to make sure that the existing route still works fine, and if it does work fine, then we can look into potential alternatives. As for the Dream Surge thing, I believe right now it's not enabled in the beta. A lot of people have jumped to conclusions and said that that means that it doesn't work for leveling. I do not know if that is the case. Blizzard has not outright confirmed that, yes, they've disabled it so you can't use it for leveling. It could just be a beta bug. So I do not know if it's meant to be disabled or enabled. Right now, it does not work. The thing about really anything Dragonflight related is Dragonflight quests are not really that efficient. If you think about it, all Dragonflight zones have relatively poor quest density, with the exception of certain sections in Azure Span, and most parts of Azure Span that have good quest density are locked behind pretty extensive parts of the campaign. Now, everything is relative, right? So while leveling from 60 to 70, sure, Azure Span is not a bad option. But now, it's competing with everything in Chromie time. And I can just tell you right now that it's not going to stand up to anything that we already do. The only question is whether very small snippets of things, like Dragonflight crafting, will be included in the route. I would suspect that Blizzard probably wouldn't want something like Dragonflight crafting to persist as a way to level. Hard to say, really, but if anything would be included, it would be that. I do not expect any Dragonflight zones to make it in. I'll do tests. Frankly, those tests will not be on stream because the reality is the vast majority of the time I get like 30 minutes into it and I just realize, yeah, this is crap. This is just not worth doing at all. And I don't want to do a stream where 30 minutes in we realize, wait, this is just slow. And that's the entire stream. So that's the kind of testing that I will do on my own. And maybe I'll stream it on Twitch because like Twitch streams are a bit more chill and laid back like that, but definitely wouldn't be on YouTube. Okay, let's finish prepping. Glacial Fury, that's in the mail. Food. Lemon herb fillet, check. Beer tartare, check. Fried bonefish. Barely ever need that, but yeah, it's nice to have just in case. Sure. Drums. Fury, Deathly Ferocity, and Feral Hide. I don't have Feral Hide drums, but that one I really don't care about at all. If I don't have it in the bank, then I'm just not going to bother. Because, yeah, that is so minor that I just cannot give a shit about it. What else? Goblin Gliders. That's a big one. I definitely know I have them somewhere. The question is, are they already in my bags? Doesn't look like it, actually. Where's my Goblin Glider tab in my bank? Don't tell me I'm out of gliders. What? God. I really have not stocked up in this bank alt. I know I have gun shoes here. So I'm going to put that over there. Then XA1000 surface skimmers I have. Throw that there. Amazing that I somehow ran out of gliders on this character. That's fine. I can just mail them over again. I have a bunch on this character that I can use. Gliders also shouldn't be quite as impactful these days. Honestly, gun shoes, surface skimmers, and gliders are going to go way down in value because with dynamic flying or dragon riding or whatever you want to call it, you can do that much earlier, and that kind of just completely outclasses everything. So, Harland Bank, Goblin Glider. Alright. Let's see. Does the Warband Bank work on fresh tunes? It might. I honestly haven't tested it because every single time that I've tried to test the Warband Bank on beta, it has broken and caused my character to crash. So I am not even going to try and test it because the last thing I want to do is have my character crash and make this process take longer. Just take my word for it that it has been very buggy on beta, and I just haven't gone to play around with it as a result. I also move draft 10 lands out of there. Let's see. Swiftness potions. Yep. Swim speed potions I shouldn't need at all, because this is not Alliance. War scrolls, fortitude, battle shout, and I don't need intellect. Bags, reagent bag. I don't need Radnax gems. I don't need any Darkmoon items, because Darkmoon Fair is not up. No dungeon items. No Dragonflight Profession stuff, at least not for this run. And that is everything. Okay. War Within leveling experience is fun. No. It's about as fun as World of Warcraft leveling has ever been. That is to say, your mileage may vary. It's... So, I've kind of said for a while, I don't necessarily enjoy the leveling process. I like the optimization process. I like trying to find the fastest route, and like doing the speedrun stuff is kind of fun for me. But mindless questing is not necessarily something that I find fun, and World of Warcraft questing, especially as of late, like just really hasn't been good or innovative at all. War Within is like the same schlop that we've gotten for the last few expansions, where there's quests that have you kill stuff, there's quests where you pick up items, and then there's quests where you talk to NPCs. And like, I don't know if I should say it's bad, because it is the same thing that we've always come to expect. But, I mean, it like, can I really call that fun or good? I don't think so. It's not really something that I would consider to be fun. It's just something that you do, right? And, I mean, leveling in MMOs, it's kind of in a weird spot where it has always kind of been an intentionally designed chore. And that's like, I mean, a lot of people are going to have different perspectives on that. Some people will think that's just how MMOs are. Other people will think that MMO leveling should be more creative and should be more fun. And like, I really don't know. I've always said that I think Guild Wars 2 gets it the best. Leveling alts in that game, you get tomes from endgame content that effectively allow you to, once you've saved up enough of them, you can just mail them to an alt and instantly power level it to max level. And then once you're at max level, you can just start doing endgame content to gear up. And horizontal progression in that game lets you share like progress on a lot of stuff. So you can basically just play whatever you want, and it's more about just doing what you enjoy. And basically every activity in that game gives you something that progresses your character. Some more than others, right? But you never really feel like your time is wasted. You can just pursue the content that you enjoy, and you will eventually, you know, get enough of whatever it is you're looking for. With some exceptions, right? It's also been a few years since I played Guild Wars 2, but I did really like that system. Let's see, send to... or mail test, I think is what I called the character. And, like, Final Fantasy XIV, as another example, obviously has an incredibly slow process for getting caught up, but Final Fantasy XIV kind of takes a different approach to leveling, where that game tells a story, and you are expected to sit through the entire story. And it's like, if you don't like the story they're telling, you may as well just not play the game, right? So it's less about power leveling characters, and it's more about just experiencing the story that they're telling. And once you're done with that, boom, you're max level. And unless you're leveling like crafting professions or something, or you're leveling up alt characters, which is usually just kind of dungeon spamming in FF, there's not really a ton to do, but, you know, it's a different approach. And also on that game, obviously, the entire thing is, like, shared, right? So if you do the story on your character, you can just level a new class on that character. You know, it's one character can be every class, right? So it's kind of a different approach. World of Warcraft has kind of continued with that mindset of you have to grind to reach max level, and then you can play that character, but they've tried to expedite the process as much as possible, which is good, right? It means that you're spending less time slogging through that if you don't like it. But on the other hand, it means that, generally speaking, it's a slog, right? I mean, there's very few people who are like, yes, I can't wait to do the same kill quest that I've done 20 times for the 21st time. This is fun. Like, none of us... I mean, maybe there's that one guy. I don't know. Maybe, like, somebody's gonna leave a comment on this video and be like, I really enjoy doing the Silverpine Forest quests a million times. But as somebody who has probably quested through Silverpine Forest more than anybody else in the world, I can tell you right now that I don't enjoy doing it, but I do it because there's a reason. It's either I'm testing leveling so that other people can, you know, have a faster route, or I want to play a new character, so I'm leveling it up. And, you know, the reason why I slog through content that is something that I don't really enjoy is because I know that I'm going to be able to play that character at max level, and that is the thing that I want. It's delayed gratification, right? So whether or not you consider it fun, I mean, that's up to you. But, yeah. If I open this, yeah, it would be stuff that I want to send first. Guild Wars 2 is a ton of fun until you hit cap. WoW isn't fun until you hit cap. Well, I mean, it's a weird way to look at it, considering Guild Wars 2, you reach cap instantly. So I don't know how it would be fun until you hit cap, when the entire idea is that you level up as fast as possible. And I mean, agree to disagree. When I played Guild Wars 2, I liked Guild Wars 2. I just haven't been playing it recently because there's just too much other stuff going on right now. Also, yeah, I'm gonna need to send over more bags because I forgot that brand new characters aren't gonna have the bag space required for this. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's subjective on Guild Wars 2. I do think it's a weird point where Guild Wars 2 is a ton of fun until you hit cap, but if you're using Tomes of Knowledge, hitting cap takes literally 1 minute, so... I mean, maybe you just really don't like Guild Wars 2, and you're just saying that it's never fun. I don't know. Oh, you're saying, okay, if you don't tome spam, the world is really fleshed out and you like their quest system. Yeah, see, that's fair, right? But the thing about Guild Wars 2 is you can still do that. Fuck. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have leveling content. All of the content that you're talking about, you can do at max level. People do full map completion. It all scales. And one of my favorite things about Guild Wars 2 was full map completion. It was going back and doing all of those, like, little quests and stuff in the older zones, but doing it on a max level character with my full set of abilities and whatnot. I like that. I missed a bunch of messages. Let me scroll up. How will the Heirlooms item level be adjusted during 60 to 70 under new scaling? From what I've gathered, I think the Dragonflight... Oh, fuck. No, it's not mailed bank. It's mailed test. From what I've gathered, the Dragonflight blue crafted items will, at least for the first few levels, like the first 5-ish levels, be marginally better. And then at the end of the leveling process, like the last 5 levels, they'll start to be equal and then pull ahead of the Dragonflight crafted gear. realistically speaking, it's not going to be worth using Dragonflight crafted items because the difference will be so marginal and you'd be losing out on the Heirloom set bonuses, which previously was worth it when the item level gap was so high, but at this stage, like, why bother? Warbands are going live in 3 days. Is the system even ready? No, not really. I mean, parts of Warbands are ready, but there's going to be a ton of bugs. My guild is not even raiding next week, because we already know that it's going to be such a massive shit show. Just logic, right? Every single expansion launch is a shit show, but they are doing so many, like, system changes to the game that there is no way that there aren't major issues that delay raid, so we've just called raid preemptively. Just not even taking the chance. So yeah, fully expect that there's going to be massive issues with Warbands on launch. I don't even necessarily blame them a lot for that. It is a pretty major, fundamental change to how the, like, character thing works. I do wish that they had a bigger or a better approach to, like, fixing things before it goes live, but I understand that at this point they just don't really care and they have bigger fish to fry. That being said, some of the issues on beta really do concern me at this stage, this close to launch, because Warband stuff, honestly, that's kind of whatever, right? Like I said, I expect it to be broken, but right now, the fact that, like, the questing process from 70 to 80 is so broken that it's not even really testable. The only reason I was even able to level a second character up to 80 is because on the very first version of the beta, I created a character and there was, like, an option within Orgrimmar to level that character up to 77 to immediately test the later zones. They've since removed that, which I don't know why. It was a pretty good feature. Let you, like, specifically test one zone at a time. Like I said, I don't know why. But one of the characters that I used that feature on, I didn't delete. So when I was looking through my characters, I realized I still had a random level 77 hunter, and I figured, fuck it, I'll get this up to 80. And the last zone, at the very least, seems to be working correctly, which is kind of counterintuitive. You would think that the bugs would be fixed within the initial quests that everybody has tested, and not so much the later zone. But to my surprise, Azkahet, or however the fuck you say that, is pretty smooth, but the Isle of Dorn, the very first few quests, are bugged to hell and back. It's really broken, so I don't really know what's going on there. Your super hot take for leveling is they should make you do current season dungeons raids while leveling. If leveling is a tutorial that it does nothing to prepare you for endgame, they should make a coherent story that helps you know the characters in a 3x packed story, then have them have dungeons broken down. I don't think that's a hot take at all. In fact, I remember that topic came up at some point on a previous stream, and I think, like, after talking to viewers about it, the consensus that we reached is that it would be cool to have, within Chromie Time, a specific dungeon queue for current Mythic Plus dungeons. And instead of doing, let's say, TBC dungeons, there would be a random dungeon finder that only has the current Mythic Plus pool. So, like you said, while you're leveling up, you can experience those dungeons regardless of what level you are. Even if you're leveling through Chromie Time, you could still practice that. I definitely agree with you. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's a really good idea. As for, like, learning the raids and PvP and delves, in fairness to them, delves are included in the leveling process a little bit, so that one they are covering. A little bit easier considering they're introducing delves in this expansion, so it makes sense that they would integrate it into the leveling. Raids are obviously a little bit harder to integrate into leveling, because, like, unless you wanted to do LFR, which, let's be clear, LFR does not prepare you for endgame. It's kind of an entire problem with the system itself. It's really difficult to integrate raids into the leveling process. Final Fantasy miraculously manages to pull it off, but at the same time, Final Fantasy, like, leveling trials are not exactly difficult content. It's pretty hard to fuck it up, with a few exceptions. But the other thing that Final Fantasy does right is that it encourages high-level players to help with that. So if you had a bunch of brand new players doing, new Final Fantasy raids for the first time, they would probably wipe. But most queues that you get into in FF are like a mix of veteran players who are getting their bonus and some new players who are learning it for the first time. So there are a lot of times where I do a trial roulette and there's only like 4 people alive at the end and all of the sprouts are dead. And, it happens. The thing is, while Final Fantasy was built with that from the ground up, it would be very difficult for WoW to just integrate that now. It's not impossible if they really wanted to do it, but it would be a challenge. Radner said, "Hey Heraldin, hope you're well. You were curious, roughly how much gold does every speedrun attempt cost you in mats and consumables? How do you make the money for it? Tokens or farming on your mains?" Well, trick question, kind of, because right now, and a lot of the recent speedruns that I've done, like I would say past like year, vast majority of my speedruns on retail are done on PTR or beta servers, because when I do a speedrun, it's usually I'm testing upcoming content, right? So in that sense, it costs me nothing, because anything on the test realm is free. Whenever I do an actual speedrun, the cost really depends. You also have to consider that I have a lot of material stockpiled. Like, that character that I pulled all the mats from, while this is a test server, that is a copy of a character I actually have, and that character has an insane amount of consumables just sitting there. Like, I bought up hundreds back in the day, and now I just kind of use a bunch, and anything that I don't finish using in the speedrun gets reused in a future run. So the actual cost for speedruns these days is relatively low, but I also invested a ton into stockpiling the mats way back when, and back then it was like, yeah, a few 100,000 gold to like buy everything. As for like the actual cost of everything in the run, frankly, that's something that you could probably do the math on for yourself, but yeah, it's like a few thousand gold, I would say. But I've always said that like the cheapest stuff is what gives the biggest time save, for the most part. And as for how I make golds, by and large, it's sales. So my guild sells Mythic Farok mounts. And before anybody messages me in Discord, because the last time I said that, somebody actually did message me about it, and I did get them in as a buyer on my guild's next sale run. But we are actually done doing sales. But because obviously the raid, all raids become awakened next week, which means Mythic Farok sales become a much bigger pain in the ass, and we did a poll, and everybody polled, let's just not waste our time on it, we don't want to do that. But doing like Mythic Farok mount sales when it is not an awakened raid is really easy, and I made like 400 to 500k off every single sale we did, and that's like after the 20-person split, because those usually sell really well. So that's like most of it. I have in the past bought tokens if I really, really, really needed golds, but, it depends. Way back in the day, I would farm my own golds, but basically over the last year or two, I've kind of reached a point where I've realized that any time that I spend farming gold instead of buying a token is just less time that I can spend researching and testing stuff to make videos to, help other people. So why waste my time doing that when I can just be doing more testing? It just doesn't make sense from a time cost perspective. Current content is always designed for current leveling, so 10 to 70 should never be considered into the design of the War Within. Yeah, I agree with that. Endgame is never designed for new players. Everything endgame in this game is grinds. How can those be designed for new players? I mean, I think I'm maybe like misunderstanding the argument here. You rather enjoy the leveling process, not so much the leveling, but the campaigns of each expansion you play for the story. Yeah, and see, that's fine. And maybe some people will like the War Within story. I have said this before, I'll say it again, I'm not going to harp on it. I really don't care for the story in the War Within. I really don't care for the current WoW writing at all. I think the current writers in World of Warcraft are complete hacks, they don't know how to tell a good story, and as a result, I'm just completely disinterested in the narrative that they're trying to tell with like the whole World Soul Saga thing. I think it's just a load of crock. They're going to do whatever they want with it, they're going to tell the story they want to tell, and if people are interested in that, awesome. I'm just not. So when I evaluate the fun value of the War Within's leveling, the story doesn't really count at all. If it was a good story, maybe I would count it in, but I'm kind of indifferent on the matter. I'm intentionally ignoring it because I've just accepted the fact that I don't think the writing in this game is good. And just to be clear, that's not to say that I don't enjoy good writing, because I primarily play Final Fantasy for the storytelling. You know, I'm not going to sit here and compare and contrast them for the millionth time. I think if you've seen anything from my streams in the past, it's pretty well established that I don't like WoW's writing, and I like Final Fantasy's writing, and I like a lot of games' writing, just not WoW these days. And I used to like WoW's writing, so it's not that I'm just always hating on the lore. I just don't like the way that the writers are taking the story. Also, just for the record, because I'm catching up on chat, I'm going to try to catch up as quickly as I possibly can. Yeah, just scrolling chat, I already see somebody saying, when starting soon? Basically, I have all the stuff that I need to start the run, like all the things I'll be mailing on this character. I need to enchant the heirlooms, and then I will be mailing it over to the speedrun character and starting the run. But I'm just going to quickly catch up on chat before we get in. I just usually like to do that. Hey, Infinite, you finally caught a stream. I feel like you've caught a lot of streams. This is just the first stream in a while. I should note, by the way, so for anybody who, hasn't been watching the Twitch streams, which I'd imagine is a lot of people, and, for the record, that's totally fine. But if you do like watching my streams and you're not aware that I have been streaming a lot on Twitch, then I'll link my Twitch channel. I'll probably stream there pretty frequently. I've been doing that a lot. Definitely Monday and Tuesday I'll be streaming on Twitch. So I'll post that there. Go follow if you haven't yet. And the way that I've been doing it is YouTube streams will remain the place where I do, organized fancy speedruns like this. And Twitch streams are for miscellaneous stuff. So the things that I've been doing on Twitch, right? I've started streaming my raids. So Kata Raid, I've started streaming Retail Raid. Obviously, I won't be having Retail Raid next week, like I just said, but Tuesday I still have Cataclysm Raid, Monday, Tuesday. So I've been streaming that. And obviously, when my retail guild is raiding again, I will stream that. I've been streaming the continuation of the Cataclysm speedrun that we started a few weeks ago. So that Cataclysm Prot Warrior run, I've been finishing that up on Twitch, and then once all the footage is complete, I edit that together, and then I post the final video on my second channel. Right now, the run is at level 65. I streamed 58 to 65 2 days ago. And I'll finish up 65 to 68 in another Twitch stream at some point. We'll edit that together. That'll be part 3. And we'll do the same for part 4 at some point. And that's probably how we'll handle all, multiple part speedruns in the future. We'll do part 1 on YouTube, part 2 onwards will be on Twitch, and then the videos will be on the second channel. Almost 35k subs. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the good job. It's definitely been a lot of work. And then what I've been doing recently as well on Twitch is miscellaneous games. So I started a playthrough of SteamWorld Heist, which is a game that I played 8 years ago, and they're finally coming out with a sequel, and I'm very excited for that, so I decided to play through the original game again. And I've been doing that in pieces over on Twitch. So that's where I'll be streaming all miscellaneous things. Basically, the way that I'm going to be handling YouTube streams from now on is the only things that I'll be streaming on YouTube are things that I think would make a good standalone YouTube video, which tend to be these types of speedruns, because that's how YouTube converts it. Any generic streams that I think not that many people would be interested in, I'll do on Twitch, because that way, if not many people want to watch it, that's totally fine. I can post the recording on YouTube on the second channel, and it works out perfectly. No algorithm bullshit to deal with. And let's see. I'm going to scroll back up. I'm going to quickly try to read through the rest of chat. You wish there were Hour Realms for each expansion and you could hop between them. Yep, I completely agree with that. You're scared of putting your gold into the Warband Bank? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Definitely keep your hands off the Warband Bank for a little while, because it has been very buggy. You don't know what's going to happen. You have a wild guess that they may allow players to transfer the Remix characters to pre-patch before Remix ends so people can gear them up. Possibly, but I would not count on that. I wish you could do raids while you're leveling. Can't even enter them unless you leave Chromie time. Yeah. LFR leveling also introduces not only the much simpler raid to begin with, but also scaling, which further trivializes most of it, like we've seen in Remix. Yeah, possibly, yeah. I think it could be a good idea, but you're definitely right that it would be weird with scaling. I think overall, the leveling raids have worked out quite well in Remix, so who knows? If they did something like Remix, I don't think it would be the worst idea ever. And I do think that Remix is a good opportunity to test ideas like that. There are definitely some good things to come out of Mop Remix, even though I've been a bit of a downer on it across the board. But I do hope that if they do another remix, that they polish it up a lot, because Mop Remix to me was just kind of disappointing. But like I said, I think there were a lot of things that they did with it that was pretty good. Another thing they can do is to expand follower dungeons to Chromie time. I get where you're coming from. In theory, yes. Follower dungeons need a lot of work before they're ever useful for Chromie time. The current iteration of follower dungeons is very bad and just not helpful, in my opinion. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe some people really like it, but I tested them quite a lot because I made a video about how the previous XP values were god-awful. They were downright insulting, frankly. And at the very least, I got Blizzard to buff the XP values, so that's one less thing that's shit about follower dungeons, but I was still very unimpressed by the AI. Because, like, Final Fantasy Trust dungeons are not amazing. It's still faster to do it with real players. But the Final Fantasy characters do two things that are very important. One, they actually, like, do okay damage. They don't just, like, fuck around and let you die, basically. If you are doing the dungeon correctly, you will clear it with Final Fantasy Trusts, because they do at least a moderate amount of damage, and they keep you alive as a tank. And if they are a tank, they do reasonably sized pulls. And the WoW companions, by comparison, are just completely brain dead. If you're just kind of pressing your buttons even remotely correctly, they'll do like 1/10 or 1/20th of your damage. Nothing will die. You will just sit there forever, and it will just not get done. You're effectively soloing the dungeon with minimal support. But more importantly, one of the main reasons to do the dungeons in Final Fantasy with trusts, aside from the fact that, generally speaking, the NPCs in Final Fantasy dungeons are not just generic nameless mobs that follow you around, they're actual characters in the story, and the things that I like about the trust dungeons are that the NPCs will comment on things as you go through the dungeons. Like Y'shtola will make a little quip about, like, you know, the enemy you're fighting, or like Alice and Alphado will bicker between each other about like boss mechanics and stuff like that. It feels like you're actually doing the dungeons with those characters from the story, and they also like react to things like within the dungeon itself. You know, if there's like a really cool reveal, like a door opens, there's this big room, they'll be like, oh wow, you know, what a spectacular hallway or something like that. I'm trying to just give an example, but they comment on the dungeon that you're in. So it's not just a matter of having these NPCs help you out. Bringing them along into the dungeon contributes to the storytelling, and obviously Final Fantasy is a very storytelling-centric game. But the other big thing is they do mechanics properly. So I actually really like doing the trust dungeons a lot of times initially, because some of the boss indicators may not be 100% clear, but if I see Y'shtola run all the way across the room and stand in a very particular spot, I'm like, all right, you know, that's probably a safe area to stand in. And then when I see the mechanic go out, I see it's like, oh, it's two triangle patterns and then like a donut shape. That's what she's trying to avoid. Well, then the next time I can already know the boss is going to fire out two cones and a donut, and this is where I should be standing. But until then, I can just follow around the trust NPCs and know. In World of Warcraft, the follower NPCs just literally jump around in circles and don't really interact with mechanics at all. So it tells you fucking nothing. Really, like I said, it's a good idea, but the follower dungeons are so terribly designed that before they are incorporated into anything else, they need just a complete overhaul. Right now, I see them more as a tech demo than anything, which is okay, but do kind of wish that it was done a little bit better. Is it worth min-maxing gear when you're probably just going to replace it in War Within? That's a question that I think you need to ask yourself. Up to you. I agree that it's a very cool way to entice people into leveling. Your brother got into the game and got really hooked and rolling into LFR with tons of characters and having fun. Yeah, for sure. Follower dungeons equals no queue, and in Chromie time, that could be the best way to level up. Right now, I could assure you that because of how bad they are, it absolutely would never be the fastest way to level up. Having no queue is nice. Obviously, that does not matter for tanks and healers, but it would need to be significantly better to ever be competitive with real player dungeons. Now, that being said, as a nice alternative for people who don't like playing with other people, sure, right? If they improve it a little bit, it very well could be that. But since you specifically said the best way to level up, I can assure you it will probably never be that. Especially considering Final Fantasy has pretty good NPCs, and it's still slower than real player dungeons. Just not by as much. Do I use, by the way, loadouts? No, I don't. I've thought about using add-ons to set up bindings. I might look into that in War Within. I just haven't had the time. Now is probably the time to stockpile while everything is insanely cheap. Yep, I agree. Stuart Todd said, finally got to catch a stream. Took you long enough. Nice. Good to see you. Follower dungeons don't give the bonus reward from randoms. Yep. Right now, that is the biggest issue with them. But yes, that is one of the problems. Mytherian said, Harlan, will you be doing a 70 to 80 beta run prior to the launch? I already did one. So if all you're looking for is just what the process is going to look like, there is a previous live stream recording where I did a full 70 to 80 run. Now, as for whether I will be doing further optimized runs, yes, but that probably won't be for like another week or so. It'll definitely be prior to launch. I'm going to be doing extensive testing before launch, and I will, of course, have a 70 to 80 leveling guide before the expansion comes out. But right now, A, I kind of want to focus on pre-patch leveling, and B, the beta leveling has been pretty buggy, so it's just not in a really good testing spot at the moment. Followers are added to Chromie time. It will, of course, be scaled to the same XP rewards. You would hope, but with Blizzard, hard to say. Tokens are fun because when you're not a Mythic Raider, you can do the direct money comparison of 20 hours to get 300 gold through grinding or 1 hour of your full-time job. Yeah, exactly. Mythic Raiders do that, but selling runs playing the AH seems to be the only real way to earn money in the game. Yeah, I would agree. Sean Collier said, hello. Good to see you. Oh, no doubt, some expansions are better stories than others. Vanilla to Pandaria and Legion were great stories. Yeah, no, I agree that, like, Mop's storytelling was amazing. I even like a lot of the Cataclysm stories, although it's very, like, zone-by-zone basis, because a lot of them are self-contained. There wasn't a very big overarching narrative. And I think overall, WoD had better storytelling than we've come to expect, at least recently, but it was definitely not as good as, like, Mop and stuff. And Legion was very hit or miss. Legion had some really good stories and also had some really bad ones. BFA also extremely hit or miss. Some really bad ones, some good ones. Biggest issue with BFA is the overarching narrative was really terrible. And then from Shadowlands onward, it has just been pure fucking garbage. I can't take it seriously anymore. Like, all the way through BFA, I still cared a lot about WoW's lore. And I was always saying, like, they've done a really bad job with it, but I'm still hopeful they can turn it around. At this point in time, I have completely lost faith in their ability to tell a compelling story, and I just do not care anymore because I can't, right? I can't keep caring. Gold making in retail isn't that hard. Doing world quests for gold will net you 15k per hour. I mean, like, yeah, but the entire point was that if you have a job, right, buying tokens is, for a lot of people, just a more efficient way to make money, which, of course, that's to each their own, right? I know some people are going to have very strong opinions on that statement, is what it is. It's just the truth. No, this is the beta. War Within is not out. Infinix said, I gotta go, it's late as hell. No problem. Yeah, unfortunately, this run did start a little bit late today, but, yeah. At the very least, the recording will always be there for anybody to watch later. Peter Oss said, how was your day? My day's been all right. I ran into a few issues setting up the stream, but all things considered, it's not been bad. It's been fairly solid. You feel like Twinks would ruin rating? I mean, for leveling LFR, that really wouldn't matter at all. You enjoyed Mop Remix for the stupid easy way you were able to build your alt army. Yeah, for sure. For the first time in 20 years, you have at least one of every class at max level. It definitely is very nice for that, yeah. Good point. Follower Dungeon NPC reading the keynotes is definitely a great idea. If you're a vet player, you can have an option to bypass the cutscenes. Yep. Follower Dungeons will improve by the time we can choose our warband as followers. That would be cool. Yeah. How long do I think it'll take me to get to 70? My guesstimate is sub 4 hours. based on the changes, right? Following my previous 10 to 60 route, I was able to pretty consistently get from 10 to 60 in about like 3.5 hours using my previous route. Like very, very consistently. Wasn't really difficult. Now, admittedly, that was with TBC dungeons for the lower levels, so that loses me a little bit of time. But the thing about leveling from 10 to 70 is that the experience has been nerfed significantly. So, based on the current XP values, leveling from 10 to 70 should actually be faster than it previously was leveling from 10 to 60. And this is actually different than going into Dragonflight, because if you recall, in Dragonflight, they buffed the amount of experience required from like 10 to 37 or something, and then they massively nerfed the experience from 37 to 60. So, as a whole, the leveling process in Dragonflight from 10 to 60 was still very slightly slower than the previous 10 to 70 because there was a lot of experience in those last 10 levels in 40 to 50. Back in Shadowlands, basically 10 to 35-ish was super fast in Shadowlands, and then 35 to 50 was like the second half of the run. And now that is completely different. Throughout Dragonflight, it's been pretty consistent the entire way through, but actually the last 10 levels in Dragonflight were always the fastest. And if you look at the actual XP values, some of the higher levels actually require less experience to level up than some of the lower level 30s. The way they balanced experience was really weird. But in War Within, it is a blanket reduction to experience required for all levels. So it's different than when we went into Dragonflight. So I actually expect that 10 to 70 is going to be like noticeably faster than 10 to 60 was previously. Which is kind of one of those things where people have asked like, oh, is Dragonflight going to be incorporated into the route? Well, if we already can say that there's a good chance Dragonflight won't be faster than the existing zones, if the entire experience is going to be even faster than before, then that is definitely not the case. Because then we're actually going to have to streamline the route, theoretically, and pick and choose what we cut. Which will most likely just be stuff like in Gorgrond, as usual. Because a lot of my really hyper-fast speedruns with, like, Winds of Wisdom, we just cut WoD entirely outside of the intro, which the WoD intro has always been very good. One change that I will actually be making is I am going to be doing the WoD intro first, before anything else, because you get flying relatively early now. So if you recall, I used to do the WoD intro from levels like 28 to 30 something, because that's when you had no flying, and then even when you got flying, it was really slow flying. Now, the moment that you get flying, you want to be doing any open world content you can. You want to be doing the end of Silverpine and all of Hillsbrad Foothills, and any actual WoD stuff, because dragon riding makes that stuff way more efficient. Whereas before, you wanted to include the WoD intro later on because it was like the slow part. Now you want to do that right at the start, just get it out of the way because there's no flying within it. What else? You guess the leveling curve from 10 to 40 should not feel that much different. You're more interested to see the time needed from 60 to 70. Yeah, it's something crazy. It's like a 90% XP reduction or something from 60 to 70. It should be very fast, I expect. You get dragon flying at level 10 in the classic areas on beta. Do you? Hold on. Let's test this out before the run actually starts. Just in case I misunderstood this. You do. Okay. Wow. They changed that. It used to be level 20. It's now just level 10. Oh, it's a 70% reduction? Alright. Now the question is, do I get all my talents? It looks like I do. Okay, so if I go to... Wow, that actually kind of completely removes the need for Gunshoes, Goblin Gliders, anything. When did they change that? That's actually massive, then. You tested it last night. Nice. Yeah, I knew talents were account-wide, but sometimes you need to, like, spend points first. The Silvermoon portal is not working, though. That's weird. Okay, let me Let me make sure that the Silvermoon portal works correctly. It's possible that I need to talk to Chromie first. Chromie Time chooses Dragonflight as the default leveling experience instead of BFA. Sorry if you screwed up my run. No, you're There's no reason to apologize for that. I mean, you didn't screw up my run at all. That just means that now I need to reconsider things. I probably still will do the WAD intro. Actually, will I? I guess technically it doesn't matter now. I guess, yeah, at this point, I still want to do the WAD intro eventually, but the exact time at which I do the WAD intro now no longer matters. It's kind of at any points. So let me select a timeline. Yeah, no. See, the nice thing is I already did practice this a little bit because back in patch 10.2, there was a very small period of time on the public test realm when dragon riding was enabled for Chromie Time. Very, very, very short. But I actually did stream a test run during that time with dragon riding, so I got to do a run with the entire thing. So I have gotten at least some practice with how that plays out. And then, of course, in later PTR builds, they changed it. Don't ask me why. Okay, so if you start in Dragonflight, you get Skywriting at 10. Yeah, but here's the thing. If I I just created this character, and I have Dragon Riding already. So it seems like, at the very least, allied races will automatically get put into Dragon Riding Chromie Time when they create their character, which automatically unlocks Skywriting. Now, I'm in Cataclysm Chromie Time, so it lets me access the Silvermoon portal. And we'll just double check to make sure that in Silvermoon, or in Undercity, I can fly. Killing classic rares with Dragonflight for the Mog they added back has been pretty crazy. Been thinking of that application to leveling for a while now. No, more Skywriting talents are not being added. From what I can tell, it's the same. 1 second. Just moving something real quick. It's been bugging me. Alright. Oh. I am in the Plague version. Or not? It has the Plague Cloud, but I am in the correct phase of Undercity. That is odd. And it does let me fly around. Yeah, so if you're wondering why there are skywriting glyphs in the or in Kazalgar, it is exactly what Cody just said. It's so that if you didn't already unlock the existing ones, then you can unlock it by playing through War Within. That's why it's there. But there are no new glyphs. Okay, so it looks like I can just fly around normally at level 10. That's pretty cool. Also, this is interesting. Silverpine Forest is available at level 5. So in theory, I've always thought of trying a level 1 to 70 speedrun at some point. And the fact that it scales starting at level 5 means that you could theoretically just do the initial 5 levels and then head straight to Silverpine, which would make it most likely faster than Exile's Reach. Huh. Something to consider. I'll have to test that. You know, at some point, I'll probably test to see if that process is faster than Exile's Reach. It would obviously depend on your racial starting zone, because, like, for Undead, you could just do the initial quest and then, boom, pop right over to Silverpine, and that would be super fast. For Blood Elf, it would also be very fast. But for everybody else, it could be a little bit slow. Hello, Clokey. If you max Dragon Riding, you'll max Sky Riding? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so before I do the mailing thing real quick, I just want to double check something. Looks like everything's working. It is like sweltering here, so I wasn't sure if the dehumidifier shut down, but it looks like it's working. It's just a very hot day apparently. Let me just go real quick check something. Okay. I have to just go and double check. I'll probably leave my door open, which I normally don't like to do in case there's background noise or anything, but it's like almost 9 p.m., so I don't really think anybody's going to be around here. Matthew Riley said, Hey Heraldon, I have to go back in an hour. Can't wait to rewatch. Okay, cool. Well, no issue. The stream isn't going anywhere. This will definitely take longer than an hour, so I'll still be here. Okay, Shaman. So, yeah, if I create it on this character, theoretically, it should allow me to mail it. For anybody joining in now who missed my rant at the start, you'll notice that heirlooms are now warbound until equipped. So, if I put this heirloom on, it becomes soulbound, and I can't actually mail it to other characters. And this is an issue because if you have any enchanted heirlooms, all of those heirlooms will become unusable with the start of the pre-patch. Now, the only way that you'll be able to use enchanted heirlooms on your alts is to buy a new enchant and apply it to the heirloom a second time. This is a terrible change. I highly suspect that it is accidental, and they did not mean to screw up this badly, because if they did, yikes, that's not good. But the unfortunate thing about this, and this is why I'm having to jump through all of these hoops, is all of the existing heirlooms that I have are now bricked. So in order to mail enchanted heirlooms to my speedrun character, I need to create them on a level 10 character, which is able to apply all of these enchants. Actually, looks like I can't. That's awkward. So it requires a level 50 character. So what I'll do is now that I've got all this stuff here, I'm just going to mail it to my character, and then I'm going to mail the enchants to a level 50 character, because apparently, yeah, this just doesn't work. What did you miss? We're just doing prep for the speedrun. Yeah, this is a massive pain in the ass. God. Yeah, the heirloom... complain to Blizzard. Please, someone go ahead, make a post on the beta forums about this so that I don't have to do it myself, because if nobody does, then I will have to make a post about this and try to draw attention to it, because, yeah, it is an incredibly stupid change. You're going to have 10 necks with Hidden Satyr. Katsumoto, probably a good time to let you know that Hidden Satyr is no longer the best neck enchant. The scaling changes a few years ago completely bricked it. It now does like 1 damage on proc. So now you want to use enchants like this, Mark of the Master, something that has flat stats, or Mark of the Claw, which gives a slight stat proc for 6 seconds. Guess you'll have to quit WoW and play Elden Ring. Yeah, I'll play it eventually. Yeah, I would be very surprised if this change is intentional. If it is intentional, it's the dumbest change they've ever made, and a lot of people are going to be justifiably pissed about it. My theory, which I said earlier in the stream, is that some intern fucked up. They probably thought to themselves, we have this new Warbound technology, why don't we just make heirlooms Warbound? And instead of applying the generic Warbound tag to it, which we know that it works, because if I didn't mail it over, crap, but the Draft of 10 Lands has the Warbound tag on it now. So you can mail it cross-server to anybody in your Warbound. So we know that that's a thing, but they applied Warbound until equipped onto the heirlooms, which bricks them if you use them more than once. So I highly suspect it is just a screw up on their part. It's unfortunate that they never test this stuff, so this isn't going to get fixed unless people complain, because I guarantee you right now, having dealt with this shit in the past, when they make mistakes like this, they never fix their own mistakes unless a bunch of shit is stirred up about it. So the only way that this does get fixed before pre-patch, or hopefully after pre-patch, once people notice, is if you guys complain to them about it. Because otherwise it'll fuck everybody's heirloom sets. That's absolutely dumb, similar to the quantum items probably. Right now they become Warbound, but have a level 70 or lower requirement. That's so silly. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, so let me double check my shopping list to see what order I send everything in. Mail first to last. Alright, well the first thing that I want to send is bags. And mail golds, doesn't matter. Then I want to send over important consumables. So gun shoes, gliders, this stuff, and swiftness pot. And yeah, that's probably it for now. Then I will send over the low-level consumables. So that would be that first, that. Then the mid-level consumables. Potion of the Tol'vir. Oh, I already... Okay, good, I clicked that. What else? Let's just do Ghost Elixir in this bunch. War Scroll of Battle Shout. War Scroll of Fortitude. I think that should be everything for now. Then level 40 stuff. Bear Tartar. I forgot to send Drums of Fury. That should have been earlier. That's fine. Alright. Level 50 stuff. Sure. Forgot to send that. That's fine. Just send the rest. Yeah, that should be everything. And then the last thing that I send is Comfortable Riders, Barding, and Boots of Minor Speed. And then, obviously, the very last thing that I would send is Heirlooms, but now what I need to do is create a second character, or rather, copy a character that is around 50 to 60. So just give me a second to... I'll just search my existing characters. I have a Storm Rage Paladin that is level 55. So I'll just mail this over to them. Flecked on Classic. Not sure what that means. That intern must have been higher than a kite. Yeah, it's always that fucking intern. Yep. That's a good point. In Classic, they had some issues giving Ally a buff that was similar to Mark of the War Chief. Classic players drummed up a lot of complaints and they patched it quick. Oh yeah, you missed that, Katsumoto. So, for people who weren't following that quickly, I don't blame you for thinking that's what happened. The reality of that Classic thing is they sent out the SOD patch, they fucked up, and all of the SOD changes leaked into Era. And instead of just admitting that they fucked up, they put out patch notes claiming that a lot of those changes were intended. And then they waited until they actually were able to find out what the problem was and fix all of that stuff. They fixed it all. They said, we're listening to feedback, etc., and removed all the changes. So, yeah, that was just them fucking up, and they just used it as a trick to get a PR win. And because, you know, most people probably weren't following it that closely, they figured that it was exactly what you described, that Blizzard listened to feedback. I guarantee you they don't give two shits about people's feedback. That was just them trying to cover their own asses. Is the shopping list available on your website? In parts, yes. There is a section on my website that has, like, an updated consumable list, but generally speaking, the shopping list is, like, shorthand for me. So the Google Doc is just what I use to, like, keep my own notes, which is why most of this is just line by line. This is meant as a reference to me. The reason why I link this is because whenever I used to talk about this in the past, people would want to see it. So I link it so that people can use it as a reference if they want. It's what I use. But like, for me, my stuff that's on my website, it's a guide, right? It is for other people to use to learn the stuff. So I give like deeper explanations. For my own personal resources, I know what each thing does. So I just create like a very bare bones bullet point list. It's meant as like a checklist for me, basically. I just like go boom, 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 etc., etc., and like go down that list. I don't understand, Anatar, what you're saying. Have I checked out any other bind to account gear like the archaeology one? I haven't checked, no. If you could double check for me, that would be good to know. Similar to the problem with old enchants and Shadowlands, someone changed that without knowing how it would impact everything and just called it a day. Yep, that sounds like 90% of Blizzard's changes, unfortunately. Have I done the 10 to 70 in Dragon Isles yet? No. So what I am like 99% sure that 10 to 70 in Dragon Isles is not going to be fast like at all. So I'm going to test it on my own time, and if I get like 5 minutes into it, or well, reasonably, and quickly realize, yeah, this is not worth it at all, this is slow, I'm not going to test it at all. If it ends up being fast, then obviously we'll consider it, but I can tell you right now it's not going to be fast. Especially if they don't re-enable Dream Searches. Because right now, Dream Searches are not working. How do I feel about the heirloom item scaling? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the way that heirlooms behave in general? The fact that they scale with your level? Like, the fundamental part of them? How do I feel about that? Shaman. I'm pretty sure I can still create this and enchant it. Awarded at the same level. I'm not sure I understand the question, Jenna Miller. They're not worse than quest greens. I don't know why you think they're worse than quest greens. Let's see, I think that's most stuff. Now we need the rings. Yeah, they haven't changed anything with heirloom scaling. They buffed quest rewards, if that's what you're talking about. Which, I'm glad that they buffed quest rewards, because quest rewards were absolutely terrible before. But that doesn't mean that quest rewards are better now. That's an insane thing to say. Quest rewards used to be completely dog shit. Now they are competitive with heirlooms. As for whether or not I think that it's a good thing that they are now competitive with heirlooms, yes, but they still are not as good. You access War within beta, you have to do the pre-order thing. I don't get why they limit Warband to just 4 characters. The Warband is your entire account, just to be clear. Okay, other people have, yeah, a lot of other comments answer that question. Perfect. Yeah, the whole character creation thing is just cosmetic. That's not just your Warband. Can you use dragon riding in the old world? Yes. You would guess that nothing will ever pass up Silverpine for Horde. It makes 10 to 30 so smooth. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no chance. They would have to make some really efficient questing hubs in new expansions to change that, but the way that they design quests these days, it'll never surpass the old ones, because they're all linear campaign stuff. Why do you care about quest rewards? Are you asking me why I care about quest rewards? I don't. Maybe I misunderstand the question. I don't care. I mean, like, I guess the most that I could say is I care that quest rewards are good so that new players who don't have heirlooms don't get shafted. Because having done some fresh account, no heirloom playthroughs in the past, the quest rewards that you get were completely atrocious. And it made leveling feel really, really bad. So, no. And frankly, one of the bigger issues, which I don't know if they've fixed, but previously, a lot of quest rewards, you just wouldn't get the items you needed. Like, getting a good trinket was basically impossible. Getting rings took forever and stuff like that. So a lot of times you would have like a item in a slot that you hadn't been able to replace for like 20 levels because you just didn't get anything better from quests. That was the biggest issue. Oh, you said it's good that they buffed it. Yeah, it's just so new players don't get fucked over. Because new players obviously can't afford to get a full set of heirlooms. So if the brand new player experience for all these people is that their gear sucks all the time and that they get absolutely nothing, and then they go and look up like one of my speedruns, oh, what the fuck? Okay, so that's Soulbind's. Okay, so that enchants Soulbind's the item. Does this also Soulbind's? The shoulder enchant I'll have to mail. This is so annoying. Okay, nothing else is soulbound. No, okay, all this stuff is good. I gotta put in the gems. Let's hope that doesn't soulbind it. Nope, not soulbound. Alright, so I just need another shoulder enchant. I'll copy my monk over again. They won't get full sets of items, upgrade every few levels. Exactly, yeah. That's it. That is my entire point, right? Quest rewards being upgraded are good. Every now and then, if you get like an epic upgrade, it might actually, for that level, be slightly better than your heirloom. Except it won't have enchants, it won't have the set bonus, which while the set bonus is not great, it is something. And it, in some cases, will have poorly optimized stats, even if it technically has a higher level. What is going on with this belt? You see this shit? It has a mind of its own. The AH farmers usually make gold because they sell convenience. Everyone can buy a 15k Mog piece, but few would level an old profession and grab the recipe to craft it themselves. Yeah. I mean, I'm guilty of that, I'll be honest. Do I use Shadowlands gems for speed? Not really. So, the thing about now is, with Dragon Riding available at level 10, speed, like, doesn't fucking matter at all. Well, I don't want to say it doesn't matter at all, because, like, a minimum amount of speed to make traversing a questing hub faster is worth it. But if you have to sacrifice actual stats to get it, it's now no longer worth it. Because you spend so little time actually running with Dragon Riding that, like, why would you need speed? So if you have, like, 20% speed, basically, if you have enough speed to comfortably move around a subzone, that's really all that matters. That's a great Mog on a Draenei DK. Well, that's a Paladin, but thank you. Shared achievements may also kill off AH a bit. Yeah, for sure. Is it worth it to have looms? You've been playing WoW since 2015, never needed them because leveling is periodic and not the game, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, that is 100% a question that only each individual person can answer for themselves. Is it worth it to have heirlooms for my speedruns? Absolutely, yes. But obviously not everybody does speedruns like this. So is it worth it for, like, the average Joe to have heirlooms? Well, I suppose that depends on how many characters they plan on leveling and how much they value convenience. If somebody is willing to, like, level up 5 characters and they don't care if each of those characters takes, like, 30 minutes longer, and more importantly, if the experience is less frustrating, because that's the main thing about heirlooms. Heirlooms will save you time, but not by any considerable margin. Heirlooms do save a good amount of time if you are benefiting from the rested experience bonus. Most people are not. So in that case, it's more of a convenience thing. It just makes leveling feel better. Because otherwise, the entire process just kind of sucks ass. You know, your gear is shit, mobs just do way too much damage, and it just doesn't feel good. I've tried it. It's miserable. So you can get through it. It doesn't really lose you that much time. You just gotta kite a bit. But the overall experience just feels very sluggish and unfun. So considering I level a shit ton of characters, is it worth it for me? Absolutely. But, again, case-by-case basis. Okay, Shaman. There we go. I think I got everything. Dark Paladin. It's not. I wasn't going for a Dark Paladin. It's blue. It's Alliance colors. I was just going for Alliance Paladin. Like, I mean, there's some dark blue accents on here, but there's also a lot of light blue on here. That was my main goal. I made this mod back in BFA, but honestly, I kind of still like it. A lot of it is from the same set, to be fair, so, you know, not going to say it's the most original thing ever. The main thing is, I built it around this helmet, so I made this back in Battle of Dazar Lore when I got Crown of Bloody Secession, and I really liked the crown mod, so then I was like, I want to make a set that goes with this blue-silver crown. And that's why I put together this transmog. And then I got the shield, right? I also, you have this sword also from BFA, Dalen Proudmoore Saber. I think they go together really well. But the entire thing, I mean, I really like this set. Yeah, I use this a lot in my Paladins. I wonder if DK could give you a faster 71 to 80 time with the Horseman hero talents. Well, the Horseman hero talents, as far as I know, they're fine. Like, they're not bad, but they don't really make you fast at all. It's, like, they'll make you fast for a Death Knight, but they're not going to be, like, that much faster than other classes. You're still not going to be faster than a Monk or a Druid. Not to mention, movement speed will only get you so far in the Age of Dragon riding. Death Knight may very well be able to level quickly, but it's not going to be because of the 4 Horseman abilities. Great look, thank you. It would be better if it wouldn't be a full set. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. I don't really care if it's a full set or not. I just care that it looks good. And I already told you, my entire point was to find something that matches the crown, which the crown, obviously, is not part of this set. It just so happens that this full set, which is like, I think it's Legion questing gear or something, it just so happens to go really well with this crown, which is from BFA raid. So, I mean, I don't always use full sets, but if they match this perfectly, you can bet your ass that I'm going to use it. The crown will look good on your Kultiran, and he lacks his crown. Yeah, the crown is a really nice piece. I use this on a lot of my plate wearers. And especially, I like it on Paladins. How long is it usually until they upgrade heirlooms to include new levels? Usually the 0.1.5 patch. So it'll be a little while before we get the heirloom updates. Looks like a light-forged undead paladin. Interesting. Only time full sets are a problem is Trial of Style. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I never really cared too much about the full set thing. I think, like, if I was going out there and saying, oh my god, look at my amazing transmog set, and it was a full set, which, like, I've had friends do that, and I'm just like, man, come on. Like, it's just a set. That's the only time when I think it really matters, but obviously somebody else brought it up. And I don't really care if it's a full set or not. It's like you said, I wear what I think is cool. And I think the set looks cool, so I'm wearing it. The problem with this is I'm pretty sure that I can't actually apply this myself until higher levels, so oh well. I guess whenever I hit like level 30 or whatever the fuck I need to apply this, I'll just apply it to my shoulders. It's so stupid. This is so fucking stupid. But it is what it is. You want Trial of Style to be a perfect mini or perma mini game? Yeah, unfortunate. You just need a Mugthal's helm? What does Mugthal's helm look like? This? This? This is your idea of a perfect match? I question your fashion taste. This is like some fucking 2005 shit. And look at the clipping with the horns. This looks shit. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree, Sticky Sauce. I prefer my crown. Alright, we've gotten everything that we need. Yeah, I will say one of my mogs that I am the most proud of is, oh, not this one. I mean, this is a cool set. I like this set, but that's not the one I usually use. This. This is the set that I normally use on my monk. I like this set, and this is not just a full set. Now, it is a combination of partial sets, right? Like the belt, pants, and boots are all Nighthold tier. The chest and gloves are, whatchamacallit, HFC tier. But then I have shoulders from questing. I think it's like a Kata quest, and then I got the Legion artifact. And I think this combo, I'm really happy with this. I've been using it for years. I really like this one. It's definitely one of my favorites. Or, not this druid, but... Where's my other druid? Where'd my druid go? Oh, this druid. Yeah, this set. Now, admittedly, this is also partial full sets. It's some of the mop questing items, but then I also mixed it with the bear stuff, and then the base Claws of Ursoc, which is why I originally created this. I wanted something to match that. And I think this mop set goes really well with the basic Claws of Ursoc appearance, but it also goes perfectly with the orange Ursoc bear form. So I really like this in conjunction with the Ursoc bear form appearance. So I've been using this set. I have not changed my transmog on my druid ever since Legion. I have been using this since. I really love this outfit. What classes do you think will be best for soloing delves? Well, it'll be a tank. I can tell you that. If you think it's going to be anything other than a tank, you're fucking smoking crack. Tanks are always best for solo content, especially anything that does unavoidable damage, it's always going to be a tank. And I haven't done extensive testing on delves, but I already have seen and gotten, like, told by people who have done extensive testing that there's a ton of unavoidable damage. There's auto attack damage, there's just explosions that you can't mitigate. In that case, it will literally always be a tank. The highest delves are going to be pushed by tanks and hunters, not Blood DK most likely. Blood DK, well, if Blood DK's damage is, like, in a single target setting without, like, other support, much higher now than it is in, or much higher in War Within than it is in Dragonflight, then possibly. Admittedly, they have gotten a lot of good changes. I haven't really tested how they feel for questing. The problem with Blood DK is Blood DK has always been heavily reliant on, like, external factors. So, like, Fearalath, trinkets, stuff like that. So when you get really high item level as a Blood DK, you get all your shit, it can do a lot of damage. Until then, its basic kit has been very lackluster for many years. Now, that seems like it might change in War Within, I don't know. Generally speaking, the stuff that you see me using for speed leveling, that's probably what's going to be best. So, Guardian Druid will probably be really good. That said, Guardian got a lot of hits to its self-sustain kit. So, I'm going to be honest, based on all of the stuff that I've seen so far in War Within, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think Brewmaster Monk may actually be the best for soloing delves. Because Brewmaster has always been pretty good at soloing, especially when you get access to its full kit. The recent tank changes actually buffed Brewmaster by a considerable amount, and a lot of its self-sustain stuff isn't really heavily affected by a lot of the changes they've made. So I think Brewmaster will be really good for that. I've been able to solo some crazy shit as Brew, and Brew is not really heavily hindered by getting like trinkets and stuff, at least not lately. Brew has a really strong basic kit. The main reason why Brew tends to not be good for speed leveling is because Brew's entire kit is very backloaded. All of its good talents are in like the bottom third of the class tree, or the spec tree. So Brew feels really bad to play while leveling until you start getting its massive powerhouse talents that just buff its damage through the roof. But obviously for War Within, you'll start with access to all of the talents, so, you know. The one you're proudest of has to be your Medivh set on your mage. Oh, yeah. Medivh cosplay sounds like it could be really cool. I'm getting pinged in Discord. Oh, yeah, Cadus, if you weren't allowed to... Yeah. Any message you send isn't actually sent. Yeah, no, what Kuon said is correct, Cadus. If you try to send a link in YouTube chat, it just won't even send it. You can't do it. I think, like, I can post links because my account is, like, verified by YouTube as, like, you know, a real account. But if you have, like, just a brand new account, YouTube usually won't allow you to post links. It's to counteract bots, right? So, yeah. It won't even, like, send it and then delete it. It will just prevent you from sending it entirely. It's any message you send? Oh. I've heard that that happens sometimes to random messages. I can see your message about made a forum post in chat, though, so I definitely see your recent message. I don't know. Maybe it's only on your end that you can't see it? Weird. You have many pirate transmogs? I mean, those are always nice. You love the flower in the hair? It's very Mulgore? Yeah. Well, I used to use that transmog on a Blood Elf, but when I swapped to Taran, I do like the flower in the hair. It's pretty good. Your raiders challenge themselves every week to make the most abominable transmog sets to annoy you. Top hats and chicken cloaks. Nice. Your monk has a similar green set. You really like that? Cool, cool. Will I make guides for 70 to 80 speed leveling on War Within launch? Oh yeah, absolutely. Those resources will be available to you like a week or two before War Within launch. The full guide will probably be like a few days before, but within the weeks leading up to War Within launch, I'll have guides on like basically preparation you can do. So you'll have all of that information available to you. I will also, like, if you want to be up to date on all that info, make sure to join my Discord, because obviously I'm not going to post a video guide until all the information is 100% accurate and ready to go. But usually I'll post like updates on my Discord if I find something interesting. I've also posted a few times there, like, things to start prepping now that might be useful for day one speedrunning. Stuff like that. But there will be guides for sure. The bear helm is one of the few that works well on non-human heads. Yeah, exactly. I think the set would look better with a kilt. Yeah, I'm not big on kilts, but I know a lot of people are. I, generally speaking, prefer to not have robes. It's mostly just, like, robes in World of Warcraft tend to look pretty bad. I just really don't like how they work with animations. So, I'm just not a huge fan of it. Yeah, no problem, Africat. Newest Tank Buster patch made huge changes. Yeah. You wish heritage mogs could be used by other species, you know it's for lore? Yeah, I completely agree. I think that would be really cool if they enabled it. You're looking forward to the run? Wife and the kids gone for the night? You got a case of beer? Awesome. Yeah, we'll be starting very shortly. I mean, I have everything set up. I'm just, I'm trying to get caught up on chat. We'll, click on the character. And robes only really work on priests and warlocks. Yep. In fact, actually, before I get started, because setup took me 2 hours, which kind of unavoidable, that it's like, initially I was probably going to do a little bit more setup before actually starting the run, or starting the stream, I mean, but the reason I started the stream so early is because I ran into that issue with the heirlooms being warbound until equipped, and I'm like, fuck it, I may as well show this in the stream itself, because this is bullshit. So, I included that part of the prep in the actual stream, so technically, it has been 2 hours since the stream started, but a lot of the stuff that I did on stream, I would normally do off stream before it actually began. If we keep starting, maybe we can keep him here for eternity. Who is Jinglu and how can you get her number? Well, she's a character in Honkai Star Rail, and I'm pretty sure you'll need to wait for her banner to roll back around. But I'll be right back real quick. Before I start the run, I'm just going to refill my coffee because, like I said, at this point I'm out. I made coffee before I started the stream, but I'm going to get a refill of my coffee, and then we will start the run in like 3 minutes. Alright. There we go. Let's see. How are blood DKs? What class do you think would be the best tank? Right now, it's hard to say. Based on the current state of beta, I would say Brewmaster Blood and... It's kind of Brewmaster Blood. They're kind of clearly the two best tanks. After that, like, Prot Warrior's in a solid spot, but it's hard to really say it's, like, on par with Brewer Blood. And the thing is, even after the nerfs, like, Blood was so far ahead, I don't really know if these nerfs are going to do much to, like, bring it that far down. Why does that gnome look huge? Well, it does have the little shoulder things on it, the drapes and stuff. But yes, that gnome does look pretty big. I think it might be, like, a camera angle thing, because technically... The second Volpera is farther away from the camera. The gnome is up close, so that probably makes the gnome look like a giant. These are all, I should note, Honkai Star Rail characters, including the one that we'll be playing for this run. And I have themed transmogs on each one of them. Some of them I've actually played. I leveled this character in Mop Remix like a month or so ago. The run of that, or the recording of that, is on my second channel. And this is my Blood DK that I mained for all of Amir Drasil. Jinglu. Jinglu, whatever. However you say her name. You feel like Alliance and Horde should just merge now? Yeah, maybe, but I mean, that would require way too much effort on their part. Switch and see if the Volpera grows to a giant fox. Oh, you're saying switch places. I mean, yeah, kinda. So I think it definitely is a perspective thing. Because now the Volpera looks pretty big. They're, like, kind of on par. So, yeah, I think it definitely is a perspective thing. Force perspective, the same way Gandalf looked massive compared to Frodo, yeah. War Within Warband screen has an issue. If you want to put 4 characters from 4 different realms, where's the realm names? if you hover over, it shows, so you can actually see that these 3 characters are on Illyria, and the character that I'm going to be playing for this run is on Turnip's Delight, for whatever the fuck, I don't know why it's called that, but yeah, the realm names show if you hover over them, but I know that may not be super intuitive to see. But anyways, I think that covers just about everything, so we can hop in. Let me just make sure my timer's still working. Sometimes it crashes if I don't use it for too long. Also, you may have noticed just by, like, the stream thumbnail and stuff, but I'll be playing Enhancement for this. Normally, I would play Resto for the early levels if we're doing dungeons, but obviously for the purpose of this run, because it's on the beta, there's going to be no dungeons available. So I'm just going to be starting with Enhancement and going from there. Also... Okay, we got the bags. There does seem to be a slight amount of lag, which is unfortunate. I'll just deal with it. It's not that bad, it doesn't seem. But it will be slightly disruptive. There. Nice, all the heirlooms sent correctly. They all have their enchants and stuff, and unfortunately the vicious saddle also sent. Now I need to go into my mounts, take that, put it there, take that, put it there. And now normally, this is where I would gun shoes and fix my bars while I gun shoes through the city. And now we can just kind of get there directly. There we go. Now I'm going to select Legion. We'll do skip the Legion intro. Heard this tale before. Good luck, thank you. Wish they would give us two-handed enhance. That would be pretty cool, yeah. Volpera should run on all fours. Oh my god. Dragon riding from level 10 is awesome. How much time do you think it'll save? Oh, it'll save a considerable amount of time, yeah. It's definitely a pretty nice time save. As for exact amounts, it's really hard to say, but it is a time save, I can tell you that much. Right back here. Now, Ghost Wolf out. And gonna talk to Chromie. I'm gonna pick the WAD Chromie time.
If a scary orc offers you something to drink,
You probably want to say no. Right. Now we're gonna go into our Volpera racials. Alright, racial abilities are somewhere different now. General can only use outside. Okay. That's awkward, or that's fine. I believe this area here should be considered outside. Yeah, this counts as outside. And then return to camp we'll put there. Bag of tricks I'll throw on G. So take that, move it. We'll take make camp and put it here. My reasoning for doing this is I hope it still lets me use the Silvermoon portal. It does. So with the changes to how flying unlocks work, you now no longer need to return back and forth to the main areas. So the only time I need to return to Orgrimmar is to enable war mode and to do the WoD intro. So I'm just going to do both at the same time. And then I'm going to set my Hearthstone to a place within Silverpine Forest, and we'll just do it that way. It's just easier this way, kills two birds with one stone. Oh, Katsumoto donated $10. Thank you so much for that. Cheers, thanks for all the content. Your guild calls you a speed level, but realistically, you just chill and follow my guide. Awesome. Well, I am glad that my guide could help you get that reputation. I know a lot of people will, like, ask me, my guild is a leveling competition, and I need to beat all of them. Please give me tips on how to win. And I sometimes feel like maybe that, like, kind of ruins the competitive integrity of that guild's speedrunning competition, but, you know, having been in that position myself in the past, I fully understand, so I usually try to give some pointers. That said, the last guild that I was in, who, like, I'm not saying this as a story to, like, criticize them, because I still like those guys. I left that guild just for, like, you know, rating reasons. But they had their own, like, speed leveling competition, and they didn't let me participate because they said it wasn't fair. So, unfortunately now, whenever guilds I'm in hold speedrunning competitions, I usually get banned out of principle. Oh, holy shit, Corey Austin gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see, who got memberships? That would be your mom. Nice. Kaylee Shelley, Lockjaw57, Board Games with Thomas, and Jimmy Bergstrand all got gifted memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Corey. Let me, I'm going to go ahead and read the other messages in a second. Of course, you guys, you're donating right at the start of the run, which is when I got to focus the most. Not that I mind, but of course now I'm like, I need to respond, and I need to organize my bars and all that fun stuff. Good luck in the run, thank you. Okay, this enchant does not work, it seems. It doesn't say it on there, but it requires level 50. Alright, so I'll be missing out on this enchant for part of the run, but at least we tested that here. Now we know. It's not a really big deal either way. It's really annoying that now equipping heirlooms have to constantly click through this prompt. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
War Chief, without these new Forsaken, my people would die out. Our hold upon Gilneas and Northern Lordaeron would crumble.
You given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now? Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde. Watch your clever mouth.
Chromas, you stay behind and make sure the Banshee Queen is well gone.
I think that's everything.
I will be expecting a full report when next we meet.
And I need to use Flame Tongue.
Remember, Sylvanas, eventually we all have to stand before our Maker and face judgment. Your day may come sooner than others.
Garrosh hates witchcraft. Also, Garrosh eats an old god and tries to destroy the world. Yeah. The way that happened is miscommunication between the Cataclysm writers, which is a shame, because I actually, if we look at the story broad strokes, what they were going for in Cataclysm and Mop, I really like the idea behind what they were going for with Garrosh. Like, it had the potential to be really cool. It's just that they kind of fumbled, and because it just doesn't really make any consistent sense between storylines, it just ends up looking really dumb. Broad strokes, the idea is great. They just, terrible execution. Also, this first level is so awkward for enhanced shamans. The fact that you have to use Primal Strike for one level is, really wonky. And I'm not just using this because I might be missing 1 or 2 buttons, but this is actually something you need to do for the first level. Yeah, Chori, there is an add-on like that, but if you recall, I looked into it for the remix speedrun, and I couldn't really get it to work, and I just haven't really bothered. For War Within stuff, like, later on, I might try to get it working, but there were already so many things that I had to get set up for this run. I just didn't want to add one more thing on top of it. Okay, skills, spellbook, shaman. Okay, so I need Chain Lightning, I need Astral Shift, and then that's everything right now. So yeah, I don't really get a lot of buttons. We get Storm Strike in literally one level. So fairly soon I'll have access to it. You're also considering a Volpera Enhanced Shaman. Nice. Yeah, usually if I'm leveling a Horde character and I have the option to pick Volpera, I'll tend to pick it. It's pretty nice for leveling, but I also just like Volpera. And I mean, realistically speaking, I just wanted to make this one... Actually, come to think of it. Can I... Do my transmogs get saved? They don't. You know what? Let's take a moment. We're going to take a moment here. And we're going to just get the Ting Yun transmog going. It's worth it for fashion. We can eat the time save. We'll hide helmet. I'll only transmog the actual heirlooms. And is that one? Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about the belt. The belt, as a result, won't match perfectly. That's fine. Fashion is essential to speedrunning. Exactly. Exactly. And then this... What was the cloak that I was using before? It was that one, yeah. Alright, good enough. I mostly want the bladed fans, because, you know, that's just iconic. What's my thoughts on the fact Blizzard is doing more things with heirlooms, like bringing Garrosh heirlooms, and adding new ones with Dragonflight and War Within, maybe WoD heirlooms next? Well... I wish I could say that I was thrilled with everything Blizzard's been doing to heirlooms, but, well, all the things that you mentioned are great. I really hope that we can get that whole, Warbound thing resolved. If that gets resolved, and that's not an intentional change by them, then yeah, sure, I'm really happy with what Blizzard's doing with heirlooms. But if that is actually intended, and they really do plan on just shafting people, then I can't exactly say I'm thrilled with Blizzard's changes. Have I been playing much Kata? Yes. At this point, I'm mostly raid logging, just because I haven't really had much time to do other stuff outside of Kata, but I'm still very much actively playing Kata in raids. My guild is now progressing Sinestra, so we only have a handful of bosses left. We've killed Alakir and Wind Council in 10-man. The 25-man team is lagging behind a teensy bit. And then once we've killed... there we go. Once we've killed Sinestra, which we got Sinestra to like 20-something% on the last raid night. So tomorrow, or 2 days from now, which is our next raid, we should definitely be able to get her. Really close. We had a bunch of people die early into the final phase, so we cleaned that up. It should be GG. And then we just need the elemental guys and Nefarian. Obviously Nefarian last, but we're close. We definitely should be able to finish the raid by Firelands, because Firelands isn't for another few months. We're already fairly close. Okay, let me pick up Storm Strike so that finally have that, and I don't need to use Primal Strike. Oh, so, yeah. Earlier in the stream, I talked about this. If you look at my heirlooms right now, they're all soulbound. Basically, they changed the tag on heirlooms from bind on account to warbound until equipped, which means after you transfer them, they become soulbound, and you can't use them in the future. It is most likely a bug, or not a bug, because they very clearly changed it, but it is most likely an oversight. I suspect one of them just thought it would be cute if they changed it to warbound instead, and didn't really consider the fact that, oh, hey, that completely fucks enchanted heirlooms. But unfortunately, that is a colossal L that kind of overshadows anything else good that they may be doing with Heirlooms. So until that gets changed, yeah, that's not good. Wait for Looms to be trade post and shop stuff. Less than a month to release, still bugged. Good job, Blizzard. Yeah. Okay, let me scroll up and see all the messages when the run was starting, because I wasn't able to read those at the start. Can you switch to the standard flying mode at level 10? I'm actually not sure about that. That's a good question. If I can, that should be an ability. Would be under general. I don't see it. So it doesn't look like you can. But it's also possible that I'm just missing it and I don't see where it is. So I'm not sure. Am I going to do a stream to see how fast the pre-patch event leveling is? Yes and no. I'm not going to do like a full stream for that because that's one of those things where I can already tell you right now, I do not expect it's going to be fast at all. And the thing is, even if the pre-patch leveling is fast, it's not going to be faster than Remix. We can already guarantee that right now. There's no way that anything is going to be faster than the Remix leveling because Remix leveling is just actually ludicrous. So there's just not really much of a point in testing that. What I can say right now is that probably on Monday, I will test out the pre-patch events on Twitch. So I'm not going to do like a full YouTube stream for that because like I said, I doubt it's going to be very interesting. But I definitely will test it at some point. And, oh, hold on. My new mouse is, like, really buggy sometimes. The sensitivity will randomly change. I need to figure out how to fix that, because it's really, really annoying me. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Please, please, can we not do this right now? Mouse, can we not? Just really glitching out right now. Okay. Alright, run upstairs. Did I run too fast? Oh! Right. Oh, I hope this doesn't fuck me. So this is bugged too. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in Dragonflight 7 or in War Within 70 to 80, interactable objects are just broken right now. And apparently this armoire is that same type of broken interactable object. Now, apparently if you log out and log back in, it's supposed to fix it. This is what I was very much concerned about. Because this bricks multiple places within the War Within questing. Yeah, interacting with stuff is bugged, unfortunately. Oh, boy. I really hope this isn't just completely bricked and I just can't do this quest. I know that there are supposedly ways to fix it, but most of the ways that I've tried are just not working. So... yeah, no, beta is just really broken at the moment. It's... yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's really fucked. Unfortunately, this may completely brick Silverpine, which would just kind of also brick my leveling plans. Oh. I don't know if there's a way to fix this. I'm gonna pause the timer and look up the beta forums to see if anybody figured out a way to get around this bug. Let's see. Anything. People are saying leaving the area to come back is the only way that fixed it. I don't know if they mean, like, hearthing and then returning. Possibly, that's what they're talking about. I'm going to try using the Orb of Translocation and then returning and seeing if that changes anything. Because maybe just flying into a bordering zone wasn't enough to fix the problem. Okay. See. How are they going to launch pre-patch to retail when everything is so buggy? They don't give a fuck, man. Blizzard just doesn't give a fuck about their player base or the integrity of their game. Like, there have been so many bugs in every single release they've done in the last 2 years. That's how they develop at this point. They just release with bugs and hope the players don't notice. It's just always been how it is. Yeah, it's still not working. I don't know. This might just actually prevent me from doing testing, which, I mean, I really don't know what I'm supposed to do if I literally just can't progress the quests at all. It's fucking idiot. I'm not going to respond to comments that just don't understand the problem. Especially when I've clearly stated what the problem is. Just gonna try closing and reopening the game. I don't know. Yeah, some people are saying relog and that fixes it. Other people are saying relogging doesn't fix it. It just looks like relogging is not very consistent. When you log into Remix, it's freezing and your PC tells you to shut it down. It's an add-on issue. Yeah, you have to disable some of your add-ons. You reported some bugs and they were fixed on the next patch. Well, what do you fucking do? Happy for you. I'm gonna try going to a different zone and logging out. Maybe that fixes it. At the very least, I don't think there are many objects like this within Silverpine that I can think of. This might be the only one, because most of the other cutscenes are proximity-based. Hey, Ashley, good to see you. How is Germany? I know you said some stuff about it. Maybe, I'm not, no, I'm not doing that, Chori. I'm not leveling that, I'm not to mention that just wouldn't really work from a, like, integrity standpoint of testing the leveling. Right, that, no, pre-patch PTR servers are completely disabled. They just don't exist. Blizzard just took them down without saying anything. I would have used them if they were available, they just aren't. You want to go back right now? Nice. Yeah, the values would be different. Yeah. No, your Warbound is just a fancy way of saying your account. This is rough. I don't know what to do. I've never been in this position before. I'm gonna keep reading the forums just to see if anybody found a solution. Nope, 11 hours ago, this thread, nobody just posted anything. I didn't realize that this bug affected everything. Somehow they broke the ability to interact with objects, like, entirely. Like, actually, how do you do that, man? How do you fuck up a fundamental game mechanic? I'm not gonna... No, I'm not gonna... See, here's the problem. I can't just switch over to Ally and test. Why can I not switch over to Ally and just test it there? Soulbound Heirlooms. I'm not gonna go ahead and recreate all the fucking heirlooms. I mean, we're kind of just shafted, frankly. You abandoned and relogged? I mean, I already tried that. Didn't do anything. That didn't fix the problem. And I mean, on live servers, that's... Yeah, I just saw you said it happened to you on live servers. I mean, that's just a completely different environment. Let me just think for a little bit. I don't really feel like talking right now, because I'm just trying to kind of... I just need a moment to, like, process and think through what I want to do. Targeting... Thing Yun is a Hawkeye Star Rail character. It's it is, I suppose, an Asian name, yes. I have a very good voice, thanks. The interact button doesn't work. Well, yeah, I just tested that for myself. Time to test alternative routes. I mean, that's all well and good, but that's just not the point of this stream. Like... Obviously, but here's the thing. If interacting is just broken in general, who knows how far I'll be able to get in most zones before it just breaks entirely. I mean, there's just hardly any point. At the very least, it doesn't seem like there is any fix for this. Yeah, it is... Try kicking your PC. Yeah. See, to be clear, guys, if you're just joining in now, I've tried multiple things. Please, if you're just joining in, please be aware that I tried a bunch of stuff just now. Unless you've watched me test everything and have an idea that makes sense that I haven't tested already, restart the server. So I'll do that if I could. See, the issue the issue is not necessarily that, you know, oh, you can just quest somewhere else. The entire point is that we're trying to test the leveling route to see how it works. Now, obviously, this just means that I obviously can't test this. So I obviously just need to do something else. That much, yeah, it's a no-brainer. But this does suck because it's not simply a matter of leveling a character. This is a testing run. We're not just leveling up a character for shits and giggles. We are trying to test the normal 10 to 70 route, or the previous 10 to 60 route for 10 to 70, to see how it compares. So if an entire zone is just not working, then I can't test my route. So it doesn't matter that there are other ways I can level. That, duh. Yeah, I could kill boars, I could go to other zones. But that's obviously not what I'm trying to test here. So, obviously, I'm not, like... Frankly, this is one of the reasons why I kind of am starting to prefer Twitch streaming, because the reality is, when I stream on YouTube, this is the recording. I can't just end the stream. If this was Twitch, I'd just end the stream, we try a different day. We're gonna do something, because I'm obviously just, I can't scrap this run, or the algorithm will literally fucking murder me, so... YouTube streams, the show must always go on, which is the unfortunate thing about YouTube streaming. You think the fastest leveling round is Mop Reap? Well, that's like, no shit. It's not the point. That's not the point.
May your blades never dull.
It has nothing to do with shapeshift. Absolutely nothing to do with shapeshift. No. Follower dungeons are bad. Yeah, so we're gonna do the WoD intro, because, like, presumably that works, and who knows, watch, something in the WoD intro is gonna be bugged too. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to necessarily say, like, my mood is soured, right? Because, like, while this does suck, at the very least, I know there's nothing I can do about it, so I'm not... Like, it's a bummer. I'm more just annoyed that, like, the thing that I was going to test is not testable. So, I'm in, like, a relatively fine mood, all things considered. Am I annoyed? Yeah, but, like, I'm always annoyed. So, it's mostly that I'm just not going to be able to do my tests when I want to do my tests, and I'm just gonna... I'll probably have to do a test on, like, Tuesday, so I guess I'll do a YouTube stream on Tuesday or something to test the route again, and we'll just test miscellaneous stuff in this run. I'll do a 10 to 70 run still, but it won't be a one-to-one accurate thing. Maybe I will test Dragonflight here later on, just to see, like, how it stacks up. Because if I can't do an accurate test anyway, then fuck it. Anatar, I don't support that add-on, so... I know you're probably new, don't worry, and not, like, upset. I'm just letting you know, just... Don't discuss paid add-ons, especially ones that I am not a fan of, and do not discuss people affiliated with them who I am also not fans of. Okay, so this is bugged too. Okay, so we can't do this quest. So, WoD intro is bricked. Yeah, I mean, I just told you, so... Again, just to repeat myself, don't talk about rested XP. Not mad, but final warning. So I will... Yeah. Yeah, those people are not great individuals. They are slime balls, and I do not support them, and I do not want to talk about them. So. Dragonflight. We'll test Dragonflight. Because, I have no other options. Can I even do... There's really no drama, per se. I just do not respect paid add-on creators. That's really all it is. It's really that simple. Yeah. Exactly what Sticky Sauce said. There's no, like, personal one-on-one drama. It is just a matter of I do not respect people who involve themselves in that stuff. And... yeah. That's all I'll say. You thought I was talking about the mechanic. Yeah. No. It's unfortunate that I can't name that mechanic without... yeah, it's... annoying. I have nothing wrong with add-ons as a principle. To be clear. Absolutely nothing against the existence of add-ons. I would make a leveling add-on if I had the time, but I would not make people pay for it. It is just a fundamental philosophy difference. Yeah, if you want to pirate paid add-ons for free, like, that's entirely up to you. Like, go for it. But that doesn't condone the behavior of the add-on creators. What was I gonna do? Yeah, I was gonna look at Hillsbrad. I could technically do Hillsbrad at this point. I'm just gonna try Dragonflight. We'll see how broken this is. I don't know. I mean, if I get to a point where, like, I've tried multiple zones and every single one of them is broken, then... I don't know. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But, like... in the meantime... we'll try this, I guess. Because... sure. Jesus Christ. Huh? Huh? They changed this quest? Yeah, I mean, like, I would hope that most people understand. The other problem is, somebody said that the Evoker starting zone is bugged. And if that is the case, then I literally can't do the stream tomorrow that I planned. Because the entire purpose of tomorrow's stream was supposed to be Evoker 10 to 70. And if the Evoker intro is bugged, then I can't do that. Phasing for Dragonflight intro might be bugged. It looks like, no, I guess they just decided to move all of the NPCs here for some reason? Yeah, they just completely changed the quest. Now, this is not a bug, this is clearly an intentional change by them. As for why they changed it, I don't know, but... where are the scholars? This actually makes the Dragonflight intro about, like, a minute faster, because... obviously I wasted time looking for the original mobs, but... like, now that I know... okay, we'll take the Zeppelin since it just arrived. Current stuff, they want it linear, they don't want noobs putting in tickets. Yeah, it's fair enough. After several years of leveling, Harlden finally hit the max level. What? The Evoker intro is doable, but requires multiple relogs. You can't even grab your weapon in the Pandaren starting area of the first quest. Really? I mean, so... the Evoker intro requires a risky relog in the... Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm not... If it's actually that broken, fuck me, man. I mean, I'm not gonna do that stream then. Shit. Yeah, I'm not... like, obviously, I started the stream before I realized it was this broken. Right? So we're gonna finish this stream, because like I said, if I don't, the YouTube algorithm fucking destroys me. But...
I captained hundreds of smuggling operations, launched right under Elisand's nose. If anyone understands subtlety in navigation, it is I.
You hope Blizzard doesn't fix any of these issues, forcing us to play either Dragonflight or War Within? I mean, before you say that, though, Dragonflight may be broken too. We don't know. At least the store is working. Yeah, sure. Oh, God. People already pay $60 for a broken game. Every single expansion has had multiple bugs. I mean, this is particularly bad. I have seen a lot of bootlicking from people on, like, the beta forums and stuff about, like, defending the state of the beta. I just want to make it absolutely clear. As somebody who has beta tested basically every single expansion, unequivocally, this is the worst beta I have ever participated in. Which is kind of funny, seeing as how this is the first time they've actually charged for beta access. So, I was kind of under the impression the beta would be even smoother this time around, because, like, you know, if you're going to make people pay money for access, wouldn't you want it to work properly? But this is undoubtedly the worst beta I have ever experienced, from Blizzard specifically. Right? Out of all the expansions I've tested, this is like the most completely non-functional trash I have seen. It is embarrassing, the state that it has been in. Like, this is just some fucking shit right here. So, I don't know, man. It has been depressing how atrocious this has been. When do you think they'll add basketball as an endgame progression feature? I don't know. Whenever they do the... What's that game called? NBA 2K or whatever, crossover?
To the Dragon Isles, adventurers.
And we'll see how fast this is. I got a new talent, probably Lava Lash, so I have another button that I can actually press. Now, see, I guarantee you the reason why this is happening is because they're trying to, like, develop all expansions at once. So, they're so worried about having their dumb fucking trilogy that they're just probably developing Midnight concurrently with War Within. And as a result, changes, or, like, core issues... Yeah, this fucking skeleton isn't interactable. Jesus Christ. Maybe this is one of the ones that gets fixed if you log out and back in. This is just fucking depressing, man. I mean, if I literally can't do any quests without constantly logging out, I'm amazed that I managed to do all of Azj-Kahet with no issues. They better not fuck around and find out. All they care about is money, man. As long as it doesn't lose them any money, they don't give a shit. Alright, well, at the very least, this is one of the ones that you can log out to fix, so... Yeah, the test server on beta is called These Go to 11. On the These Go to 11 server, you can immediately get level 80. The other servers are the leveling servers. Okay. I have tried 70 to 80, yes. I have a run on my channel if you want to watch it.
Too far away. Don't have a target.
352 XP is not a lot. So, rares in the Dragon Isles definitely don't scale as well as Old World rares. No, this is the beta. This is the beta. I mean, the stuff that I'm testing right now is pre-patch, which is out in 3 days. So, that will be available to everybody soon, but we're on the beta.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, Syndrax.
Oh boy.
It was nice to
And here I thought I wouldn't have to listen to Syndrax for the next however many years.
be here by now.
God.
But I am honored to be the one to welcome
Just when I thought I'm done with Dragonflight leveling.
you on my first real assignment, no less. What good fortune.
Alright. Okay, the Surveyor's Disc isn't interactable. Thankfully, that's just a side quest. But that means we're not doing that side quest.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Please enjoy your time.
The scouting... The scouting map isn't interactable. Fuck me sideways. Okay. Do you know about the Root Wraith rare? What? No, I guess I don't know about the Root Wraith rare. Can I sit in chairs? Well, the chairs are working, it looks like. I'd say let's play take a shot for every interact bug, but we'd all end up in the hospital, yeah. At least this one is also working. These quests also seem to give more XP than they let on. Or never mind. No, I see what's happening. Well, shit.
Ready to serve. So you two were
Here, while I'm at it,
for leading this
because, I mean, I wasn't gonna...
yes. The Horde and Alliance have a long history.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna test profession leveling, but, like, fuck it, if we're testing Dragonflight... Let me just... I'm gonna pause the timer while I do this, because normally I would have done this before the run, but... It's broken and they never fixed it. It grants, like, 10k XP. Don't tell anyone. Is it, like, 10k flat experience, or does the 10k scale with your level? Like, how does that work? I don't have any of the other profession quest items on me, so... 10x? Oh. I mean, if it's a daily kill, that doesn't... I mean, maybe it's like... Well, you say keep it between us, but also, like, anybody can read the, the Twitch chat or YouTube chat. Like, I appreciate you sharing that. I might check it out at some point, but, like, you've already shared it with everybody. Speak with Ambassador Farablah. Alright, well, I can't interact with the book. Start the timer again. Why did I tell you in the stream? Okay.
servitor's log after all these years.
At the very least, I think logging out reset all of the other items at the same time. So hopefully that also means it resets this dragon statue. Yeah, or the brazier or whatever the fuck. Alright.
May this brazier once more guide us as to these shores.
I'm always here to help. Do you need my help? We were trained to only use these signal flares if the situation is...
Alright, well...
But I suppose this is a type of emergency.
Okay, so I'm level 14 and some change.
There. Major Domo Silistra will arrive soon.
I didn't grab it out of the mailbox.
Every call for help? Oh, yes.
When did the interact bug even start? I think it was a few days ago. It was like this week's build on the beta that bricked it. And they're aware of it, but they don't know how to fix it. So, oh, I need a fucking blacksmith hammer. Shit. Where do I get a fuck it. Fuck. Where do I buy a blacksmith hammer? Okay. How much XP does this give, if any? Okay, so you still get experience. Now, what I'm curious about is whether this scales with your level.
What can I do for you?
I would imagine it has to.
Off with you.
So, let's see, I'm at 10,499 out of 1150. So it'll be... Let's just round to... It's about 1,000 experience past the level. Okay, so right now it's giving me roughly 2,600... Or, yeah. Yeah, 2,680-ish? Let's just round to 2,700 XP. There we go. That roleplay takes forever. Yeah, normally I'd be doing the rest of the blacksmithing, but... Okay, so 2,700 experience. I'm gonna leave the rest of the blacksmithing until later, so that we can compare how the experience scales. Because theoretically, if the crafting bonus scales with your level, and it gives you, like, full experience at the later levels, that could be really good, like, later on, maybe? Kind of depends, though.
Dragonheart Outpost has already fallen.
You're gonna dip and play while yourself? No problem.
Speak your mind.
We call the strong to protect the weak. Your rival is not always your enemy. Cadet Sendrax, escort the adventurers.
Yeah, I think I can still do quests and stuff.
I require a target. I need to target something first.
Toss, sure. XP info might take some time to be known if ever. Remember what happened to the Heart of Fear boss? Yeah. Yeah, I think the Heart of Fear boss is a good example that stuff like that can slip under the radar easily, and people won't detect it. It's not until you actually test it and then somebody shares that where it becomes common knowledge. No one mentions Sentrax when you come back and they're just like, is that an egg? Yeah, they do address Sendrak at one point, but she is just such a forgettable character. Alright, nice. So I was still in range to get credit for that. Yeah, the fact that you have no really good AoE always made Shaman feel pretty bad at low levels. Like, Chain Lightning is okay, but the fact that it has a cast time is just really yucky compared to, like, every other melee. It at least gets it early enough at this stage, but it's still a lot slower. Now, at the very least, I get Flame Shock spread, which is pretty good. Did I... Primal Molten Core. Oh, I didn't loot this mob. Okay. Oops. Might be missing with the leveling route. Isn't Catazones worth it? Bros, you missed the rest of the stream. TLDR, the beta is just very bugged right now. The route is not changing. It's just that I can't test Cata. Silverpine is bricked because the beta's bugged. Alright, let's put that there. And nice. Okay, I'm not stuck. You like Sendrax the first playthrough, but God, I thought you were so tired of her. Yeah, I was never really a fan of Sendrax, and I was pretty happy when I realized that she gets killed off super early. No hate to the voice actor, right? It's more just that the lines they gave her are just so fucking terrible. The writing behind Sendrax's character is just the most stupid shit ever. Also, yeah, like somebody said, for whoever said that quest rewards are better than heirlooms, this is 4 agility, this is 5 agility, right? Like, at an equal level, this would be equal to heirlooms. This would be the same. But, obviously, heirloom scale, this doesn't. Let's see, level 16, so I got a new talent point. Sure. All the Dragonflights in Dragonflight are quite forgettable and generic. They made dragons generic, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've been saying from the start that I think Dragonflight had a pretty terrible story, just through and through. It very much confused me when, at the start of Dragonflight, a lot of people were praising the writing and saying it was like the best story WoW's had in years, when it's not. And I mean, you can go back to my earliest Dragonflight streams where I said that I did not like the writing. This isn't like a hindsight bandwagon thing. I really don't understand like all the random early bootlicking. It's just, I feel like all of the people who like claim to criticize Blizzard, a lot of times they're the first to basically be like, Blizzard's finally changed. You know, just after playing through stuff in the beta one time, without actually forming an opinion, just because they, you know, they need that juicy pre-release content for all their clicks and shit. Not calling out any one YouTuber in particular, but I think we all know who I'm talking about. What is the Sky Fury? Oh yeah, this is my raid buff. Right. It was only praised because it was better than Shadowlands? Oh, absolutely. But, like, there's a way to say that, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I said that multiple times. Like, hey, at least it's better than Shadowlands. But some people were genuinely saying that it was a good story, and it just never was. Ever, ever. From the start, it was just schlop. They should have been big, beefy Draconids, but they're a completely different dragon race. Oh, are you talking about Drakthir? Yeah, well, that's a separate issue. I agree with you, but yeah, that's unrelated, I'd say. You're kind of scared for the War Within. You like the little things that are updated, but that doesn't make the upcoming expansion. Yeah. I mean... yeah. Like, what I will say is Narubar Palace, so far from what I've tested, it's a pretty good raid. I like Narubar Palace. I think, for the most part, classes feel better to play in in War Within than they did in Dragonflight. Across the board, I think they're mostly an improvement, with some exceptions. And admittedly, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of hero talents from a design standpoint. Like, I think it is very lazy design to, instead of, like, make any meaningful adjustments to the talent trees, you just make, like, an external system, slap the word talents onto it, and pass it off like an actual expansion to the talent system, when what hero talents really are covenants in disguise. They are covenants in disguise that you can freely swap between from the get-go. That's all they are. It's literally it. It's all about, like, wording with Blizzard. That's why it's annoying when they say things like, no more borrowed power, and talents are an evergreen system, and then they do stuff like hero talents, where hero talents do not meaningfully expand on the talent system whatsoever. They just have the name talents. So that entire thing about the talent tree being an evergreen system that would be expanded upon in future expansions was just a lie, right? They don't know how to expand the talent tree without it getting messy like it did in the past. So their solution is to just ignore it. They're just going to ignore the fact that, you know, they can't touch talents, and just keep making tweaks to the ones that we already have, and then I guess their solution is to just do the same thing that they always have. It's just to just keep attaching borrowed power systems onto it, except now they're disguising it as talents, when nothing about hero talents have anything to do with the talent tree. The hero talents are located here, but they might as well be something that you have to go speak to your Covenant leader to select, because they are just completely unrelated to talents at all. They are as related to talents as Covenants were. That is to say, they don't interact with it, but there are some abilities within the hero talent trees that are dependent on specific abilities, which has always been the case, right? Yeah, and then they'll just rework talents, right, when they run out of solutions. It's just it's just annoying that they keep lying to people and pretending that they have, like, a solution when they clearly are just creatively bankrupt. The problem is borrowed power is the only way that they know to keep the wheels turning. And frankly, it's one of those things where I don't really know how Blizzard should solve it, because if you were to ask me what my solution would be, it would be very simple. It's just stop adding new shit, right? Stop adding new shit. Just get classes to a point where they feel good to play, and then stop fucking touching them. Like, I started playing Final Fantasy a little bit. I haven't really had a ton of time to get caught up. I'm not quite at the point where I'm ready to jump into Dawntrail. I'm still doing the patch content. But I came back to Final Fantasy. I played Warrior the last time I played FF, and I came back, I started playing my Warrior again, and you know what? Warrior in Final Fantasy right now feels exactly the same as it did the last time I played. And that's a good thing, because I played Warrior, because I liked the way that Warrior felt to play in Final Fantasy XIV. It's fun. I like pressing Fellcleave. I like having really good self-healing. And you know what? It's exactly the same as it was before, and that's fine. Like, the problem with Blizzard is they have this compulsion to reinvent the wheel every single expansion. And because of that compulsion, they will always feel like they need to completely revamp the power system in WoW every few years. Because to them, the only way they know how to design classes is to just throw everything out and start over from scratch. Or just keep slapping extra shit on there so they have new things to advertise to players, and then eventually it becomes way too bloated and they have to start over. And I mean, like, as I said, my solution is just fuck off, stop, right? But the problem, the reason why they do this, which, like, I'm not a marketing person, I'm just a guy who likes playing video games and knows what's fun to play, right? And the unfortunate reality is that a lot of times for marketing, the thing that is fun isn't necessarily the thing that gets the most eyes. So I'm willing to bet that a lot of the need to reinvent the wheel is a marketing tactic, because if they're able to say brand new hero talents that let you augment your abilities in fancy ways, like, new players or, like, kind of clueless people who don't really understand that randomly adding bullshit onto your class doesn't make it better, right? People who don't get that, they're going to see this and think, oh, wow, that sounds cool, even though no. And the problem with hero talents, right, is some people are going to say, well, XYZ hero talent seems really cool. And there are a lot of really cool ideas in hero talents, but that could just be an ability. Why not just make that a talent, right? Or make that part of the class. Like, a lot of people say Rider of the Apocalypse. Yeah, what if that was just part of DK? And Blood DK doesn't get access to Rider of the Apocalypse because of some arbitrary restriction of, well, it's only available to 2 specs. There's a lot of other stuff that looks pretty cool. I really like the cat weaving changes, but I can only pick between the cat weaving stuff or the Moonfire stuff at one time. I can't have both. Whereas if they were talents, maybe I could mix and match them. But nope, arbitrary restriction. And then in other cases, like for monks right now, Shadowpan is just unfinished. Like, they just straight up... Shadowpan right now is a placeholder disguised as an actual hero talent tree. It is just non-functional. It is not a complete tree. But right now, effectively, I only have one option. So if you want to play Windwalker, I hope you like Conduit of the Celestials. At the very least, Conduit of the Celestials looks pretty solid. I did a run with it in the previous stream, so that's fine, at least. But if you like Brewmaster, you better like Master of Harmony. Would I work for Blizzard? Fuck no. I mean, look, I'll be honest, if Blizzard wants to pay me to, like, say this shit, sure, I do it for free anyway. But they're not going to. So, like, if Blizzard wanted to pay me, like you said, consultant, right? So, in terms of, let's just get it out of the way. Would I ever actually work for Blizzard? No, because what actually working for Blizzard would entail is not something that I would ever want to do, right? If in your hypothetical situation, as a consultant, assuming by consultant you mean being able to point out basic shit like this and give design suggestions, yeah, sure, I'd do that. But they're obviously not going to pay me to do that. And I already do that for free. I rant on stream. It's not like they ever listen to me, so it doesn't matter. I've been giving them free suggestions for years. They haven't taken me up on that, so, like, you know, why the fuck should I care? Obviously, if we're talking, like I said, about a hypothetical scenario where Blizzard pays me to just say shit like this, sure. But that's not real. That's not a real scenario. Actually working for Blizzard would be one of the worst career choices you can make, which is why Blizzard is really struggling to gain good talent these days. No offense to the people who work at Blizzard. I don't know their personal situation, but I can tell you, based on everything that I've looked at, there's a shit ton of people quitting Blizzard, and for good reason. Their hiring decisions are fucking insane. As in, like, forced work in the office, low pay for the area that they're forcing people to live in. Let's not even talk about the, you know, whole cube crawling shit, which, regardless of whether you want to pretend that it's not happening anymore, I don't know necessarily whether it is. It still doesn't reflect well on their work environment, and there are multiple places on, like, Twitter and stuff where former employees have said it's still pretty bad there in terms of, like, the overall environment, and a lot of the changes that they say they've made are just posturing. I can't speak to that myself, obviously, but all I can say is, based on everything that I've seen, would I want to actually work at Blizzard? Absolutely hell no. When I was a young kid, my dream job was working at Blizzard, so you can imagine how disillusioned I am with, you know, everything. Absolutely not something that I would ever want to do. They need to give Metzen free reign. Look, Metzen seems like a cool guy. I think a lot of his ideas were not necessarily the best. Metzen is, generally speaking, attributed with a lot of the stories that really weren't that good. I think Metzen's a really good character writer, but big picture stuff, I don't think he was necessarily... worded that poorly. In terms of, like, thinking of the world building and stuff, he is good. But a lot of the actual stories that he has been credited to, with the exception of Stone Talon Garrosh, that one is good. Metzen, relatively hit or miss. Now, that being said, Metzen's track record, by all accounts, is infinitely better than all the shit that we got in Shadowlands and stuff. But I don't necessarily think that giving Metzen full creative control would be somehow a huge W for Blizzard. And as I said, I don't hate the guy. He seems like a cool dude. He's definitely really good at hyping up new content. I'll give him that. But I'm not necessarily sure that he is like the WoW messiah that everybody makes him out to be. Cube crawling? Oh, go look up Blizzard scandals if you have not heard of cube crawling. You're in for a treat. Oh, my walk keybind is broken. Also, is the egg... oh yeah, the egg isn't interactable, okay. Alright, Sendrax, you'll have to die in... Just give me 20 seconds, Sendrax. You can die after 20 seconds. Blizz got rid of the Night Elf statue, but replaced it with a Paladin and did the same stuff. They didn't change, they just got better and hiding at it. Yeah. Yeah, if you've somehow been living under a rock, and you somehow missed all of the massive Blizzard controversies that came out in, what was it, 2020? It was either 2020 or 2021. Yeah, if you somehow missed all of that, oh boy. Oh, you're in for a treat. Go Google it. Yeah, I kind of take it for granted that everybody is aware of that stuff, because obviously it was massive news at the time. But I guess it has been a few years. There's probably a few people who just don't really follow that stuff super closely and are now just finding out, but yeah, it was bad. It's really bad. Yeah, it wasn't even just naked pictures. They replaced, like, generic pictures of women, not even, like, suggested pictures of women with fruit. But yes, that was the women into fruit thing around that time. God, the women into fruit one is a classic. They did so much, like, performative bullshit around that period of time.
What is the emergency, Askra?
Fucking Blizzard employees are being accused of sexual assault. Don't worry, guys. We changed some in-game pictures of women into pictures of fruit. We're good now. Top shit right there.
Hold on tight, if you can. The tenders alerted me as
Hey guys, I started Overwatch again. Why did they change McCree's name? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Or the fact that Makari is now Eridath, which is, interesting. You can still make a Gnome Naughty novel as a profession quest? Yeah. You can't be born in the 2000s and working on your game. Sorry, maybe youth is the future. I mean, I think judging somebody based on their age, either way, young or old, is a pretty bad way to go about it. I think people should be judged based on their credentials and their capabilities. And that's it. If somebody is young, but clearly knows what the fuck they're doing, and has, you know, the experience to back it up, obviously, it's unlikely that somebody very young has had tons of experience, but there are people who are young and have been, you know, working on games and stuff since they were in their teens, right? And there are also people who are old as shit who work at game companies and have no fucking clue what they're doing. I think judging purely based on age and nothing else is just not a good way to go about it.
What do you mean the whelplings do not want to fly? This should be second nature to them.
Kids are pretty dumb until they level up? I mean, depends. I mean, keep in mind, I'm only 26, right? So... I'm not that old. I'm not saying that I should be, like, a game designer at Blizzard, right? But... like, at least right now. But I did graduate college for stuff in that field. If instead of focusing on YouTube, I had pursued that further, I don't see why I shouldn't have been able to get a job in that field. At 22. Right?
You have instructed this young one
Oh, there was a world quest overlapping it? Huh.
as they grow and prosper, so shall the
You're a young buck, yeah. You're 37 actually with her. Yeah. I think, yeah, I found out I'm on the younger side of people in my guild, too. I mean, there was, like, a pretty long stretch where I was consistently the youngest person in any guild I joined. Because, I mean, I've been doing Mythic Raids since I was... 17-ish? So... there was a while there where I would, like, join a guild, and then people would find out that I was, like, 17 or 18. They'd be like, really? And I was usually the youngest person there. But I'm gonna be honest, like, I've been, like, raiding, and even before then, like, I raided, it just wasn't, like, mythic raiding, and I did challenge modes and stuff when I was really young. And I have been, like... interacting with people 20 plus years older than I am ever since I was, like, in my teens. And a lot of them had no fucking clue I was even young. I would like to say that I don't really think I've, like, I want to say, like, changed much, because I definitely have, like, matured a little over the years, but I'm, like, mostly the same as I've been since 17, 18. Obviously, I've had, like, some life experience since then that has changed certain things about my behavior, for sure. But I think, by and large, like, I was a very different person as, like, a much younger kid. But I don't feel I've changed considerably in the last 8-ish years. A lot of it was raiding. Basically, ever since I started raid leading, I had to deal with so much bullshit that I think I kind of matured pretty fast as a result.
The sky calls.
Also, just hold on, because I need to do these intro quests, apparently. I don't remember ever having to do this one before. You heard of mad takes from somebody that said 25 was middle age? Well, that's insane. So many people are dying of cancer around 50, damn. Yeah, cancer's spooky. You lost your mom in March and she was barely 60, no cancer history in our family? Damn. That sucks to hear, I'm sorry. You're not telling us to slam the like button or skippity, so you're doing better than a lot. Yeah. I'm generally speaking behind in the lingo. I mean, my raid leader in Classic says, like, poggers all the time. So, and he's older than me. Like, he has 2 kids. And he just drops the word poggers in conversation. I don't think I've reached a point where poggers is in my, like, regular vocabulary. So, I don't know. That said, my Classic raid leader is also an interesting person. I'm probably going to make a, I think I'm going to make a YouTube, like, second channel video about him, because, especially the, God, the way that he explains Sinestra. So, for those of you who are not familiar with how the Sinestra fight works, basically there is... oh crap, it's gonna give me all these stupid quests. Sinestra, like, has an intermission. I'll explain the only relevant part. And during the intermission, there are 2 ads that spawn. One of them is a Drake that the tank needs to pick up and face away from the raid, and the other is, like, a dragon spawn. It's the guys with 4 legs that walk around. And my raid leader was trying to think of the way to explain the dragon spawn, and he said it's a guy that looks like General Umbrus. General Umbrus, the first boss of Grim Batol. So, actually, I can look at current season, because Grim Batol's in the current season. So, wait, what the fuck? They upgraded General Umbrus's model? That's not what General Umbrus looks like. What the hell? Okay, well, it looks like the old General Umbrus, or at least that's what he was claiming. It was a dragon spawn, right? And... oh, do I actually need to ride the dragon? Fucking hell, that means I need to log out. Now, the problem is, the ad that he was describing looks really not much like General Umbrus at all. The only similarities is that they're dragon spawn, but they're different genders, and they're completely different sizes. But that's the way that he chose to describe it. He also referred to them as the little stumple dragons, whatever that means. And then, when the ad was going to spawn, and it looked nothing like General Umbrus, he said, oh, we got unlucky. It's a different type of dragon. We didn't get the General Umbrus one. And then he kept saying, wait for the General Umbrus dragon to spawn. And of course, the General Umbrus dragon never spawned because he just forgot what it looked like. But now he is, like, committed to the bit. And instead of just admitting that he forgot what the ad looks like, every single time the ad on Sinestra spawns, he'll say... yeah, it sounds really bad in this context, but he'll say, oh man, unlucky, we got the woman. And he keeps calling it the woman, that dragon ad, because it's not General Umbrus. And I'm like, you do understand that you just... there is no male ad. It's always a female caster ad. But now he's just committed to it. So that's what he says every single time. So that whole clip of him explaining that, the General Umbrus bit, I might make that into a second channel thing, because it's just too good to not. I've posted a few clips of him on the 3rd channel after, like, I record a bit.
Is the land shifting?
Also, man, Dragonflight leveling is, yeah. At the very least, I think it's pretty safe to say that these quests are not fast at all. This is, like, really slow.
Not harm our young.
That said, I mean, we kind of already know that, these quests are pretty bad. These quests always have been pretty bad. Do I know what General Umbrus has done in lore? I do not. Is it, like, something notable? Yeah, the rares take forever to kill and give relatively poor experience, all things considered, especially since they just take forever to die. I can start using new potions, I think, at this level. Yeah, Mongoose Elixir is now usable. And yeah. Swap to that, use that. Can't really use anything else right now. And for talents, I've only got this. You have a little one and you just want to be old enough to see her get out of high school? Yeah, for sure. Every generation has been silly. They just like to see the next generation is worse. Yeah. No, I feel that. See, it's not that, like, poggers is necessarily a bad thing to say. It's that, like I said, this guy has 2 kids. So, when somebody who's, like, over 10 years older than you is just dropping poggers in raid boss explanations, like he said, Sinestra starts out with a 40% damage debuff, that's pretty poggers. Like, that just cracked me up, because it just comes out of left field. Alright, I'm gonna try Azure Span. So, I mentioned before, but yeah, Dream Surges, obviously, are not enabled right now. So, yep. He delivered water and fish to the thirsty and hungry. He turned a village of farmers into evokers. Oh, really? Well, that's not good. Man, that General Umbrus, he's a real rascal.
Fancy meeting you.
You think we will find anyone here who can help out?
Lania can help direct you toward the Kirin Tours. I'm sure an adventurer will come.
Yeah, the problem is it's like, it's so hard to say whether or not Dragonflight is just, like, really slow, or if it's just that, Waking Shores is bad. But I think, at the very least, we can all see that and agree that, like, yeah, that's not efficient whatsoever. So... That's not very poggers of the General, indeed. That is definitely not poggers of him. Oh shit, I just realized, hold on. One second, let me double check something in Discord. Okay. Seems like we should use remix leveling as much as possible. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that much is a no-brainer, right? If your only goal is to level characters, then even during pre-patch, remix leveling is going to be the fastest. Like that, yeah. I shouldn't even need to say that.
Insist on examining fish for this essence, then the least you can do is help me catch more.
What is this quest again? Unassuming flask. Right, I need to do that first. No, shit. Oh, I see. You know, I don't think I ever tried logging out in the WoD intro. I think I just assumed it was broken and I didn't try logging. I do have Flame Tongue going. Your dad said poggers, you would write myself out of his will. On retail, Umbrus has the old model. Well, yeah, but we're talking about War Within. Shit. Oh, they're gonna make me log out for each item I need to examine. Fuck my life. I'm gonna skip this quest. I can't be fucking asked. I'm just gonna do the wanted quest.
Too far away.
Oh, I also need to turn on war mode. Just started playing WoW, you're level 66 Fury Warrior. Any tips? You feel like you're not hitting your max DPS? You might not be running the right talents. Fury Warrior requires a few specific talents to actually work. Also, important question, are you trying to make single-minded Fury work? Because if so, that's a big no-no. Single-minded Fury, for whatever reason, they keep as an option in the talent tree, despite it being just horrifically bad relative to Titan's Grip. I also need Dalaran Hearthstone. Single-minded Fury is only using one-hand weapons. So are you dual-wielding two-hand weapons, or are you using one-hand weapons? Is the question. Yeah. Single-minded Fury, like, back in the day, obviously different story. Right now, well, you can dual-wield either. You're using two-handers? Okay, then yeah, at least that's not the problem. I just wanted to double-check. I am fairly certain that you can do it from the start. You can do either. It's just that, it doesn't always, like, tell you that it's wrong. There are talents to buff it. One single and one dual? Okay. Well, make sure you're using two-handed weapons. I'm not sure I fully understand, but if the answer to that question is, I'm not using two-handers, then use two-handers. Alright, turn on war mode. Ride the lightning. And let's try the WAD intro again. While we're here. Just to see if you can fix it. Am I able to Thrallmar Mage it? Do I like the new War Within login screen music? I don't mind the music. I think the War Within login screen itself is pretty shit, but according to Wowhead, there's apparently, like, data mined changes for it. So, possibly we're gonna get a better one. The music, on the other hand, I actually think is pretty good. It's not, like, bombastic and over the top, which I've never really liked. I hate the, a lot of WoW music lately has just been, like, really loud and just, I don't know, kind of annoying. War Within music is a little bit more subtle. I actually don't mind it. Okay. Oh, yep, I can interact with the stones now. Okay, yeah, Ride the Lightning is actually really fucking good.
Too far away. I am out of range.
Okay, this I will need to log out for, which means I just need to kill all the other stuff here.
Don't have a target.
Alright. Log out. Yeah, I think because the Silverpine quest is a little bit weird, where you have to, like, enter the wardrobe and then sit there for the roleplay, that's broken, it looks like. Oh well. Viking Dork said, "Gotta say, you are the man. I've watched your runs for a long time. Love your no-nonsense approach. I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that you like it." Used Remix to level a DK in Druid. I think the problem of Remix is you don't get to know the class spec as everything is super powered. I completely agree with you. Yep. That's kind of my main gripe with Remix. I just really don't find Remix leveling fun, because Remix leveling is just like, get the best gems, then once you have the best gems, just one-shot everything, and you're just kind of mashing buttons and things die. It's... Not to mention that Remix speed leveling has turned into get boosted by a level 20 alt, which, I mean, it's fast, but I don't really like it. Oh. What? Oh, okay, I thought my game crashed. Apparently not. That is the weirdest stutter I've ever had. I've never, like, whenever that has happened, my game has just crashed. So, maybe it'll still crash, but any second now, I'm viewing as borrowed time. Oh, there it is! Alright. It was a delayed crash. Hold on, pause the timer. What the fuck? Oh, God. Yeah, like, this is a shit login screen, but music's kind of nice. Turnips Delight. There we go. Oh, no. That's bad. Is the game just gonna keep crashing? Man. I will say, if we keep running into issues like this, I mean, I'm not just gonna try to, like, force a round peg into a square hole here. Like, I want to do this run, but Blizzard just doesn't want me to. Honkai stream, yeah. The problem is the problem is this is YouTube, right? It's like I said, I don't want the algorithm to fuck me. Mining NG, no. Jesus. Yeah, when I log in, it stutters. I'm willing to bet it crashes. Yeah, it crashes again. I don't know. At least it's... Blizzard's full of surprises today. It's finding new ways. And I can't use character stuck on beta characters. So... I don't know. I mean, if I'm just stuck in a crash loop, there's just nothing I can do. Play my man. What am I going to play on retail? There's nothing to do on retail. Oh, I saw Troy sent some message about speed sets and then immediately deleted it. Now the question is, if I move, nothing has crashed yet. Maybe it's a ghost form thing? Why did... Something going on with YouTube? Two people sent a message and then immediately retracted it. Is that just a coincidence? Or did YouTube just, like, delete messages or something? Well, Chori and Christian Morris, if you meant to delete your message, let me know, just so I know that it's not, a YouTube issue. I mean, I'm able to play now. I'm gonna keep trying, like... That crash was really weird. I don't know why just not moving for a few seconds after logging in fixed that. I mean, the beta is just so broken right now. This is actually unreal. The problem is, I'll be completely honest. Oh, yeah, no, there's another crash. This just isn't playable. Yeah. Yeah, because literally what I was about to say as the game crashed is like, I'll be honest, this stream started late, but I did not sign up for a 5-hour shit show tonight. I mean, I already had to start later than I thought because of the whole Heirlooms are soulbound now thing, and now we're staring down like a 5-hour minimum run because multiple questing zones are broken, and I crash every minute. Like, I'll keep streaming because, like I said, I don't want the YouTube stream to be a complete mess, but I'm not going to... I can't continue this run. I will do this run at some point, but based on the fact that Blizzard has said that they're not fixing this until Monday, and I have raid Monday night, so like I can't just do a YouTube stream on Monday. So what I'll probably do is, and also who knows how long it takes them on Monday to fix it. That's kind of the problem. Because like if it's fixed like immediately on Monday, then that would be great. But most likely they're going to fix it in the afternoon. And if by the time that they fixed it, you know, I started a run, I would have raid later in the evening, and that wouldn't work. Tuesday, I will definitely do a YouTube stream. The Evoker run obviously will be postponed. Let's double check Evokers just to see. Hold on, let me change the stream title. How do I want to word this? I think that's a better stream title. Jing Liu is the alpha of that warband. Yep. Yeah, I just realized I have 4 Lafu characters on here. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna retitle it War Within is extremely buggy and releases next month. That way, if people click on this stream, at least they know what they're getting into, right? The problem is, like, I don't want to, like, retroactively design a thumbnail for this shit, so, like, I'm just gonna try to let the title carry the weight here. Fuck. Let me read the messages I missed. 61 speed sets are gonna be nerfed, probably because of stat squish. Your druid lost a ton of speed when copying it to beta. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is the campaign still bugged on that Barrel Quest 2 for beta? Like, I mean, the campaign right now in War Within is so fucked. I'm gonna say probably. I don't even know what quest you're talking about, because I haven't really been able to test the War Within campaign for, like, the last month. There's always some bug with it that prevents progress. And it's usually a different one every week. So, who knows? Fuck me. You're bad at typing, comments for a coincidence. Yo, Harlden started WoW in Season 4 Dragonflight and noticed the gear throttling time gating right away. Am I being too naive and thinking it could be better? Well, I mean, I don't know if I would say naive is the right word for it. It's obviously not naive to think that the gearing system can be better. And absolutely, the gearing system could use some adjustments. By all means. That being said, the irony is that the gearing system we have right now is probably as good as it's been in years. So, like, you say gear throttling and time gating, but the reality is, for World of Warcraft, this is like the most generous they have been in terms of gear progression. And all things considered, the only time gating thing that really exists is Great Vault, which, like, kind of is there for a reason, right? You know, only one big item per week. Everything else kind of gets caught up with the rest of the season. There is definitely a lot of throttling at the start of the season, which I kind of understand why it's there, but it's, how do I put this? It's not really something that affects too many people. Like, it mildly annoys me when the season starts, but for instance, Creation Catalyst, you're able to immediately make full 4-piece right now late into the season because all of the charges get banked up. So that makes catch-up much easier in the tier set front. And for, like, crests, the crest cap increases over time. Now, mind you, getting crests is still kind of a pain in the ass. But you can still farm a bunch of them pretty easily if you just grind out Mythic Plus. There's no, like, weekly cap on it. Bullion has a rotating cap, so if you're just starting now, you can get all of your Bullion and get a bunch of really good pieces that way. The weekly events are, I mean, technically time-gated, but the gear they give isn't really that good. Mythic Zero dungeons are on a weekly rotation, but again, it's not really time-gated per se, because while they only give loot once per week, Mythic Pluses give infinite loot, so you could just hop into M+. So I wouldn't necessarily say that time-gated is the correct word. Like, when I think time-gated, right, I think you're forced to wait an extended period of time, like, beyond weekly resets to get the rewards. And, like I said, the initial rewards are time-gated. The unlocking of the rewards after the fact are not. You can get caught up pretty quick. It's still, yeah, the drop chance on Bullions is definitely weird. That's a separate issue. And, like, I mean, I have a gearing guide on my channel that should get you up to item level 490-ish pretty fast. And you can do that mostly solo. You might have to pug, like, a few M0 dungeons towards the end, but you can do that solo pretty easily. Like, finding pugs for that is not necessarily hard, and just make your own, right? That works too. But, like, all that stuff works. I think if I create a character, it doesn't let me make remix characters in beta, right? Yeah, you can't make remix characters. I wonder, if I log into a remix character, will it let me go to regular zones? Or is my remix character still stuck in Pandaria? I never thought to test that. If you come back in mid-patch getting loaded on Catalyst charges, then having Bullion, yeah, exactly. They better give you a Tearsfall Glades undead background, not this cozy campfire BS. I think they said there's going to be different backgrounds that you can get. If you can make some friends, you should be able to get to 480, 490 on your first week, then you can go into normal. Yeah, it's... yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, time gating, not the word that I would use, per se. And I would say it's more time-consuming than anything else. Alright, well, I still have all my shit. Well, this teleport works. Okay, so this character is still considered a time runner. So, in theory, I wonder if I could just, like, create a level 20 or a level 10 on Mop Remix, then character copy it over to the beta, and then level in Remix on the beta, even though it doesn't let you actually create a character. Since it let me copy this one and all the time running stuff is still intact, I would imagine that works. Not that I really want to do that now, and there's no real point in testing it, because this will just be doable on Tuesday anyway. But I guess it's food for thought. If I did want to test Remix. What do I want to do? There's a lot, like, obviously my original plans are fucked. I can't really do any leveling testing because, like, everything on beta is broken right now. And the only relevant testing that I would want to do is on beta, for leveling at least. Hey, owner. Good to see you. Unfortunately, this stream is fucked. Let me, before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and update the YouTube poll and stuff. That way I don't get questions in that. Just because I'm sure that I'm gonna get comments on that from people who are really confused as to what is, what's going on. Hold on. Original message. Old edit. Okay. Just I'm updating the pinned comments on my YouTube post right now because I'm sure that people are going to read this, get confused as to why I'm not streaming. I'll stream tomorrow on Twitch, by the way, just a heads up for that. I still plan on streaming tomorrow, but I'm not going to do a YouTube stream because the original plan for the YouTube stream was Evoker leveling, and this is good WoW content. You like the stream? Yeah, I mean, I'll try my best to make it entertaining. It's just unfortunate that it's not the thing that I fucking plan. And of course, this is the first time that I've done a YouTube stream in, like, over a month. I've been streaming a lot on Twitch, but the last YouTube stream I did was the War Within 70 to 80 run, which was over a month ago. Because I did that, and then I started doing... I began prep for the Remix sub 30-minute run. So, this was, like, the first YouTube stream I've done in a while, and it's a fucking shit show. You would be pleasantly surprised if most of the bugs are fixed prior to release. Yeah, I mean, I will say some of these bugs are like so game-breaking that there's no way that this isn't fixed. And a lot of these bugs, I would be amazed if they didn't fix it on Monday. Because they said the next build is coming on Monday. This stuff is obviously like, you literally can't fucking play the game. Nobody can test beta content right now. Everybody right now, if you look at like the chat, is saying, is anybody able to complete this quest? Tons of quests are just completely bricked. So they need to fix this now because the forums are filled with people saying, I just can't play the beta. It's bad. I've never seen a beta as broken as it is right now. This is like, I have seen early alphas of expansion tests this broken. Early Dragonflight alpha was like around this quality. But that's alpha. This is like beta a month before release. This is unacceptable. You're a YouTube guy? Yeah. I've been streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is good for, well, stuff like this. Because right now, if this was a Twitch stream, it wouldn't really matter. The problem is because this needs to turn into a recording, I need to make sure that the stream isn't just completely fucked. Christian Morris said, word, thanks to the explanation, never played an MMO. In between jobs, you gamed an irresponsible amount, so your expectations were likely unrealistic. I appreciate my content. You've been using my Horde Dragonfly guides. You're on your 9th tune in 2 months. Nice. Yeah, this is super late in beta. It shouldn't be this broken. You didn't even know I streamed on Twitch? Yeah. I've been trying to mention it every so often so that people are aware, because I post about it whenever I start a Twitch stream in Discord, but, like, I'm not going to do a YouTube post every single time I start a Twitch stream, so usually if I'm going to be streaming on YouTube soon, like this weekend, I'll throw it in there, like in the post, and mention, hey, I also stream on Twitch. And I always post in Discord when a Twitch stream is starting, but there's no really good way for me to do notifications. What I might do is I think I might start doing posts on my second channel from now on, because, you know, YouTube streams, I do posts on the main channel. Second channel, I might do that just so at least a few more people see about it. Bliss is cocky, they got you by the balls, yeah. A lot of people are like that, I feel. Let me think for a second. Basically, right now, you know what? I'll put up a poll in, start a poll. What should we do for the rest of the stream? These are the two things that I've thought of. All right. So I put up a poll. Try a game break run? What's a game break run? I don't know what that is. Good thing you didn't pre-order War Within just for beta. Yeah. So I put up a poll. Two things. One, over a month ago, I started a Cataclysm Prot Warrior run. I have finished part 2 of that run. If you have not seen it, part 2 of that is posted on my second channel. Part 2 was levels 40 to 58. We finished up the original, like, Cata Revamp Zone leveling. And I started part 3, which is 58 to 68, on Twitch a few days ago. I got from 58 to level 65, and then we stopped for that stream. So I have levels 65 to 68 left to go for part 3. Now, I'm going to do that at some point. So my plan initially was I was going to finish that up on a Twitch stream. But, I mean, we have time here. So I'm putting that on the poll. The other option, of course, is I have not really done extensive testing for delves. So my initial thought was the only thing that I can really think of right now on the War Within beta that is actually realistically testable are delves. And I know a bunch of people were asking me earlier what the best classes are for delves. Right now, I've gotten my Brewmaster Monk set up for endgame content. I used it for raid testing and stuff like that. So I could test that. I could see how difficult they are at level 80. That's another thing that I am going to be doing at some point on my own time, regardless. I wasn't planning on streaming it, but like, hey, right? There's a lot of testing stuff like that, which I do off stream, and then if it ends up being interesting enough to make a video on, I make a video on it. Otherwise, no. Arms Warrior? What do you mean? That's Fury, obviously. Are you saying for the warrior thing? No, it says it in the thing, but the warrior that I've been leveling in Cataclysm Classic is a Prot Warrior. Because Prot Warrior is nuts for Cataclysm leveling. It is crazy. It does more damage than most DPS while leveling. Basically, playing a... Ow, I bonked my knee. Playing a Prot Warrior in Cataclysm, it feels like you're playing a retail spec in Classic. It's wild how strong it is. It does insane AoE damage. It does pretty good single target damage, especially for a tank. So, it is very, very good. Roll a Skull Rock hardcore character. Well, I already have a level 45 druid on Defias Pillager. So, if I were to play hardcore again, I would just continue my druid. It's the hero spec? Yeah. The poll is literally 50-50 right now. Are you kidding me? Man. Okay. Well, I'll give it a few more minutes to let people trickle in for the votes. There's currently 24 votes. If you want to vote, it should be in the chat. I think it should just be pinned at the top. I did not expect it to be this dead even. Gooseface said, been enjoying your videos. I came back to WoW Classic in 2019, but I'm now thinking I'll give retail a shot after watching a lot of your vids. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think retail is fun, but admittedly, I am a Mythic Raider. I primarily play retail for raiding, and dungeon content a little bit, but less so. I will give the disclaimer that while I'm not necessarily saying you need to raid to enjoy retail WoW, I will say that if I was not raiding, I would not enjoy retail WoW. A lot of people enjoy different aspects of retail WoW. Personally, for me, I find most other content in retail to be relatively boring. Like, counterintuitively, I know people are going to say, what about leveling? And I've said it before, I don't enjoy leveling. I enjoy optimization, and I like to optimize leveling because that part of it I think is fun. The actual process of leveling, not so much. And the reason why I optimize leveling is because I want to find ways to get it done with as quickly as possible, because I dislike it. The actual leveling process, like the whole journey and stuff, that I actually prefer in Classic. But for me, the main draw to retail is the endgame PvE content. And I mean, admittedly, I do think that is retail WoW's biggest selling point, for sure. I would say that that is what a lot of people play retail WoW for. But there's a lot of people who I know that still play it and don't do that stuff. High keys are fun for you? Yep. Exactly. You're currently leveling a Prot Warrior with Looms and Kata. It's the most fun leveling you've been doing so far? Yeah, I've been really enjoying my Kata Prot Warrior. It's really fun. You can't see the poll? Oh yeah. Sometimes if the poll doesn't show up, you may need to like refresh the page. I have heard that people run into issues with that. While I wait for the poll to finalize, I still need to type out this update in the post. Beta servers, okay, War Within. Beta servers are completely broken at the moment. I had to push back Friday's stream to Saturday, but multiple quest objectives were impossible to complete due to bugs, so I wasn't even able to finish the shaman run that I began on Saturday. I will complete this run and the Evoker run after the pre-patch goes live, but unfortunately it is impossible to test leveling on the beta with the current issues. I'm tentatively planning to stream one of the runs on Tuesday, but I suspect that maintenance will last for a very long time, and the game will likely be borderline unplayable due to bugs after the patch releases. As a result, I don't want to set anything in stone. Whenever I've settled on a stream day/time that works, I'll post about it in my Discord server, so make sure you join that if you want further updates. And then I'll find the link to my Discord server. All right. Let's do that. And speaking of which, while I'm at it, I'll put this in chat. If anybody here is not in my Discord server, I'd recommend you join just for updates and stuff on stream times, etc. Those reasons mentioned is why you play retail over classic. Yep, fair. Red and Thunderclap and everything dies. Exactly. You haven't given SOD a fair shake yet? I would not advise it. I'm gonna be honest, SOD is just kind of a fucking shit show. And SOD, especially right now, is like actually miserable to play if you didn't play the previous phases. It's unfortunate, but my genuine advice, and of course, if you really want to play SOD, go for it. But my genuine advice, and, you know, I'm pretty sure that anybody who actually does try SOD against my advice will come back later and say, man, I should have listened. Genuine advice is just don't play SOD. It's just not worth it. It is just kind of a fucking disaster of a game. It's unfortunate, and I really hope, like, I know that they probably won't, but I really do hope that the developers take a good long think about all the things they fucked up, and that when they try this again in the future, they make massive improvements and just don't fuck up basic shit again. But I'm not expecting much. Right now, though, and like, I had fun in SOD in the past. I'm not saying the entire thing was always a complete shit show. Phase 3 in particular really did a number on SOD. It did like irreparable damage on Season of Discovery. And as it's gone on, SOD has gotten more and more bloated with very little done to address a lot of the issues. So getting into it now, it's just really fucking bad. They did patch Escaping from Pandaria, but there are workarounds. The way that you get around it now is you just need to Alt F4. Disable all your add-ons. Every time it's about to port you, Alt F4. Take a few steps, Alt F4, rinse, repeat. It's really annoying, but it works. There's also another solution for... Here, all I'll do is I'll show you this. There is another way to break out of Pandaria. I'm not going to explain it, because the last time that I explained step-by-step how to break out of Pandaria, it got fixed. Such is life, right? The thing is, Blizzard they did Band-Aid fixes to the direct things that I showed within my video. They didn't actually solve the inherent underlying issues that allow you to escape, so it's still possible. They just kind of slapped a few, like, tiny band-aids on a gaping wound. So it's very possible still to get out of it. There's a reason why I opened my map to the Echo Islands. I'm not going to explain it. I'm just going to leave this up here. And if you are smart enough to piece it together, congratulations. I'm not going to spell it out for you, because I'm pretty sure that Blizzard is not smart enough to piece it together just by showing this. So... you know, I'm comfortable with this. Usually this shit only gets fixed if you literally spell it out for them step by step, because generally speaking, they're too dumb to actually fix their own game by looking for the problems themselves. Which, you know. Let's see. You need something new after you lost faith in SOD. I'm glad I'm not the only person who quit SOD, yeah. What do I think about retail PvP? Not a fan. I don't enjoy PvP. At least not WoW PvP. Just not for me. You don't trust... You think you don't trust the devs, but maybe you should give it a try? No. I really just don't think SOD is worth trying at this point. I really wish I could say, like, oh, some of the content is at least... But the problem is, like, all of the previous SOD content, like, nobody even runs it anymore. It's... like, the rune discovery process is basically you just, like, you look it up on Wowhead, so there's no real content there. And all of, like, the level up raids, it's basically impossible to actually find groups for it. And I play in a relatively populated server. Like, if you really want to try and brute force groups for it, maybe. But I don't even think it's going to be a fun experience, because you're probably going to get some higher level in your group who's trying to get, like, a specific item. And they're just going to kill the bosses for you, and you won't actually get the experience of doing the raids like it was current content. So, like, I'll give you an example. I actually had a lot of fun in P1 of SOD. I think a lot of people did. And while most people I know quit in P2, I actually enjoyed P2 of SOD as well. I think SOD P2 had a lot of issues, but my overall experience in SOD P2 was, I thought it was fun, and I was under the impression that the issues that happened in P2 were growing pains, and they recognized some of those issues and were planning on fixing it. And they fixed like one or two of the issues in P2 and then like added a million more in P3 that were infinitely worse. And Phase 3 of SOD was just irredeemably bad. It was fucking terrible. And unfortunately, a lot of the stuff they did, like Incursions, has just done, as I said before, irreparable damage to the game. You just can't, you can't close Pandora's box, right? It's fucked. Some of the stuff in P4 looks pretty cool, but unfortunately, I tried picking up SOD again, and the game just fucking sucks. I couldn't stomach getting through to the new stuff in P4 just because I don't fucking think SOD's good. I think it is just absolutely fucked at this point. Which is a shame because I really, really, really wanted to try Demonfall Canyon and the Molten Core stuff. And maybe in a later SOD phase, they'll go back and address a lot of like the remaining problems with all the stuff that they did in the previous phases and like make the new player experience not a complete fucking mess. And maybe then I will go back and play it again. But as it stands, I don't want to sift through just hours of bullshit just to maybe try a new dungeon and a raid that I might like. I don't want to deal with that shit. Hey, Vetro, good to see you. You slowly quit and started Kata, and you like Kata more now, so you just can't get yourself to go back? Yeah, I've been saying since before Kata was even announced that I think people are sleeping on it. It's pretty fun. I like it. Frankly, I'd be playing Kata more if I just had the time. It's just... Right now, you know, I'd rather be leveling on Kata, if I'm being honest. I'd rather be playing Kata. But pre-patch for retail is like in a few days, and I need to do this testing. Because if I don't do this testing, like, I'm fucked. And to give you an idea, by the way, well, I'm probably not going to do a YouTube stream about it. The moment that this stuff gets fixed, like Monday night, I am going to be on the beta here doing a test run. Maybe I'll stream it on Twitch. Definitely not streaming that on YouTube, because if it's a shit show again, I don't want to risk it. And I probably will play like a monk or a druid or something, just because at that point I'll just want to get accurate testing. But the unfortunate thing is this kind of fucks me, because not only does it screw my streaming plans, but it, like I can't get accurate testing data. And people are going to be asking me, you know, about leveling in pre-patch. And, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? Sorry, beta's broken. Let's see. Let me read other stuff. SOD was great for the first few days, and the sweaties min-maxed that made it unplayable to anyone who isn't sweaty. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Yeah, I disagree with that. Because, like, I still think SOD was fun even if you weren't playing sweaty, even for, like, the first two phases. A lot of my issues with SOD isn't necessarily, like, people min-maxing or being sweaty or whatever. In fact, I'm probably one of the sweaty min-maxers that you don't like. But, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people say, like, I hate sweaty min-maxers, but it's, like, I enjoy min-maxing, right? Like, and frankly, I don't understand the hate for min-maxing, because it's like, if you don't like it, just don't do it. You know, I like optimization. As I said before, that's why I do the speed leveling stuff. I'm the same way in raids, though. It's why I like mythic raiding. I like optimizing my damage. I like, you know, progressing through a boss and getting better and better until we get the kill. And even though Season of Discovery is pretty easy, I was still going for parses. I had rank 1 Warlock tank for like a week in P1. I had rank 1 Warlock tank for like a night in Phase 2, and then I got beaten, but I was like consistently top 5 throughout Nomergon. And I really liked trying to optimize my damage and go for rank 1s and stuff like that. Like that's just fun for me. That's just what I like doing. The content's easy, sure, but seeing how I can optimize the content as much as possible and perfect my play, that is genuinely just how I have fun. So, I don't know. But, I mean, I played with people who didn't even get world buffs, and we still cleared the raids. And didn't matter. So, I mean, like, they were still having fun. I was still having fun going for parses, even though multiple people in my raid were doing, like, half my damage, and I was the tank. Like, you know? So I don't necessarily think that sweaty min-maxers ruined SOD. I think the developers ruined SOD. You wish one day for your faith to be restored in Blizzard? Yeah, I don't know about that. PvP is fun if you keep up with the best gear. I mean, melting noobs isn't my idea of fun. Like, I don't enjoy just, like, beating people for the sake of beating people, right? Like, curb stomping people because my gear is better, just... It's not something I enjoy, right? I want to beat somebody because I play better than them, not because I kept up with gear and, you know, they're a noob or something. SOD community is already so far ahead. We all just love to enjoy ourselves at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly. Your brother is getting into SOD, and we were trying to get groups for low-level content, and it took so long just to get Black Fathom together, and we gave up multiple times until we got lucky. Yeah, absolutely. Even Scarlet Monastery took me forever to find a group for. It's rough. It is rough. You love playing Warlock Tank, but getting back into SOD in Season 3 would have been such a chore you decided to not even try. It's a good thing you didn't, yeah. And Warlock Tank, so as I said, I played Warlock Tank a lot in Phases 1 and 2, and I played it in Phase 3 as well. Obviously, I gave up. But I already started having issues with Warlock Tank in Phase 2. The thing that I hated about Warlock Tank is the fact that Incinerate build was allowed to stay, like, the meta as long as it has. I'm pretty sure it's still meta in P4, but I haven't looked into it enough to, you know, say, so don't quote me on that. But, like, it was definitely meta in P2 and P3. And it was still technically on par with Everlasting Affliction in P1, but the P2 changes onwards made it significantly better. And Incinerate was just not fun to play. Because there were two ways to play Warlock Tank. It was either, like, you had to do really, really gimmicky, stupid shit to make Incinerate work as a main tank. And because I was the main tank, I solo tanked, right? I had to do that, and it's just not fun. Playing as a tank with hard cast abilities fucking sucks. It's so miserable. I hated every second of it. But you have to do it. It's just the best. It's the best way to play. So it's effectively mandatory if you are like me and you like min-maxing. So I like min-maxing, but the problem is when the most optimal strategy fucking sucks, that just makes the game not fun to play. And the unfortunate thing is, Incinerate build wasn't just the best. It was so far ahead of every other playstyle. Like, the only thing that I wanted is for an Affliction-style build for tanks to be remotely viable. And they just never, ever allowed that to happen. And the only good trinket for Affliction Warlocks that they added, Zila Gular, they locked behind the dumbest fucking farm ever added to Classic WoW. It is ludicrously stupid. And I spent an insane amount of time farming it. I am ashamed to admit how many hours I tried to farm Zila Gular, and it never fucking dropped. I got fuck all from all that time spent. And then I know people who got, like, the Epic Dagger or the Trinket within, like, 20 attempts. And I'm just like, okay, fuck me, I guess. I never got Blade of Eternal Darkness. They buffed the drop rate right after I quit. Never got Zila Gular. I farmed that for hours. Like, I would be on at 5 in the morning farming Warlock portals, and guildies would log on and be like, dude, Lenara, you gotta chill. Like, that trinket, it's not gonna drop for you. Just give it up. And I didn't, and I kept going until I finally quit the fucking game, because it just wasn't fun. Sunken Temple also is just a dog shit raid, but that's a whole different story. I've ranted about SOD a lot of times, but man, they did Warlock Tank dirty. I have been told that the P4 Warlock Tank changes are good at least. Apparently it feels a lot better to play now than it did in P3. So that's nice, I suppose. It still seems like the build isn't something that I would enjoy, but I'd probably enjoy it more than the Sunken Temple playstyle. But holy fuck, man, it was a pain. And when I came back, so like the past few weeks, I've been leveling up a Rogue tank in SOD, and Rogue is fucking miserable to level, man. It is miserable. It is the worst leveling class in SOD by far. Because I've leveled a few classes by now. Rogue just feels fucking awful. Not having any form of AoE until level 55 is fucking insane. That's definitely the worst part of it, but I mean, it has pitiful, even 3-target cleave. Yeah, well, yeah, rogues can tank. That's what I meant. Yeah. I was leveling my rogue not necessarily as a tank, because that's another thing. The tank playstyle for rogues in SOD, like, it doesn't even give you any real benefits out in the open world. Like, the Warlock meta rune gives you massive quality of life improvements. The Searing Pain Shadow Cleave changes make leveling actually easier. The Warlock tank build is actually the best build for leveling, which is really nice. And then meanwhile, leveling in SOD as a rogue tank, your tank runes actually replace really good leveling options. Well, really good relative for what rogues actually get. Shit compared to like every other class's options. But the tank runes offer you nothing. They just let you hold threat and survive better. It's just depressing. It's so bad. And yeah, that's the thing. In raids, rogue actually is a pretty solid main tank. That's why I was looking forward to trying it. But you have to sift, you have to slog through so much bullshit just to get to the end game, to try out rogue tank. That's the problem. I would love to be able to hit level 60 and try rogue tank out in Molten Core. It looks cool when you actually reach the end game content and unlock everything. But until that point, it sucks massive ass. It can't tank dungeons for shit. And I've heard dungeon tanking isn't bad once you get the AoE runes, but you don't get the AoE runes until fucking level 55. I don't want to wait until level 55 to be able to tank a fucking dungeon. It's insane. It's ridiculous. You're late. Well, Aksara, you came in time to get to the fun stuff. It's mind-blowing talking about rogue and lock tanks. The next season will be better. I mean, I hope so, but like, I am not even going to try the next classic season unless I see concrete evidence that they're really doing something good with it. SOD feels like if you haven't been keeping up with it this whole time, there's no point in even trying. I completely agree, yeah. They have mage healers. Well, mage healers in SOD are just disc priests in retail. Plays the same. Gold is incredibly inflated now because of incursions. Yeah. That's one of the biggest issues. Yeah, it's bad. Blizzard has messed up most of WoW Classic content since the TBC WoW token. Pretty much, yeah. If you don't use Wowhead, how do you know where the best runes are? You don't. That's another big issue with SOD. It's Season of Discovery, but the only way to discover the runes is to Google it. Because for some reason they designed the discovery with like community coordination in mind. So half of the runes are just like the most fucking cryptic shit ever that you have to look up an external guide for. And, you know, I get that Wowhead is usually required to play the game anyway, but having to constantly open up Wowhead whenever I'm playing SOD just to figure out half the fucking shit, it is so annoying. That's another thing that I forgot to even mention before. Harlan ranting about Rogue and SOD again. It pisses me off. This has been my last week. I rant about what I know, right? And I just spent the last week fucking slamming my head into a brick wall. So yeah, it's fresh on my mind. And it got brought up. I didn't start it this time. Somebody else brought up SOD. Here, there's two things that I want to test. So at this point, we can finalize the poll results. So Delves won. I'll test out Delves a bit. I don't know how long I'm going to test Delves, but we'll try that out. I'll do the Cataprot Warrior leveling on Twitch as originally planned. Obviously, we're still going to do that. Like I said, this was just a question of whether I do it now or I do it later on Twitch as originally planned. And what the heck? If you don't need to keep up with the crowd, you'd expect rune discovery to be fun? Yeah. Unfortunately, the runes aren't just like fun abilities, they're like main rotational spells. Like, my only AoE ability as a rogue is locked behind fucking level 55 runes. That's just stupid. That's another thing, like, when they said they were finally adding AoE abilities to the cloak, I was like, there is no fucking shot they put that in high-level zones. They put it in high-level zones. Like, fucking hell. If you're going to finally admit that you were wrong, and that the entire time throughout SOD, they were taking a firm stance that rogues didn't need AoE, and then everybody said they were fucking dumb, and they finally backpedal and add AoE. But, like, that's ignoring the thing that up until level 50, rogues still don't have AoE, so they still suck to level. So if you're going to finally admit, hey, we were wrong, we should add AoE to rogues, well then make the runes accessible in lower level content, you fucking idiots! That way they can be used while leveling up! Because every other spec gets insane AoE by, like, level 25! Doesn't solve the problem! It's just, it's fucking rough, man. How bad are the bugs? I mean, I can't finish the speedrun because the game is just broken. So, bad. If you don't... Oh, I read that already. How much time does it take to get from 70 to 80 in War Within? Well, my first ever test run was like 5.5 hours or something. And that was, like I said, my first run with no experience, so... 70 to 80 leveling right now is honestly pretty fast, all things considered. Because I'd expect we'll optimize that time a lot. Like, my first real Dragonflight speedrun was 7 hours or something. So for my first run to already be in the 5-hour range is pretty good. Yeah, the War Within's beta is fucked right now. It is so fucked. Like, obviously, I changed the title of the stream, because originally the stream was, I'm gonna test War Within leveling. And I literally can't. I literally can't test it. So, I changed the title of the stream because I don't want people to click on this video and be like, oh, hey, I'm gonna watch leveling, testing, and War Within. Because the entire video is just about me getting fucked in the ass by Blizzard because nothing works. Do evokers work? Alright, we'll test to see if the evoker starting zone works. Because people said earlier that it doesn't. Make a new... Well, making an evoker at level 10. Has War Within beta ever not been fucked? No, it's... I will say, War Within beta has been fucked basically since the start, pretty much. This is the worst that it has ever been. It is really bad this past week. It's bad. Well, at the very least, this seems to be working. Gonna hurt for everyone who doesn't make an Aug Evoker before they're set at level 10. Well, I mean, nobody should be leveling as Aug, right? If you're leveling, you should be picking Devastation. But it will definitely suck for people who don't realize that Aug is the worst leveling spec in the game. Oh man, this means I'm gonna have to do an Aug 10 to 70 run at some point, aren't I? Oh, fuck. That's gonna suck. Also, yeah, I was initially gonna say I'm gonna play through Evoker until I hit a quest that's broken. Thankfully, it's the very first quest. Oh boy. Alright. This is probably the type of quest where you could relog and fix it, because I think somebody earlier in chat said that a bunch of quests are bugged, but if you relog, you can technically get through it, but I just wanted to double check to make sure that that was the case and that there were broken quests like this. I'm not going to slog through this. We'll do the planned Evoker speedrun and stuff during the week after pre-patch officially goes live, when I can, you know, actually play the game. On the plus side, I don't have retail raid this week, so I have a bit more free time. So, I don't know if I'll be able to stream on Tuesday. I updated the pinned comment on the post and basically said, if the servers are not completely fucked on Tuesday, I will try to stream. What I will do is I'm going to stream on Twitch no matter what. So if the servers are not fucked, I'll stream on YouTube. If the servers are fucked, I'll stream on Twitch whenever they go live. And that way it's Twitch, so I can just like, I can bounce between Cataraid, etc., and it doesn't matter. What else did I want to test? Right, the other thing that I wanted to test before Delves is I'm going to test out the pre-patch event to see. I don't know if that's still enabled on the beta. It was for a while. Blizzard paywalls beta has beta be constantly buggy. Yeah, I am honestly very surprised that the first paywalled beta is the one that is like the buggiest. That is definitely interesting. Huh. Is the pre-patch event now just disabled on beta servers? Maybe I need to be on a level 70. Here, let me try... what's a brand new level 70 character? Can play Jinglu. I haven't, touched this character. Every interaction-based quest on the beta has a chance to require relogging. Yeah, it's broken. And it's not just War Within quests. That's the reason I can't complete the speedrun. It affects every quest. So, Silver Pine Forest is, bricked. You can't progress the questline. So let me switch my headpiece. Alright, I need to do the Harbinger campaign. Alright, well I don't want to do that. Let me create a preset character. So... Okay, the problem is, I'm pretty sure now the introduction doesn't work at all, and the only way to enter the quest is to talk to Quetzaltar or whatever. This dude, Quetzaltarin, and then teleport to the Isle of Dorn. Let's see. Huh? What the heck? This is a Warband-wide quest. That's weird. Yeah, so now the only way to start the quest line is to just go straight to Isle of Dorn. Which means that I can't actually test the pre-patch. So, the pre-patch event, right now, is not available on beta servers, and they've turned off the PTR servers. So, no, Here, let me just close splits. We had to stop the run because the beta's bugged. Whatchamacallit? I mean, technically, I did level in 29 minutes to level 70, but that's a whole different thing. And that's a remix. Og 10 to 70, yeah, for the tier list, I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Wow, bug finding speedrun, yeah. Self-casting pressions during the run will be awesome for us, painful for you. Yeah, pretty much. They already got their money from the extra fee in Epic Edition, so they don't care if people bought it. Yeah, it's What if they pull another Kata pre-patch? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I can't believe that right now, it is actually impossible to test the pre-patch. I mean, joke's on me, I guess, because, like, you know, stupid me assuming that the content would actually be testable, as it always is. I didn't predict them removing the content from the beta and then shutting down the PTR servers without notice. That was not on my bingo card, I'll be honest. So, I guess we're just going to be testing the pre-patch event when it goes live. Because, yeah, not much else I can do. Like, can I do the Harbinger questline? You know, what I'll do is I'll do the questline on... Here, fuck it. You know, if I'm gonna do the quests, I may as well do it on live servers, because I still haven't done that. So hold on, let's switch over. So, because I still haven't done that on my main, and I've been meaning to do that, so we'll do it live. Exactly, we'll do it on live servers. And then, once I'm done with this, I'll copy it over. It's the wrong monk. Zul'jin. I'll close my timer at this point. Also, while I'm here, I've started building a speed set, by the way. I'm already preparing for launch day leveling. So whenever there's a tier token that drops in raid re-clears, I put like speed, please, gimme, gimme. But there's a lot of healers that are still trying to get re-rolls for leech, so I have to compete with them. But I've gotten speed gloves. There was a Sark belt that dropped with speed on it, and I begged them. I was like, please, 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 please. So they gave it to me. I obviously can't get speed on this. I could still use speed pants. Crafted pieces, yeah, I can't get. I still need a speed chest piece. Obviously, if we somehow manage to get a speed Seal of Diurna's Chosen to drop, that would be nuts, but I'm fine using the this one. And I doubt I'm gonna be lucky enough to get speed on a trinket. We're just gonna use the Awakened trinkets for now. Voice of the Silent Star, no shot I ever get speed on this. And I have speed shoulders. So, I have these things. I haven't catalyzed them yet because I don't know which extra piece I'm going to go with. Right now, I have 4-piece, and then I have a speed helmet. This is another BOE. So, what's probably going to happen is when I've decided exactly what gear I want to run for launch, I'm either going to catalyze this helmet and wear these shoulders. Maybe I catalyze both of them. I don't know. But until I know for sure whether I want this uncatalyzed or not, I'm just going to keep it in my bags, but at least I have it. And with this on, I would have 24% speed. Now, that's already pretty good. Like, that's good enough, right? But I'd like to get a little bit more speed. And I've been checking the auction house to find that. What's it? Item level. Yeah, weapons, usually they don't have any. Yeah, one of the weird things is something is definitely wrong with the Vault of the Incarnates BOEs, because theoretically, this chest piece, Brawler's Earthen Cuirass, is a BOE that can drop from Vault of the Incarnates. And yet, there's like no mythic Vault of the Incarnates BOEs anywhere. So, I guess I'll put a call out here. If anybody watching this happens to spot a speed mythic Brawler's Earthen Cuirass BOE on some server on North America, obviously, because, you know, if it's on Europe, that unfortunately doesn't help me. If you're able to let me know, like, what server it is, I would love to get my hands on one of those things. But at this point, I don't even think it exists. Boots would also be cool, but, like, I'm probably going to stick with my crafted boots for leveling, because slimy expulsion boots are very good. You do apologize, you don't think I've ever really heard my view on the heirloom changes. Which heirloom changes? Like the heirloom enchant fixes? The fixes I think are good, unless you're talking about the recent issues that we ran into with Warbound until equipped, which obviously I think that's bad. And I do plan on putting out like an heirloom guide before War Within. That's one of like my pre-expansion videos that I'm gonna work on. Another one is Emissary's Flamerot Seal. This is yet another Vault BOE that like doesn't fucking exist. There's nowhere. So this one, if somebody gets a speed Emissary's Flamerot Seal, this thing will sell for a fortune, so I'm not going to waste my gold on that. But if you do manage to get a speed chest, like, let me know, or let me know if you see it on the AH. The recent one where it's equipped and becomes Warbound. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've ranted about that like multiple times on this stream. Yeah. Okay, no speed rings, yeah. I mean, did people point that out before I just noticed? Because I haven't heard about it until I just found out earlier today. There's one Mythic BOE chest for 1.3 mil. Does it have speed on it, though? Like, I would pay a lot for it if it has speed. If it doesn't have speed, I don't really give a shit. Because I have a Mythic chest, right? It's specifically I need one with speed. Yeah, I doubt it does, considering how rare it is. We cleared Vault of the Incarnates and we did not find a single BOE, so... That ring goes for 3.5 mil on your server? Yeah, the prices can vary a lot. Let me check Discord, actually. Somebody made a post. Here, I'll bump the post. This is a massive oversight and needs to be addressed immediately. Otherwise, the pre-patch will brick everyone's enchanted heirlooms. Yeah, I should be able to link the post. Hold on. So thank you. I think, Cadis, you're the one who made this. You found a Vengeful Bladebeak Girdle with speed. Yeah, all of the Emir Drasil ones are easy enough to find with speed. Obviously, I don't need a belt because I have the one that we got off Sarkareth. So the only heirloom slot that I still need speed on, or the only BOE slot that I still need speed on is the chest. And technically the ring. That being said, I don't really want the ring that much. Like, if there's a really cheap speed ring, I'll probably buy it. But the stats on that are not super ideal for me, so I would rather find a speed ring out in the wild and just upgrade it. Nice. Okay, it does let me link the forum post. So yeah, everybody go to that forum post, assuming it lets you. I don't know if you need beta access to reach it, but go to that forum post and like that post, leave a comment and stuff. Draw attention to this, because if the heirlooms being Warbound until equipped thing goes live, it's going to fuck everybody. That is a major issue. That cannot be allowed to go live. That needs to be fixed. Where do I go for this quest? Oh, over here. It's Illyria.
Khadgar said you would come. I thought it best to wait for you.
You got a Season 2 speed ring, has 141 speed on it. Yeah, I mean, I've only been using, like, mythic item level stuff. I have a few leftover speed items, but I'm not going to bother with them. And the reality is, like, I technically already have enough speed, right? Like, 20% speed is still pretty good. Especially considering movement speed isn't that important right now. But I figure, why not get some more? Alright. Oh, it's the Tiller's quest. Is it... I wonder, do I need to interact with the Void Rift, or can I just yeet myself? Oh, I can't get enough distance. Wait, that crashes the game? What? Do they seriously not even consider what happens if somebody jumps off? Oh, this better not be a fucking Maw thing, where if you fall into the abyss, you just get stuck in a DC loop. Okay, at the very least, it just kills you. Ah. You left after I hit level 16, now my title is different. What happened to the run? The beta is just too broken. We can't continue the run. I will continue this run at some point, or rather, I will start the run over at some point, and we'll do it the correct way. We'll do the, like, full 10 to 70 as planned. And unfortunately, the Evoker run will not be tomorrow. That also has to be postponed. Just, the beta is way too broken at the moment. It's just not possible. So now we're just testing miscellaneous stuff, because I don't want to just end the stream, because, you know, I want to do that for YouTube streams. So now, instead of being a speed leveling stream, this is a stream about how the beta is a complete shit show. I might go back and make a new thumbnail for this, because it's going to be really confusing later on when this becomes a recording, and, like, the title is different, but the thumbnail still says, like, Enhancement Shaman 10 to 70 run, so...
We embrace power. We do not fear it.
Eh? Also, this is some neat music. I don't know if this is new, or if Telogris Rift has always had this music, and I've just never heard it. But it's not bad, considering I was not a huge fan of most of the music from Dragonflight. I actually don't mind this. The beta is okay. The beta is anything but okay right now. I mean, I will give Blizzard some credit. They at least know the beta is completely fucked. They made a post saying, we're gonna fix everything on Monday. Until then, fucking deal with it. So, like, at the very least, they understand that it is so broken that they needed to say it's gonna be fixed on X date. Unfortunately, that doesn't really help me in the meantime. And I didn't think it was going to be so completely unplayable that I just could not level at all. The beta has been buggy up until now. It has never been this completely unplayable. It's rough.
Could it be connected to the Dark Heart? Greetings. This is where Iridikron empowered the Dark Heart. But that was millennia ago. Why would there be void activity here? Why now? They might belong to our Riftwalker. Let's follow them.
Beta is technically live. Yeah, true. Does anybody know how long this questline is? I just wanted to test the pre-patch event. If this thing is, like, super fucking long... I mean, I guess I gotta do this anyway, but... yeah. That's kind of why I've been putting this off. Initially, I was planning on just completely ignoring this questline, but then I realized that it is mandatory in order to test the pre-patch content. In fact, based on everything I've seen, this is mandatory to even access the expansion. This is a War Within prereq, I think. I don't know if that's going to persist until, like, the launch, because I do think it would be very strange if the end of the Dragonflight campaign is technically required to start the War Within campaign. But who knows? They might just rebrand this as, like, the initial campaign chapters.
Tracks lead north. Wait, I sense something. Is it Ulduar?
Okay, I have to fly all the way up to Ulduar. Heard about some event before War Within launch. Did you heard about it? A leveling event or something. Are you talking about the Radiant Echoes thing? That's the entire thing that I'm trying to test here. Yeah, it would be really weird. Well, I suspect that they're not going to force you to play through the entire Dragonflight campaign. I'm pretty sure you immediately unlock access to the Harbinger questline or whatever. But it does kind of technically set up important context for, like, Dalaran exploding, so... Also, that's another thing. The Dalaran introduction quests are still not testable on the beta, which is really fucking weird. I don't recall there ever being a, like, intro questline that doesn't work. Like, the Maw was testable in Shadowlands. All of the BFA questlines were testable. I really don't know why they just haven't let us test the Dalaran questline. If they end up trying to say that it's like, oh, we're trying to keep it a surprise, then that's fucking stupid.
My honored guests. That voice. You seek my dark heart. Very well. Come and take it.
Oh, we're going to, the zone formerly known as Makari.
Why show me these memories? What is the Harbinger's plan?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that it's just spoilers. I mean, if they actually try to use the spoiler excuse, like, we're not letting you test the introduction to the expansion because spoilers, it's like, that's the fucking point of beta. People who don't want spoilers can just not fucking play the beta. That's just ridiculous. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just unfinished. I don't know if they've ever outright confirmed that it is spoilers or not, but if they did say that, or if they do try to say that, that is next level bullshit. Like, no.
Me or my family embracing the void, yet leaving them behind. I failed to protect them.
Do I need to, like, wait for fucking respawns? I actually do.
My son, to protect them. And leaving the army of the light was just the same. Use every weapon at your disposal. This is a hunt.
Let's see.
Great jaws.
Yeah, Dalaran gets fucked up in War Within. I wish I could tell you more, but I don't even know.
I would rather have died than have you fall to evil.
You have paid time off late August coinciding with the release of War Within. If you can complete your master's thesis before then, it would be awesome, just like the old days. Yeah. I mean, I hope you have early access, though, because the launch is going to be a shit show for people without early access, which is unfortunate. That's the issue with early access. It's not just that the people who buy it get an advantage, it's that the people who don't buy it get shafted.
You have forsworn the light, Illyria, and so you are my enemy.
You're off to bed. Good night. Thank you for stopping by the stream, Eric Miller. Good to see you. Good morning, KD. One person's going to bed, the other person's just waking up. Nice.
It is a good day. These invaders will find no mercy in my domain.
Okay. Just kill shit, I guess. Shit. Uh... It's 6 a.m. in Norway? Nice. Yeah, it is midnight where I am. So I guess I am 6 hours behind you. What just happened to my mouse? "1 p.m. over there?" Oh, you're in Tokyo, damn. Nice. 5 a.m. where Cloaky is? Cool, cool. You're not buying for early access, you're paying to have late access. Or, well, to not have late access, yeah. But I agree with you, yes. Yeah, I don't know. I really dislike early access. I've talked about this before. Unfortunately, like, the reality is my job hinges upon having early access. I probably benefit from having it more than, like, 99% of people in the world. So, the unfortunate reality is that for me, it's not really a choice that I can make. It is quite literally just a business decision. Whether I wanted early access or not, I mean, I'll be honest though, I probably would pay for it just because if Blizzard was going to put me in a tight spot and force me to either play on launch with my guild or not, I would probably have to pay for it. But especially considering my job is, you know, World of Warcraft YouTube stuff, it is no choice at all for me. I have to get early access. But I do think it is an absolutely disgusting practice, and I hate it with every fiber of my being, so, yeah. What's the price tag? I think technically speaking, it's weird. The actual price tag is what, $90 for like buying the entire thing, but it doesn't just come with early access, it comes for a lot of other stuff. So I think like the copium price tag that I've seen from people is $5. A lot of people say that if you break down the price of all of the things in the bundle, and again, I do want to be very clear on something. I am not saying this. I'm just repeating what people have been saying. And I don't even necessarily agree with this logic. I think that the fundamental practice of putting early access is bad as is. But I've seen people coping and saying it's okay because it's actually only $5 when you add up all the prices. Also, this is sick. I love flails. I'm glad that we get more flail models in the game. I didn't realize that that was part of the deal. That's a pretty cool sword, too. You took off for the day after early access in the first week of Season 1? You said the day after early access, but you're not buying it? Because early access is, it's 4 days, just to be clear. So, early access isn't just the first day, which is kind of the problem. It's the first 4 days. Initially, they said 3, but now they've announced the launch dates, and for whatever reason, they updated it to 4 days. The other big issue is that early access is over the weekend. So if you want to play over the launch weekends, you need to have early access. If you want to play on Monday with everybody else, that's not early access. Comes with Epic Edition, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, because a lot of people will break down, like, the price. Technically speaking, XYZ thing is worth roughly this much, so if we break down the things in the bundle by their prices, then early access is technically only $5. Which, I mean, that's the thing. That's what Blizzard wants you to do. Blizzard wants you to start attaching value to fake items and justifying their prices for them. Don't fall for it. It's bad.
The speaker of Azeroth remains strangely silent.
Okay.
the Radiant Song. It has to be.
Yeah, so this is what you need to do to unlock the pre-patch event. This will be required for the pre-patch stuff. And then Khadgar is the main quest giver for the pre-patch event, which is why like it ends here and then he offers the pre-patch quest.
I will seek out Magni.
Why did they add it in the first place? Oh, they added it in the first place because of money. Like, do you even need to ask that question? It's because they want more money. That's all it is. Whenever Blizzard is in the mix, it's always just pretty simple. Why did Blizzard do XYZ? Because of money. It's always because of money. Is the stream okay? YouTube just gave me an error pop-up. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Just give me a thumbs up in chat if the YouTube is still working correctly. My OBS is showing no problems. My internet connection seems fine, so I think sometimes YouTube just gives me, like, false alarms, but you never know. Because I did have a stream crash recently. It freezed, but it's okay now? Okay, cool. It was a little choppy for a second? Gotcha. Yeah, probably just a momentary lag spike, and YouTube just freaked out and gave me an error. Early access drops on Thursday at 5 p.m. your time? Yeah. Yeah, but that means that, like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is early access for a lot of people. So. Voz said, what's up, brother man? You just opened YouTube and then you're now heading to bed. Hope you had a good stream. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. On one hand, I had a bad stream because the original plan for the stream just got scrapped, right? But also, I mean, all things considered, like, I have had bad streams where, like, everything goes wrong, and technically everything has gone wrong this stream from, like, a gameplay perspective, but at least the stream itself has been pretty good. Feel like, you know, people in chat, we've had, like, a lot of good, interesting conversations, and while, like, obviously the beta is completely fucked, at least it's fucked in a way where I can give, you know, feedback on, hey, fix your shit, right? So it's broken, but it's broken in a way that gives me stuff to talk about. Also, I'm switching back over to the beta, because now that we've finished that on live servers, now we can test to see if that gives me access to the quests. Purple Ocarina said, hi, Heraldin, love all your work. Awesome. Glad to hear that. WoW beta. Any second now, OBS should pop up. Yep, there we go. You have a stupid question. Is it Wrath of Lich King Dalaran fucked or Legion 1? Well, to be clear, you're still going to be able to access all of the old zones. So, neither and both. Right? Because, obviously, Wrath of the Lich King Dalaran, from a lore perspective, they're the same. If your question is which one is getting destroyed in terms of, like, in-game mechanically, neither. It's just a lore thing. They've long since stopped permanently destroying zones. Whenever they destroy zones now, they just make a separate phase and they give you, like, a Zadormi to access it, but I'm pretty sure that won't be necessary, because there's not going to be a destroyed Dalaran zone. The ruins of Dalaran are crashed on the island of Khazalgar. Man, this copy's taking forever. Let's see. Truly powerful copium, you'll stick with your normal package, yeah. You always buy the most expensive edition because you want the things it comes with, so you get 4 days early, you'll take it. Yeah. See, that's what a lot of people are saying, and for the record, that's perfectly fine, right? If you always buy it because you like the cosmetic stuff, and now you just happen to get early access for free, totally cool. Also, what is going on? It looks like I'm still getting, like, issues with YouTube streaming. So, I hope YouTube fixes its shit, because this is a little bit annoying. I can tell that it's not on my end, so whatever issues YouTube's having, it is entirely on their side, which is fun. So hopefully this gets fixed soon. I don't know how bad the issues are, but it's still giving me that error. And it still says it's as of like a minute ago, so... And more importantly, right after YouTube gave me that error, I lost like 10 viewers. So I'm willing to bet that, you know, it's... Yeah. Why am I not using Twitch? Well, normally I do the fancy speedruns on YouTube. This was meant to be a fancy speedrun, and the beta's just fucked. If I knew that it was going to be a shit show, I would have done it on Twitch. But yeah, I stream on both. What else? Same reason why the first Cash Shop implementation had some of the money collected sent to charity. It ties a bad thing to a good thing so people can't be against it because you wouldn't be against charity. Yeah, exactly. That shit's disgusting. That shit's disgusting. In fact, one of the things... So I've been watching The Boys lately, which I, like, a lot of people always told me that, like, I would really like The Boys, and I thought I would. But I just never got around to actually trying it, or watching it, I mean. And it is a really good show. But one of the things that I really like about it is they show, like, basically how the PR teams work to spin, like, these superheroes who are, like, murderous psychopaths into these, like, super helpful, you know, caring heroes and shit. And they'll basically, like, they do all these, like, atrocities, and then the PR teams are like, oh yeah, we'll just have, like, a little PR event where you casually, like, pat a kid on the head and we spin it into a commercial about, you know, oh, look at the heroes saving children. And I absolutely love that. I adore that part of the show because I think it is such a good take on how companies, like big corporations and shit, constantly use media bullshit to manipulate people. And it's nice because that doesn't get explored enough, I feel. And yeah, Blizzard always does that shit. Obviously, I'm not comparing Blizzard to, like, you know, the murderous psychopath superheroes in The Boys, right? But, you know, it's the same principle of, you know, constantly trying to use shit like that of, oh, well, say that we're donating part of the profits of our pay-to-win, or not pay-to-win, but, you know, fucking store microtransactions to charity. That way people can't really criticize us. And then they'll leave the beta in a broken state constantly, and then they'll try to, like, constantly attack people who say, oh, well, we're just testing. We want feedback, right? But then they never listen to feedback, right? But shit like that. Of just using the media to attack people who disagree with you. Blizzard's really fucking good at that. So, yeah. But yeah, I've really been enjoying The Boys. No spoilers. I won't give spoilers, but I also don't want spoilers because I'm still midway through Season 3, so I'm catching up. I've heard that Season 4 just ended, so I'm not caught up yet. But so far, it's really, really, really good. And I've heard solid things about Season 4, so I'm looking forward to it. Also, it looks like the pre-patch event, yeah, is just completely disabled now on the beta, which is really annoying because it was working for a period of time. So I guess at some point they just took it down, and considering the PTR servers don't work, I kind of wonder what the fuck. Like, what the hell, why? Let me just quickly double check. Maybe they fixed the PTR when I wasn't looking. Maybe it was only temporary, like when I checked the other day that it was down. So we'll double check the PTR. In your local currency, the epic price is almost double the basic one. Okay, the volume is really loud, so I'm just gonna turn that off real quick. Yeah. I'll quickly show. I just switch it to the WoW test server so you can see. Test server, all incompatible. Incompatible. They just took down the fucking PTR without saying anything. Which is really fucking annoying. Okay, we'll do the delves as promised. It's because it's beta, it's already after pre-patch, so it's disabled. I mean, that's probably why, but that's kind of what I'm saying, right? They did have it enabled on the beta for a time. And then if they're going to take it off the beta, well then fucking make sure that it's working on the test server, I would hope. You'll admit that you got it with buying WoW tokens from gold is to not actually give Blizzard any more money, but buying it or going against it on principle are two separate things. Well, to be fair, Blizzard does make money off the WoW token. I understand that they didn't make money off you, but in order to sell a WoW token to like a person who spent money on it, they need somebody to put it up for gold, right? So I get where you're coming from, right? I do get it, but like Blizzard still does make money, just to be clear. Yeah, they technically made more money, if we're being honest. Yeah. Because it's kind of done through like a middleman, it doesn't feel that way, but it does make them money. Huh? Am I able to like actually access Dornegal now on the level 80 servers? Oh, fuck. See, okay, another thing that really annoys me. Why is the Dornegal teleport in the fucking basement? Why? Current expansion teleports should always be on the top floor. Change my mind. Like, there is no reason that the current expansion portal should be down here. That is not okay. Speaking of shows, notice the JoJo soundboard. Oh yeah, so I got a quest to speak to Bran Bronzebeard, but I can't actually access it. Do I watch other anime? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I watch a bunch, so... I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. I guess I'll just use the same stuff that I was running for raid testing. Are there any talent changes? Oh. You don't see what? Also, did I... Yeah, I unmuted the, Oh, fuck. Fuck. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot to switch it over. Yeah, it was still set to the PTR from when I briefly showed that. You didn't miss much. Don't worry. We are the best community playing on their game and shitting on them. Yeah, most of the people who actively play WoW shit on WoW these days, unfortunately. Not undeserved. Releases next week, doesn't need more testing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, though, I'll be completely real. There's a reason that I haven't tested the pre-patch event up until this point. Like, it's... I looked it over, and it seemed completely forgettable. So, yeah, I'll be completely honest. I did not really give a shit enough to test the pre-patch event. But, you know. It's what it is. Okay, let me double check talents. I'm pretty sure not much changed for Brewmaster. It has technically been like a little bit since I did raid testing. I skipped the last 2 weeks because they were mythic only. They did change some of this stuff. I'm pretty sure that even after the nerf, Way of 1,000 Strikes is still the way to go. I'd imagine Master of Harmony is going to do less damage, but like Shadowpan is still just absolutely fucking dog water. God, this is so fucking bad. Have they changed anything about this? It's fucking depressing, man. Oh, man. Shadowpan's just gonna get a rework, quote unquote, in patch 11.1, and they're gonna claim they heard people complaining that it wasn't up to par, when they know for a fact that they just left this talent tree to rot. Yeah, Shadowpan is just such a fucked tree. Isn't it basically just reskin Dream Surges? Yeah, basically, yeah. That's why I didn't bother testing it. Like, so the two main reasons I haven't bothered testing the pre-patch event is, one, it just looks entirely forgettable. Nothing about it is interesting whatsoever. So I don't care. It's also not really that relevant for catch-up. I did check the item level of the gear. If you look at my... if you look at the previous 70 to 80 run, you'll be able to see parts of the pre-patch event, because like I said, it was working then. That's why I figured they would keep it on the beta, because when I did my last beta run, the pre-patch stuff was on there. And I was able to check the vendor for the catch-up gear available, and it all was like... It's basically World Quest gear, which you can already get right now in Dragonflight. So it's not really relevant for catch-up. It has nothing really interesting to speak of. And while sometimes the pre-patch events are alright for leveling, at best, it might be slightly faster than the revamped Chromie time leveling. Maybe. But who gives a shit, right? Because anybody who's actually trying to level alts right now is going to be doing that in, in Remix. And anybody who wants to level characters from 60 to 70 to, like, test out Dragonflight content, I mean, I would be very surprised if the pre-patch event is faster leveling than doing, like, Chromie time WoD intro or something like that. For at least that specific 10-level snippet. I would be very surprised. And even if it is, again, there's no fucking way that it is that significantly faster. Because I'm pretty sure you just kill mobs, right? So if, like, the elemental invasions back in the Dragonflight pre-patch, if you had a group with you on war mode to mob grind, and they were constantly killing elites at, like, a really quick pace, people were leveling slightly faster than my Chromie time routes. And even then, my world record time at the time, right, which was, what, 3 hours, 20 minutes? Still, nobody got a faster Storm Elemental fucking time doing that. It's just some people would level with full rested experience for like 10 levels and say, aha, if I take this data and do bad math and extrapolate out to level 70, or level 60 at the time, then this is faster than your leveling route. And it's like, no, dipshit, no, it's not. But I still had to deal with that shit. So that was fun. Either way, I don't really think it's worth testing. I will test it when it goes live, and I was gonna test it now until, well, it's clear that it's not accessible anywhere, but what can you do? Rogue waiting for the rework at 11.2, yeah. It's funny how we have Celestial Monk and then we have Shadowpan in terms of design. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even hate Master of Harmony. Master of Harmony is, all things considered, pretty good. Okay. Brand's ability unlocked. Can I, like, level Bran up to max just by clicking this button? Or does Bran cap out at level 10? It seems like this doesn't do anything. I think it sets it to a fixed level. So I guess if I want to go any further, I'd have to manually level up Bran. Which I guess we'll see how that works. Oh, there we go. All right. Here, somebody in chat, pick one of these delves, and we'll do that first. The first one I see, we'll try that one. I'm just checking the War Within beta forums. Yeah. Somebody else put a forum post about the PTR realms being taken down, so I'm bumping that because it is kind of ridiculous that they took it down without saying anything. Okay. I'm seeing Sinkhole, Nightfall, Sanctum, Dreadpit. We'll do them in that order. So, where's Sinkhole? The Sinkhole. Alright. We'll test this one. Getting long loading screens today on beta. Wait, what? But how the fuck am I supposed to test the delves then? Okay, it seems it fixed itself. Did they forget to, like, extend the barrier this far? Alright, Sinkhole, what does it scale me to? We'll do tier 4. I have to queue for it? Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Immediate drop-off. I'm gonna refresh my flask. And... food wasn't working the last time I played beta. I don't know if they finally fixed food buffs. Actually, I don't have any on me, so... I can check next time. Guessing I just drop straight down. And it scales me to item level 558. Oh, Backwoods donated $5. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, and it can... Ooh, that's interesting. YouTube has, like, trackers now. So it tells me that that is your third super chat. Cool. I appreciate that. Okay, so it looks like the Sinkhole is in Hollowfall. Where in Hollowfall is this? Nightfall Delve, Skittering Delve, Spiral Weave. Like, where am I right now? Oh, the Sinkhole, duh. Interesting. So it is, well, as the name implies, a gigantic sinkhole in the middle of the zone. Interesting. Tier 7 or 8 gives heroic gear on the vault, so if they get really easy with brand leveled, you'll use that on your DPS only classes. Yeah, that makes sense. View brand Bronzebeard supplies. Okay. I've been told that he should be spec'd as a damage dealer. Apparently the other ones are really bad. Okay, let's read this shit. During combat, Brand designates a player to guide his shot for 4 seconds before firing towards their location and dealing moderate physical damage to the first enemy hit. A chance to weaken enemies, increasing the chance to critically strike them. Now, that could be a nice boost to me. Whenever any player's health falls below blah blah blah, deals moderate damage and taunts them. Brands shields an injured player for their missing health. I don't need that. Whenever a player uses a defensive cooldown, that seems kind of bad. Jumping on him will cause him to hurl players into their enemies, knocking and dealing significant damage split between them. Huh. I kind of want to try that. Randomly while in combat, a blood beast will attach itself to Bran. That seems bad. When Bran uses gathering tools... Well, that seems good, right? Because that gets me more resources. That gets you a mini bloodlust. Huh. While out of combat, your movement speed is increased and you get haste. Cheat death. While you're undead, you cannot be healed. What the heck? I mean, I feel like the random Bloodlust procs would technically be the best if it wasn't for the fact that haste is basically worthless on Brew. So, I guess I'm gonna get this one? I suppose? Isn't 558 like War Within leveling gear? Yeah. Well, it scales you to a set level, so I guess this is what you're supposed to be when you do this level delves. Rank 8 gives Heroic in Vault? Ah. It doesn't go beyond that. Okay, so that's the cap then. Okay, let's see his damage abilities. Summons his Loyal Griffin, bombards enemies. Steel traps will snap when an enemy approaches. Trusty Whip interrupts. Summons a Devilsaur Egg. Oh, I like that. That's based on Hearthstone. Okay. Kill Shot. Interesting. Wait, so if I get an enemy to 30%, Bran just insta-kills it? That's kind of sick. That seems good. Speed, Avoidance, and Leech. Ooh. And then... So after level 10, it looks like you just get stacks of this. Combat Mastery grants him 5% increased damage. Okay, so as you level Bran up to 10, you unlock all of this different stuff. And then every level past that just gives you 5% damage on him. Interesting. Alright, and it looks like... What? I just sink straight to the bottom? Well, that's an interesting design. So it's underwater, but not really. Because it's a sinkhole. Yes. Oh. And I guess, yeah, I need to keep moving, because otherwise I'll run out of breath. Although the breath things respawn, okay. Alright, what is this? Oh. There's anima powers here. I can only use it once, it seems, though. Also, while I do have low item level, technically speaking, I do have a scaled down, like, 4-piece and all that fancy shit, so... It kind of balances out, I would say. Let's make sure this guy's not evading, and... Okay. He evaded my touch of death. You can't believe they put a Sonic level in your WoW game? Is this like a thing from Sonic or something? I've never played Sonic, so I don't know. Oh, this kind of hurts. Maybe I'm supposed to kite that. Not that it really matters. I mean, I haven't pressed, like, a major defensive cooldown, so... Okay, I need to refresh my bubble. So you want to do an underwater level? I mean, like, I'm not saying I wanted it to be an underwater level. I'm just surprised that it works like this. This is not what I expected. I suppose it is novel. What I'm wondering is, like, I gotta test it. What happens if I do this? I don't know what I expected. I mean, technically, doesn't that mean I can also just, like, do this? Do I take fall damage? No. So you technically could just do that. And there's no downside. There's a bubble over there. 4 to 5 lives. Well, given how this is going, I have a feeling I'll be fine, but, you know. We'll see. Ooh, agility. Ho, 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 ho. Are there any other goblet thingies that I missed? There's one over here. Your second message for the bit got cut off. You were trying to say the, well, yes, but no. Ah, I see. I missed that one. Alright. Yeah, like, okay, technically speaking, I'm pretty sure this is a later part of the dungeon, right? But I am, like, fairly certain that I could Chi Torpedo here. I mean, I gotta test it. Pretty sure. Oh. God, I love Chi Torpedo. I can't believe there's some people who swear by celerity. It's the beta, so it really doesn't matter? Yeah. Do I have to use this thing, the light boost, to jump on him? Maybe that's what it's talking about when it says jump to me. Yeah, so normally I was supposed to run around here. I still want to double back and, you know, see what I missed. But who knows, maybe this is like a speedrun strat. And Brewmaster is going to be really good for that reason. I mean, you could do it on any monk spec, to be fair. Whoa! Oh, alright. That's cool. What did I miss? There's some little goblet thingies.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
There's another one over there. Can you use gun shoes? That's a good question. I don't have any on the server, so I have no idea. Unfortunately, this is the server where you can't copy characters. I'm pretty sure there's no way to access Gunshoes, unfortunately. So. Don't know. I guess theoretically, if you could test it in like a leveling delve, if it works there, it would probably work in endgame delves as well. But I don't know. I don't see why it wouldn't. It seems like it could work. Ooh, nice. How much damage does that do? Yeah, that does show up on the meters. Not bad. Like, that did more than my initial exploding keg damage. Let's grab this buff. Can I see Brand's damage on here? Like, his other damage? No. So I guess Brand's, like, shield toss counts as my damage, which is why it shows up in details. The rest of his stuff is tracked by him, so unless details figures out how to track his damage, it's probably not going to show up on here. It also makes sense to not make Heirlooms soulbound, yeah. Well, you know. You're not wrong. Yep. That's Blizzard for you. Are there any other little orb thingies? Ooh. Okay, I think I should start initiating with these light boots more often. Just... Whoa, that is a lot of damage. Goodness gracious. Oh, the Devil Sword spawned. Go, 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 go. Can I rop it? No. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wait, can I just fucking whap him? Touch of death? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it doesn't even show up in the meters because it just one-tapped him. Mad Queen's Mandate kind of fucks. This trinket's really good. Did I not loot something? Oh. Okay, there's a sturdy chest here. Snake oil. Alright. Wow, thanks. That's fucking lovely. Oh, there's more. Ooh. What the fuck? Elise Starseeker? Oh, she's in this? Okay. Look, I am a sucker for Hearthstone characters being put into WoW. I'll be honest. Oh, that just gives you 10 gold. Alright, sure. Undercoin. Okay, so what did I get? I got Undercoin's Squirming Swarm Sack, which I got this thing, Long Lost Choker, which is technically an upgrade if I put stuff on it. I got a Fractured Sparks. You can get sparks from this. And I got some Weathered Crests, flight stones. Gold. Not a lot, but yeah. And then where's the sack? Squirming swarm sack. Where is it? Squirming. Oh. Oh, it shares a cooldown with potions. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't talk to the NPCs in Dornegal, so it looks like there's no way for me to leave. Or no way for me to turn in those quests, I meant. You love Chi Torpedo? Your only fault with it? You've accidentally jumped going from roll to Chi Torpedo one too many times. Yeah. That looks like DH stonks? Oh yeah, absolutely. Delves are going to be Torghast cool for the first 1 or 2 runs and then just a chore? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'll be honest, that was way more fun than Torghast ever felt. But who knows? You also have to keep in mind that, like I said before, tanks are almost certainly going to be the strongest option for soloing these delves. So, you know, keep that in mind. What was the second one somebody named? Somebody picked Nightfall Sanctum. So we'll do that, and then we'll do Dread Pit. And hopefully it lets me increase the difficulty. Nope, 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 nope. Nice. Okay, so as long as I beat it with revives remaining, we're fine. The Order of Night will scout the area and fire a barrage of arrows. Interesting. Is that available at Tier 4? Yeah, that's a thing. So what's the difference? Tier 1 just has the barrage. Tier 4 is when this thing pops up. So why does Tier 3 give more experience? That doesn't make sense. That was the Delve level 4, it gets spicier? Yeah, I've heard. Does Bran keep the stuff I told him to pick? He does. And he keeps his experience. Nice, I wasn't sure if it would be fixed.
Come and share my light.
Well, I have to launch myself across the chasm. Okay. I forgot to check to see if food was available off the vendors now. Oh no. What is this? Oh, you just take damage while you stand in that? Alright. Well, I mean, I should probably just, like... kill this. What the heck? What just killed that all? Was that the arrow barrage? That must have been the arrow barrage, because I definitely didn't just one-tap that pack. Ooh. Okay, I like that shield toss. That feels really sick. I'll probably try out some of the other abilities at some point. I don't know if I'll do that like on this stream or eventually. We'll see. But I do quite like that. Yeah, none of that extra shit is tracking in my breakdown. And it does seem like, at the very least, the Damage from Spirit of Harmony has fallen off a little bit, which it did get nerfed, so that doesn't surprise me. Do these purple swirlies deal damage? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. I think it's a separate thing. We had to scrap the enhanced speedrun, or rather postpone it, because the beta is broken. Hence the title. So, the enhanced speedrun will be done later in the week on live servers, once things are working. And the Evoker speedrun, which was initially planned for tomorrow, is also going to be pushed back, because, I mean, the servers are just too broken right now. If I can't finish the enhanced speedrun, there's no way they're going to be good enough by tomorrow to do the Evoker speedrun, so... I'm just like, I didn't want to end the stream early, so we're testing some miscellaneous stuff here. But, yeah, that was not possible to do, unfortunately. When you're testing, Brand gets a 500 XP boost per day, and every delve after is just 100 XP per completion. Well, that's fucking terrible design. Daily XP like that? Why are we fucking including mobile game bullshit? Like, I expect Honkai Star Rail to do that shit. But World of Warcraft? Like, no. Fuck off. Oh, I didn't realize I was activating the shield toss. What exactly is Delves? Is it for leveling gear or solo dungeons? Delves are... They're not like a replacement for dungeons, per se. Delves are meant to be like kind of difficult world content. Think of them like mage towers on crack, basically, is I think the closest thing I can describe it for. The idea behind Mage Tower, but is like a more... like endgame focused type of content where they're like dungeons that you can do solo that have like challenging encounters, etc. At least that's my interpretation of them. And while delves can be done for leveling, they are also for endgame content, so they're kind of like solo dungeons basically. Admittedly, I haven't thoroughly tested them, so I can't speak much outside of, like, what I've read and what Blizzard has said about their design goals for delves, but that's also the impression I've gotten based on my limited testing. Interesting. That seems good. I'm gonna Todd this. Holy moly, this does damage. Okay. Yeah, this engine thing, I guess it's one-time use, though. So that makes sense. If that was like a repeatably usable thing, that would be fucking cracked.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Ooh. It's a crafting reagent. I wonder what I can use that for. I'm glad that exploring little nooks and crannies actually rewards me, though. I wasn't sure if anything would be back there. Yeah, I guess Torghast is another good comparison. Yeah, for sure. What's the abuse early, abuse often tech for these bugs, good sir? There is no abuse early, abuse often. It's just all bugs that punish you. These are not the fun kinds of bugs. These are the get fucked kinds of bugs. The worst kinds of bugs, unfortunately. I'm guessing I'm meant to land on that ship? Huh. Okay, I see a chest over there, so I'm gonna jump over to it. It's just us being abused, exactly. From your testing... Oh, I read that already. That's unfortunate. You're curious if I can beat my Mop Remix speedrun? So, okay, in case you didn't know, the Heart of Fear reset trick has been nerfed. Now, I am still unsure if I really want to attempt to beat my record. Because, like, I mean, I spent a lot of time doing that, and I don't really want to continue spending time to get that. What I have considered doing is that it is possible that with the squish, just doing heroic dungeon spam might be faster than all the stuff that we did, because 60 to 70 is so much faster. So I have considered... Oh, what the hell? That's interesting. That's, that seems like it could be good. So what I've considered doing is just a heroic dungeon run, because that would be much easier to put together. So, I'm thinking about that. Anything else, anything beyond just heroic dungeons, I'm just not going to bother with. But also, Heart of Fear has been nerfed regardless, so I couldn't even do that again if I wanted to. I wonder if there's anything underwater. But I mean, obviously it would be faster, right? It's not a question of if. Well, there is a question of if with Heart of Fear being nerfed. Can I beat my previous run now that Heart of Fear has been gutted? I think I probably could, but who knows? Oh. Interesting. So there's gathering nodes, but Bran will fish it. Ah. Okay. Oh. This stuff's under the water. There should be another one. Yeah. Alright, well, they need to fix that so it's actually, like, easily viewable, because I almost didn't see that. I just noticed that there was a gear icon, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? So it looks like Bran will summon treasures whenever he mines something. I assume that's the power-up that I gave him, and that's what it does. Let me see if there's anything underwater here. Ah ha 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 ha. I knew I should have checked underwater. Okay, it's 200 gold. Not bad. Let's see. Not seeing anything else down here. You tried another alt 80 to see if it's account-wide, and it is, so you can't have Bran getting multiple 500 XP bonuses per day. That's unfortunate, but I mean, it makes sense, I suppose. That would be kind of broken if you could do that. And that would just directly benefit having alts. Okay. So, I want to make sure that I get as much ore as I possibly can, like collectible stuff. Because that also is what gives me these stat buffs. And I do like some flat secondary stat buffs. That is good shit right there. And considering it seems like you get free materials out of the deal, what's not to like? Torghast but optional since you don't count Torghast as optional content. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's correct. Torghast was mandatory content. The biggest problem with Torghast is that because it was mandatory content, they had to tune it as mandatory content, which means it was just dog shit. You wonder if things like Torghast or old content could ever be used for leveling. Not without massive reworks. It's not impossible, but it would require a lot of effort on Blizzard's part. Ah. Wait, so I did the delve backwards? I'm supposed to launch myself here and then do it. Oh, okay. Well, we just did the super special extra route. And can I reopen this chest to refresh my barrier? No.
I know it. We're close.
Cannot. What else? The fun bugs actually get patched. The bad kind of bugs Blizzard takes their sweet time on. Unfortunately, yep, that is 100% correct. Anything that benefits players, they fix immediately. But, you know, if it's something that is completely bricking the beta servers, you know, it can wait for a Monday. Fuck the players. Yeah, it is unfortunately very true, and it gets really fucking exhausting. It's also just, like, annoying, because I don't get how Blizzard doesn't realize that they just, like, murder any trust that they have with, their player base. Because, you know, the thing is, if Blizzard didn't nerf so much shit that I talk about, I might not have shared this, like, breaking out of Pandaria trick, because that was, like, kind of exploity. And in fact, next time, maybe I will show all of the really, really, really broken tricks that I said could potentially get you banned if you try it. But next time, maybe I'll just show it to people so that they can, if they really want to, abuse it, and then Blizzard has to fucking deal with it. Because, like, that's what happens when they just keep nerfing really innocuous shit. Like, I'll show the most tame bullshit ever, and just because it ends up in one of my videos and it benefits players slightly, they assume that it's unintended, even when it is fucking intended by them, or at least seems like it's intended behavior, and they'll just fucking nerf it anyway. It's just fucking annoying. And there's just no goodwill there. Like, if they're just going to destroy everything that I enjoy doing, well then I'm just going to make their lives harder. Whereas if they were at least kind enough to, like, not immediately fuck over any players trying to use slightly beneficial, like, oversights, then maybe I'd be more willing to cut them some slack and not, you know, expose blatant flaws in their programming, but it's what it is. Elves give you more gold than Mythic Plus. Yeah, that's not great. Okay. And should just be one more. Is this the entire delve? Just breaking these shadow barriers? Did I complete the entire thing and this is just a victory lap? Oh, yeah, and then we just kill these guys. Alright, one down. Oh. I guess I don't get to kill that other one? And I think Bran leveled up. Technically there was the daily Torghast quest. Yeah, well, the problem is they never actually fixed that Torghast quest to give, like, remotely good rewards, so you technically couldn't really level through Torghast. They said you could, and then they just released it in a blatantly unfinished state and never changed it. So, but that's like half the shit Blizzard does, but you know what I mean. If delves turn profitable and fun enough, you'll be rolling in the dough. Yeah, fair. Right now, the gold seems rather low, but who knows? Maybe it, like, scales with level, and the really high-level delves are actually good. Alright, we need to check food.
Variety is the spice of life. Don't forget to eat.
Take care of yourself. No one else will.
Also, was LFR testing this weekend? I guess not. Forget when that was. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, they finally added the new armor kits. So, 9 agility and stamina. Alright, I'll go ahead and grab that. Do I know what professions you'll be focusing on at the start of the X-Pack? I'll probably be running engineering again for one of mine, just because engineering always has useful shit. As for the other professions, I haven't really looked into it enough to know what's good, what's bad. Realistically speaking, you're probably just going to want to do the same thing in Dragonflight and just, like, make sure that your guild has everything covered, so... Assuming there's nothing in, like, alchemy that's really broken and it must have, I'll probably just check with my guild to see what they need covered, and I'll swap to that, because I don't really care too much. Is there really no food? Yeah, food still hasn't been implemented. Alright. That's a little bit annoying. Carl didn't do any professions? I mean, I have in the past, yeah. I'm not like a big profession gold making person, but I absolutely have done professions. I mean, I leveled my professions a lot at the start of the expansion especially, and then I just kind of didn't keep up with it. I was the main inscription person in my guild for, like, most of the expansion. At least my previous guild. I had, like, all the recipes and stuff. And I had engineering leveled up as much as I needed to get all the fancy stuff. Bracers, helm, etc. Okay, what was the other one that somebody picked? Dread Pit. I remember that. Alright. So now I can go to T6. Oh, the rewards are a lot higher now. Oh, is Dread Pit one of the, yeah. Bountiful. So, Bountiful devs give you, like, better rewards, or, like, you're able to obtain better rewards. But it's only, if you have, like, keys or some shit. What the fuck? What was that ability? Whatever that is, it just absolutely murdered all those mobs. 4M plus high keys sometimes result in 2,000 gold plus repairs, yeah. That could be pretty brutal. I do kind of like how I can see the entire delve, like, wrapping around. Jarko said, "Hey, Haraldin, really enjoyed your leveling vids. Looks like you just missed it." Not really. The leveling effectively got canceled. The beta is too broken. Oh, I can break the egg to summon the Devil Sword. Ah. Yeah, so you didn't miss anything, actually. We'll be doing the leveling runs at some point during the week. So tomorrow's leveling stream is canceled because the beta is broken. Obviously, we tried it today. It wasn't working. And the streams that were originally planned for this weekend, so the Shaman 10 to 70 and the Evoker 10 to 70, those will be done during the week on live servers. So on the plus side, you didn't miss anything. On the downside, you know, you didn't miss anything because it was broken. But we will do those eventually. It's just a shame that the beta is in, frankly, an unacceptable state at the moment. So, you know. If anything, this stream will be able to serve as a PSA for just how fucking dogshit the state of the beta is in terms of bugs and other stuff. And some of this stuff will be with pre-patch in 3 days, and unless we raise awareness about these issues, it's just gonna fuck everybody over on pre-patch. So, that's fun. You get Battlefield Delve keys from weeklies. You forget how many keys you get. Yeah, I don't remember exactly either. I know generally how the system works, but I don't know the exact details. Okay, Brand should be able to mine this. You're still of the opinion that Raid and Mythic Plus content should just not cost gold? Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, it can be a little bit annoying. You're off. Good night. See ya, Xara. What else did I miss? To remind you of the pain starting this season fresh without buying golds, had you poor forever? Yeah, it's pretty rough. This game is a little bit rough to play if you don't have golds. There are, like, things that you can get around without needing to spend gold, but it's still pretty tough. For sure. Can I open the chest? Is this the key thing? Huh. Let's see. Counterpoint, you make all your gold start of expansion because you can sell flasks, oil, and food at really high rates. Yeah, that's the problem, though. See, here's the thing. Oxara's not wrong, but also Oxara just kind of laid out the entire issue with early access, or one of the many issues with early access. A lot of the time when you're able to make the most gold is at the start of the expansion. And I've seen a lot of people throwing around the concept of like, well, if all you're trying to do is make gold, then technically early access is an investment. But the bigger issue is that new players who really aren't interested in getting early access, or maybe can't because of like financial situations, are just now completely boned on making money. Because you can't tell people, haha, just spend money, right? So if somebody kind of relies on early expansion gold and they're not really in a position where they can afford to drop that much, it can be rough. So it's not like it's not the surefire like defense that a lot of people seem to think it is, of like, just view it as an investment. I think that's such a terrible argument. I know that's not what you were saying, Oxara, but you know, I have unfortunately seen a lot of people say that. Let's see. Still a plentiful month left in beta. Yeah, it's rough. There's still a chance that a lot of this stuff gets fixed, but Blizzard doesn't necessarily have a good track record. And like, I'm sure that there's going to be people who will see the recording for this stream and without even clicking on it to see how shitty it is, because obviously, like, I didn't make this stream with the intent of dunking on Blizzard, right? I made a stream with the intent of leveling a character, and then I got fucked over because the beta is just in an unacceptably bad state. But now that I basically have to rebrand the stream for the recording, because like otherwise it'll just look weird when people click on this. So I'm gonna have to change it. But I guarantee you right now, I'm going to get multiple messages from people who don't read shit and just see the title and thumbnail, and they're like, oh my god, another YouTuber just constantly shitting on Blizzard. Oh, you understand that it's the beta, right? You know, it's testing content. Oh, you're supposed to cut them some slack because, you know, just so many fucking lemmings don't understand. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm sure I'm gonna have to deal with that in the comments section for a while. Is what it is. I do like me an Uncross the Lines game. Interesting. And there's another chest hidden over here. What's my opinion about Blizzard downfall? What do you mean? Like, what's my opinion on Blizzard's, like, metaphorical downfall, like their reputation falling? I mean, I think, yeah, they did it to themselves. Unless there's something that I'm missing, if you're talking about something specific that I'm unaware of. How am I liking Delves? How's Brand's AI? For damage dealing, at the very least, honestly, not bad. He's kind of fucking around right now, though, as I say that.
I don't have a target.
What? I was about to say that I like Delves. They seem pretty good. And then the final boss just despawned as I started combat. So, I don't know what the hell happened there. Oh, there's multiple story variants, huh? Interesting. Why are you complaining it's a beta, it's supposed to have bugs? Yeah. You see, and the other problem is, it's like, I forget, there was like a conversation that we had in stream like a little while ago, where somebody wasn't even necessarily criticizing me. It might have actually been on Discord. Yeah, it was on Discord. On Discord, somebody wasn't criticizing me, but they were like, I said that there was something about War Within that annoyed me. I forget what it was. Oh yeah, it was the talent thing. It was that thing I talked about earlier with like the talent system, where I was basically saying that I dislike how instead of actually expanding on the talent tree meaningfully, they're just attaching like extra shit in the form of hero talents onto it. And somebody told me like, well, you know, it's kind of unfair to expect Blizzard to, you know, do XYZ like things with talents. And I'm like, but they literally said they were going to. They said in interviews that they have multiple ideas on how to expand the talent trees and that this isn't just going to be left as is, it's an evergreen system, blah, 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 blah. And like, I read all those interviews. I've been following this shit from the start. right? So I follow all these little details, I read the fucking interviews, and then Blizzard just says whatever the fuck they want in interviews, makes false promises all the time, and then never fucking delivers. But then the thing is, when I call them out on those false promises, I get met with backlash on like, you know, oh, like, how could you expect Blizzard to do XYZ thing? Like, I don't know, because they literally said they were going to? But, of course, the people criticizing me don't fucking remember when Blizzard promised that. So it's like, you know, I remember. I'm the one who fucking remembers all the shit that Blizzard failed to deliver on. I've been here since fucking... I mean, technically, since I was 5 years old in vanilla, right? But I've at the very least been actively engaging in the community and following Blizzard's stuff since Legion. Right? I've been pretty damn active since then, and I've been making videos since the Shadowlands pre-patch. And I've been closely following every fucking thing Blizzard says or does. I've been playing the game consistently for the last... I mean, I don't really think I've taken a really long break from WoW ever since I was a little kid. I've been playing pretty consistently for many, 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 many years. So I've seen them make all the same mistakes. So when I see them on a path to be making the same mistakes that they've made a million times before, and I call it out, you have people who haven't been playing WoW for more than a year act like I'm being unreasonable, right? And it's like... that gets exhausting, I'll admit. I want to try talk with Abyss. How's my day? My day's been alright. My day's been full of ups and downs. Not too bad. Not the best. Is what it is. Let's go to tier 7. What else did I miss? There were times with Mythic Plus this season where you were farming world mobs to be able to repair one piece of armor. Oh my god. That's not good. You can only get up to tier 9. You found companion experience. Green is 100. Blue rare is 150. Epic is 200. If people want to level up Bran, you're best to spam the lower tiers. Yeah, that makes sense. At least Bran looks more competent than the follower dungeons DPS. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a step up. I'll give them that much. My Bran Bronzebeard is 11. Ooh, I just got a little distance there. Okay, so this is this another, like, underwater one where you just kind of walk along the ocean floor? And, Matthew Riley, when you say you only got up to tier 9, do you mean, like, you're not able to go past tier 9, like the game won't let you? Or are you saying that you personally were only able to get up to tier 9? Like, past that you're not able to do? Due to, like, the game kills you or something? Okay, that seems good. That seems like something that I would want to have while underwater. Okay, also, it looks like it is fake underwater again. You personally. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. Because I haven't tried this yet, so I'm not sure if there's, like, a hard cap on data. Like, you can't go past this point. Well, the mob is evade bugged. There we go. Hello, person with characters in their name that I can't read. Sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce that name. But thank you for stopping by the stream. Will we see the same amount of speedruns in War Within Beta as we saw in Dragonflight Beta from you? I mean, I suppose it depends. It's like, I don't remember exactly how many Dragonflight Beta speedruns I did, so I'm not gonna, like, do exactly the same number or whatever. What I can assure you is that I will do as many speedruns in War Within Beta as it takes to fully test the content. The one difference that you can already see is I'm starting my testing later than I normally would. And that is largely because the beta is just in a really broken state. Dragonflight Beta was further along by this stage, and I was able to start doing preliminary testing much earlier. The other thing about Dragonflight Beta is there wasn't a lot of other stuff going on during Dragonflight Beta, so I was able to do extensive testing. Up until this point, obviously, there's been Mop Remix, which has consumed a lot of my time. So, yeah. Oh, I need to pick up the relics. There should be 2. But I don't see the other relic. But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of War Within Beta testing. I've already done 1 run, and we'll see how many more it takes to, like, really finalize the route. Let's see. You personally, 570 item level things and 9s hit like a truck. You can do it, but you need to CC, and it slows right down. Yeah. I would also suspect that it basically forces you to be a tank spec. I mean, I genuinely... This is the problem with content like this. And this is why I said I'm like 99% sure that tanks will be the best. There is no way to tune content like this for tanks. Content like this, it is either tuned to be so ridiculously difficult that 99% of DPS won't be able to clear it, or it is tuned to a point where you need to just be a tank. No, what I mean is, it's either tuned to a point where DPS can't clear it and you need to be a tank, or it's tuned to a point where DPS can clear it and tanks completely steamroll it. Because any content like this that DPS are able to do, tanks will be able to do better. Anything that just deals upfront auto attack damage like this, like, if I am getting shredded as a Brewmaster, you can bet your fucking ass that DPS will be dead long before that point in time. I'm scaled to what, 587 as a brew? Assuming the damage doesn't, like, increase if it's being dealt to tanks, even then, tanks would still survive better because tanks have a shit ton of mitigation tools DPS don't, right? I can keep myself alive indefinitely. Because right now, I'm also just face tanking everything, and as a Brewmaster, I have abilities to kite, right? So if I really needed to, I could just kite around, I could spam Vivify and hit Expel Harm, stuff like that. So there is just no way to balance this properly. There is no way that this has been tuned correctly. Because if a tank can't survive the incoming damage, then how the fuck is a DPS player supposed to survive? So the only way that they somehow manage to tune this so DPS is the best option is if there are incredibly tight damage checks. And the thing about damage checks is, well, there's 2 ways to make a damage check. You could either make it so you have to kill the mob before it kills you, in which case, again, tanks are most likely the best option. Or you have literally a set timer to kill the mob, and if you don't kill the mob within this time, you automatically fail. And that would definitely make tanks much harder, but the reality is, they wouldn't be able to tune around, you know, race the world first players, right? They wouldn't be able to say, you know, you have to be able to do insanely good damage. So they would have to pick a reasonable number that even, like, the average Joe could hit in terms of damage checks. And, well, the thing is, good tank players would still be able to hit those damage checks relatively easily because tank damage is not bad at all. And in a lot of cases, a poorly played DPS will do less damage than a well-played tank. So like here I'm taking a lot of damage, but I just used my healing potion for the very first time. And I still haven't used Dampen Harm. And I haven't even done this. Oh no. I thought my game was about to crash. That is one way to kill tanks, right? You know, I don't really have any mitigation that can bypass my game being crashed. That would kill me. Now, the last time I got a stutter like that, my game crashed like 15 seconds later. So, you know. The Blizzard affix, yes. Let's hope that it doesn't. You can't do the 13th delve, the one where you did all other delves in max difficulty. Yeah, that one they said that they're keeping for launch. That's the only thing that I've outright seen Blizzard say isn't going to be testable, aside from, of course, the final boss of the raid, which that is always the case. They never have that be testable. But out of, like, the new stuff, they have officially said that you won't be able to do that. Also, I think my flask fell off. Do this. Yeah, see, like, all the damage here is avoidable. That's another way that I suppose they could nerf tanks. They can make, like, most of the damage avoidable stuff. But the problem is that only seems to be the case for bosses. It definitely seems to be the case that most actual, like, trash mobs just do auto-attack damage, which will always mandate having a tank. And I mean, so far, all of these delves have been, pretty fucking easy. I really haven't been challenged for real yet. Like, I had one pull where I had to actually use my abilities, but I haven't had actually anything where I'm, like, really sweating. So. I think that's it. Oh, let's see. Let's try to get to the next level. I don't know how high I can go, but I guess I'll just keep going until I can't. And that way I can try new delves. Let's try Underkeep. That seems like a cool name. So also, DPS probably will need to rely on a high-level brand to get into harder delves. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Having to power-level brand is probably going to be really annoying. Okay, level 8. I guess, okay, so level 11 is the cap, so I'll probably just try to see if I can do that. You don't have the WoW expansion, nor have you thought it all the way through, but if it's unavoidable damage, would making it percent-based help smooth out the difficulty across DPS tank specs? Kinda. That would definitely punish tanks more, but again, it would go back to the issue of tanks would just have more tools to deal with it, right? Because if you're taking heavy percent ticking damage, like, that would still punish DPS players. It would definitely punish tank players too. But as a tank, then I would have shields that I could use. I could then kite the mobs, right? I could heal myself way more than most DPS specs ever could. So I would still have way more options. And if it's, like, very, very light ticking damage, I mean, vast majority of tank specs have shit to deal with that, right? And of course, if you're a Blood DK, you don't care at all. So, and this is Brewmaster, where, as a Brewmaster, I am more susceptible to rot damage than any other tank. So that would really hurt me. I also don't have amazing self-sustain potential. The thing about Brewmaster, though, is I also have... Brewmaster is really good at doing harder content early, because while you do have poor self-sustain options, you also have the best damage mitigation for incoming damage outside of, like, Death Strike. Death Knights would also be pretty good. Assuming their damage is competitive, which in this expansion it looks like it actually might be. So, who knows. But Stagger allows Brewmasters to tackle really difficult content well before they should, which is why I love doing, like, launch week Mythic Zeros and shit, because it's always really, really brutal, but I can go in there with super low item level and still just absolutely kick ass, because nothing can really put a scratch on me. Because as a Brewmaster, as long as my healer can keep up, I damage smooth well enough to the point where nothing can one-tap me. And it just feels like you're doing a high-level Mythic Plus key. For tank classes, do you recommend leveling as a tank or DPS spec? Entirely dependent on the class. Entirely depends. Like, as a druid, you should absolutely be leveling as Guardian, and it's not even a question. Absolutely. For Paladin, it's a bit of a toss-up. Both Prot and Ret are good. For Death Knight, I normally would say not Blood, but Blood does look much better. Though you're probably still going to want to level as one of the DPS specs because Rider of the Apocalypse looks really nice. Warrior is another one where either one works fine. Prot's a pretty good leveling spec, but the DPS specs are good too. And this is all obviously for max level, right? Like, at lower levels, Prot Paladin is really, really good. Much better than Ret. But at higher levels, everything kind of evens out. It also kind of depends on the type of content you're trying to do. Like, if you plan on doing dungeons at all, then definitely tank, for obvious reasons. But if all you're doing is quests, then again, it varies. What else? Monks, while Brewmaster is good, Windwalker is also an insanely powerful leveling spec, so that will usually end up being the better option. What the fuck is Brand doing? Yeah, they just buffed Stagger, exactly. Yeah, the thing is, those changes to Brew, I talked about this another time, but those Brewmaster changes are actually a buff. I'm not the first person to say that. A lot of people are talking about how it's kind of insane. But yeah, Brewmaster actually got a buff from all of the tank changes, which, by and large, nerfed tanks across the board. And this isn't like an ironic, you know, oh, haha, Brewmaster came out of this ahead. No, like they legitimately did get a buff. It's not a copium thing, it's not a silver lining thing. That is a pretty fucking major buff to Stagger. And all of the nerfs that they gave to our survivability, like our self-sustain, they are very minimal nerfs. We came out really far ahead. So Brewmaster was already looking pretty good in the War Within, and these changes just kind of pushed them over the top. I would say Blood DK and Brewmaster are pretty safely the two strongest tanks at the moment, at the very least for raids. I would be very surprised if they were not the two, like, world-first tank specs. Unless something changes further, it's entirely possible, right? There's still plenty of time for Blizzard to make extensive changes. But assuming the balance stays roughly the same where it is now, almost certainly it's going to be Blood DK Brew as the two tank specs in, like, Race to World First comps. The only chance that that is not the case is if Warrior DPS is really, really bad and Prot Warrior needs to get brought for world buffs. Or, raid buffs, I mean. I'm playing too much Classic. I don't think Warrior DPS is bad, though. Like, based on everything I've seen, I don't necessarily know if it's really, really good, but I haven't heard anybody completely dooming Warrior DPS to the point where Prot Warrior would be necessary. So, we're probably chilling there. That's the only real way I see Prot Warrior getting a spot. Prot Warrior's not bad, mind you. If you like tanking it as Prot, you'll still be perfectly fine. But we're talking like the super duper meta comp, like the Race to World First comp. I don't think Prot Warrior will be quite there. And Prot Paladin did take a pretty big hit, in fairness, but Prot Paladin also has really powerful utility. So I haven't really looked at Queen Anserec's boss mechanics a lot. Based on the bosses that I've tested so far, nothing mandates Prot Pally utility. Like, the first few bosses, nothing screams Prot Pally. Rashanon has some really weird mechanics that we're not sure if they're going to make it to live in exactly the same way. But if they do make it to live, Blood DK cheeses them harder than any other tank. So, yeah. And you only need one tank to cheese the mechanic, which is his AoE pull effect words. Yeah, that's fine. I can't really think of anything on Nexus Princess that would mandate a specific tank. Admittedly, I haven't looked at the Mythic mechanics a ton. Let's check. Let's check Narubar Palace, Mythic. I mean, I did this boss in Mythic. Don't remember that mechanic. Oh.
Take a wee rest.
Right, yeah. Nah, that should be fine. Bloodbound Horror on Mythic. Should be fine. You were trying to follow Blood DK notes on recent patches, and you saw a few days ago it seemed like some strong nerfs, but I guess it's still solid. The nerfs to Blood DK are fairly sizable. The thing is, two things to note about Blood DK. They primarily nerfed Blood DK self-healing. And if you know anything about DK self-healing, it's already insane. So you would have to completely gut Blood DK self-healing to make them, like, unplayable. And these nerfs just lower the self-healing. They don't gut it. So Blood DK is just kind of fine. They're obviously not going to be quite as invincible as they once were, but they're still going to be pretty damn invincible. For raid content, they'll be unkillable. For, like, much higher Mythic Plus, they may be slightly more vulnerable than they were before, but, like, doesn't really matter when every other tank took a pretty sizable hit as well. And the other thing is they gave Blood DK a damage buff, which is, like, that was always the thing that it was worst at. It struggled with damage, so giving it more damage is just a really good thing. So Blood DK honestly came out pretty good from the changes. They definitely didn't get, like, directly buffed. I would say the damage buffs are not enough to completely offset the survivability changes. However, so, like, it's not a straight buff. Like, Brewmasters just got buffed. It worked out really well for them. Blood DKs didn't get straight buffed, but they did actually come out of the thing pretty solid. Also, oh my goodness, I did not think that would knock back. I'm gonna put Transcendence down again, just on the off chance that I need to use that. Right, and self heals. Alright, it's this doorway. Is there any spot leveling with killing mobs like in Dragonflight? I don't know, and I frankly I don't really care. I'm the wrong person to ask about mob boosting like that. It's never been something that I've enjoyed. Watch them nerf Brewmaster a week before launch. So the thing that you need to understand is, like, Brewmaster was already pretty solid before these buffs to stagger, and Brewmaster is in a really good spot. Also, like, they would have to completely fundamentally gut Brewmaster for it to not be a good pick. Because keep in mind, even in tiers, like in Vault of the Incarnates, Brewmaster was not great. Brewmaster was not in the Race to World First comp for Vault of the Incarnates. It was in a pretty bad spot, and yet I played Brewmaster for Vault of the Incarnates, and a lot of other top guilds played Brewmaster instead of Prot Warrior, which was technically the meta tank. And it was considered bad, that tier. Even in its worst tiers, where Brewmaster gets nerfed right before launch, it has a bad tier. What? Bran launched me into a one-shot mechanic. Hello? They can do that? Oh my god. Also, this doesn't let me repair. Fucking well, first off, it is insane that that is a one-shot. But also, it is insane that Bran can just launch you into it. Fuck off. That's annoying. Well, now we know. I definitely got to avoid this shit. Brewmaster Ted class, yeah. Now watch out for the Bran mechanic. Fuck me. Nah, fuck you, Bran. Fuck you. I'm not falling for that again. Don't you fucking dare. Alright, where are the treasure chests? There's one over there. Treasure Seeker's Epaulets. Alright. If the damage buff applies to Death Strike... No. The damage buff is specifically to Bone Storm. Blood DK's single target was always pretty solid. Blood DK struggled a little bit on AoE. The only reason Blood DK right now, like in this moment in Dragonflight, is good on AoE is Fearlath. Fearlath does like ridiculous AoE damage. Blood DK's baseline AoE is pretty terrible. And Bone Storm was... like, Bone Storm's getting changed, so it already got reworked, and it looks like a really good rework. They gave Bone Storm 20% more damage. That's the only buff that they got to their damage, but that is a pretty sizable buff to an ability that was already looking to be very strong for AoE, so... That's what Blood DK got as a change. What the fuck? Why am I in the Echo Islands?
I have many wares.
What the hell? Can I, like, fly back to Org? That is really weird. So how far is my graphics distance? Not even that far. You can see Hygel from here? Damn. Isn't Fury like second or third best at the moment? It may very well be. If you say so, I believe you. I haven't been looking closely at DPS numbers. I know, like, Mage is insane right now. Mages and Warlocks are really good. You know, big surprise, right? I know Marksmanship and Survival Hunters are both looking really solid. So there are a few specs that I know are looking good. I haven't really heard much about Warrior. I haven't seen too many of them during raid testing. If you tell me that they're good, I would believe you. But yeah, Blood DK is still looking like they're very good. And Prop Paladin still has enough strong utility that if Queen Ansurek, like, really requires... It's gonna take me too long to, like, dive through all of the stuff to see. Let's check out Spiral Leave. But if there is a mechanic that, like, you can bubble off, or that, like, bop or spell warding is insane for, you might bring Prop Pally just for that. But if there isn't, then it likely won't matter too much. And assuming, like, basically, if raid buffs aren't an issue, and if utility spells like bop and spell warding are not an issue, Brew Blood is almost certainly going to be what people play. But yeah, like, honestly, at this point, because as I was saying before, there is no universe in which Brewmaster is not, at the very least, one of the best tanks. For raids, at least. They're in a pretty good fucking spot right now. What the hell? I need to be closer to interact with that target. I'm right fucking on top of it.
You'll find me wherever the action is.
Is this the interact bug? Let's log out and see if it'll fix it. Oh yeah, I only get 4 lives now. Well, unless Brand sabotages me 4 times. I don't know. You could get it, you just need to be quick. Oh. Well, we'll just see if this fixes it. I'm confused. What do you mean I need to be quick? Oh, you need to jump click. Oh, I see what you mean. There we go. Oh. The grappling hook. Alright.
Those webs will summon the Rubians. Don't stand in them. They'll maybe use it back.
Okay, Bran just yeeted me into the fucking webs that I'm supposed to avoid, so... Bran is doing his fucking best to sabotage me, motherfucker. 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 Motherfucker, Bran, you motherfucker. Motherfucker, 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 motherfucker. Okay. If tanks are best in delves, does that mean cloth users are screwed? Most likely, yeah. Highly likely, yeah. That's, like... Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. You can play with up to 3 people in delves, right? So, it's not necessarily that cloth users are screwed. You're just most likely going to be kind of forced into running with a group for higher end delves. Now, I'm sure that there's going to be some insane, like, mages who are going to solo this shit. But realistically speaking, yes, you are screwed. You're screwed, or you need to find friends to do this content with you. The only people that I expect to be soloing delves early on in the expansion are tank specs or some really tanky DPS. Like Windwalker Monk, maybe. Fury Warrior, maybe. Any DPS that has, like, reliable DR and self-heals, possibly. But, yeah, not a lot. I need to bounce this guy out of the fucking thing.
Webs will summon the Rubians. Don't stand in them.
Shit. Dude, these webs have such a fucking terrible visual, man. I can't fucking see where they are. And meanwhile, the fucking dipshit fucker Bran left the chalices sitting inside of this thing. So, you know, fuck me. Okay, where's the grappling hook things that I'm supposed to use? See, I don't even see him, so I guess I'm supposed to run along the wall like that? Yeah, cloth users just bring a decent tank friend, basically. That did so much damage. Jesus, that guy melted. Can I grapple there? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I will say another thing that you could do is notice that I'm doing some pretty aggressive pulls here. Realistically speaking, if you're a squishy DPS, you could also just, you know, take it pull by pull, and not just room pull like I am. Who knows, I might even be forced to do that if the mobs get too sketchy. Alright. There's a chest back there that I would like. I'll run along the ledge here. That counts as fucking summoning an Arubian. Oh boy. Alright, well, I mean, it was worth it for the chest. Am I scaled to 588? No, 610 at this level. So that's what's expected, it seems. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I could do really high-level delves as a Brewmaster, even at low item level. Just because I'm doing insanely, like, aggressive pulls. I'm just trampling on these fucking webs. And I'm still not dying. And here's the thing, there's no time limit, right? So, worst case scenario, I could just wait out my cooldowns before every single pull. I could, like, Touch of Death multiple mobs. That is also an option. And Touch of Death is insanely broken for stuff like this. So unless the final boss was tuned in such a way that it was just mathematically impossible, I could probably do really most delves. Did you remove gear slots to see if you can do the delve on lower item level? Yeah, maybe another time. Right now, I'd rather just test it. I mean, that doesn't fundamentally change much, right? Because like I just said, I could just slow it down. Like, that is obviously something that could very much be done. But... okay. The shield bounce thing is really troll in this delve, so now we know. Don't use it in this one. Jesus. Yeah, I will probably test low item level delves on the leveling server. So at some point before the expansion launches, I will do that, because that is something that I want to figure out. But for now, I'd rather just test it, you know, the way that Blizzard is scaling it. It would be like doing a speedrun without heirlooms, doable but slow. Yeah, exactly. As long as you can survive, like, one pull of 3, you can do the entire thing, pretty much. Especially as a Brewmaster with OP stuff like Touch of Death. Because I could always just, like, Touch of Death one mob. Because when the pack resets, it doesn't respawn all of them. So I Todd one mob, I just kite them. And, I mean, even if I have to kite them across the entire dungeon, they don't have infinite range. I can just CC and run. So. Did I get all of them? Nice. Where is... oh, I guess the only other one is on the opposite side. Alright. Yeah, like, see? That melted insanely fast because I had all of my cooldowns up. Like, Bran used his thing. I got, like, my robot summon that has a 120-second cooldown. I used Exploding Keg. All that stuff. If I just save that for every single pack, there's no timer. So, what's stopping me? Bran is an undercover Dreadlord, yeah. We will need a commandable tank follower. I'm pretty sure that Bran is eligible to tank. I think he technically can. The problem is, relying on an NPC tank is really not a good idea. So... like, you could maybe take your chances with that, but it would not really be reliable. I've read some reports from people that healer and tanked Bran is not super consistent. Because, like, the AI, especially as a ranged... like, look at him, he's sitting on the wall. As a ranged damage dealer, that works perfectly fine. But, you know... I don't really think they have good enough AI to make Bran work. Fuck. Well, where's the... oh, it's all the way up there. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there is no tank spec. Really? I actually wasn't aware of that. Okay, then yeah. I definitely heard that healer Bran was bad. I think somebody said the support role, and I assume that meant tank and healer. Oh, that's the final boss. Oh, okay. Well, then I want to go clear the trash. Baby, baby. Can I Todd you? Any second now. Alright, Bran, are you gonna kill me this time? No, he did not kill me. And Todd, get fucked. Yeah, those mobs were kind of tough, but... like, I had to actually pop my cooldowns. I'm pretty sure I ate, like, all of the mechanics to the face. And, of course, Touch of Death is, very strong. AI tanks are either between useless or there's barely in between, yeah. Considering returning from retail to War Within, is it worthwhile? It's up to you. I mean, it's not even out yet, so I can't really fully comment. It also, like, I don't know what you enjoy in WoW, so I can't really give any good comments on whether or not it would be worthwhile for you. Die, bitch. I think Bran leveled up. Yeah, he reached level 12. Nice. Where are the chests? This boss sucks. Tier 9 is melee DPS? Yeah. See, that's another nice thing about Brewmaster. With Keg Smash, you can kite just outside of melee range, so I was able to get full uptime on that. Pretty sweet. Mislead Curiosity. Ooh. Oh, there's no hitbox! Oh, there's no hitbox! Oh my god. The game fucking lied to me. Oh my goodness. That is so troll. Now I have to run all the way back there. Ugh, yuck.
There's treasure close by.
Wait, there is? Is it the same treasure that I already opened, or is it a new treasure, Bran? You fucking baiting me? I think he's baiting me. The gate is down, you can enter either way. Maybe. I mean, I didn't really see where the other ends opens. I also don't want to potentially miss anything, because I didn't expect to have to jump down. Are there any other hidden chests that I should grab? Oh, there's like a bunch of fucking web slingy thingies. There's a secret chest over there. So I have to do this, then jump down onto this pillar, parkour shit, and then loot this chest. Oh, okay. And then, the treasure room is in the center here. Wow!
Those webs will summon Rubians. Don't stand in them.
Fucking invisible wall. Okay, I see what you mean. Whew. Yeah, I don't have enough key thingies yet to open those. Yeah, I see what you mean now, because that's the thing. I had no idea where this room was. I didn't see it before, so I wasn't sure where I should be going. You were worried Delves would be kind of like Torghast 2.0. Would you say that's the case? Depends on what you mean. I think the biggest issue with Torghast is, in my opinion, that it was just fucking bland and repetitive. So all of the environments were like exactly the same. There was really no diversity. It wasn't really enjoyable. It also just looked terrible. The entire Maw aesthetic is just not an interesting one to me. And the other biggest issue I had with Torghast is that the anima powers were extremely random. So you had some anima powers like Corrosive Dosage, where you just spam Vivify on yourself as a monk and everything died. You had like the Heroic Leap Rumbling Rebel as a warrior, same deal. And then you had other specs like, or classes like Shaman that had no really strong builds and just kind of struggled. Rogues, same deal. So that's the biggest issue. At the very least, Delves are pretty much just your spec. You get some help from Brand and some like extra little tools, but nothing crazy. And all of like the anima powers, quote unquote, that I've seen so far have been fairly bog standard. Either just a flat minor stat increase or like every 2 minutes you summon a big robot that does big explodey stuff. There's nothing like Corrosive Dosage, and because it's all generic, if one class benefits from it, all of them do. Yeah, the DH Immolation Aura thing. I remember that. Yep. That was silly. Ugh. How many currencies are in the War Within? Well, this is a test server, and I've barely touched like half the content because I've been locked inside the raids and delves, and this is already what my currency page looks like. Don't expect any changes. Blizzard it has like a fucking currency fetish, and they just shove it into everything. So, but yeah, as far as delves go, I would say the general gameplay loop so far. Now, admittedly, I've only done a handful of them, but generally speaking, it feels a lot more fun than Torghast. I haven't really experienced it enough to say for sure. I'm also playing a pretty strong tank with fairly optimized gear, so this may end up being a miserable experience for some classes. I can't say. But overall, I think they're better. They're more creative, at the very least, which is something I appreciate. As far as how delves will feel to grind, I think the other big issue with Torghast, the main issue I had, was that they were mandatory for player power. So you had to do them every single week in order to get your Soul Ash to upgrade your legendaries, whether you loved them or hated them. Most people hated them. And as a result, that felt pretty unfun. Delves, from what I've seen, are an alternative to like Mythic Plus and raids for people who don't like group content and want a way to earn vaults on their own. And you can get up to, I believe, heroic raid gear is what other people are saying. And that's good. I think at the very least, for anybody planning on raiding early on, and like anybody who wants to optimize their performance in a Mythic raid, I highly suspect that running delves early on is going to be required. Just like for a lot of hyper min-maxers, running PvP to increase your chances of getting a tier set was important. Now, admittedly, that is something that even I did not do. I never stooped to the point of running PvP to get a tier set, but running delves to get more PvE slots in your vault, yeah, that's probably going to be pretty fucking important. Also, this guy... Oh, no. Please tell me that it's just the servers and not my internet. Well, I'm able to load Wowhead. So I'm going to assume it's just the servers then? You remember people taking that out of Torghast to kill Heroic Sakali in a one-shot? Yeah. There are a bunch of things that you could sneak out of Torghast. People really abuse that a lot. 8 is max and you just did a 9, but you were scaled to 610, but A. Oh, for... Oh, you mean for Vault, yeah. I believe all the higher difficulties are just for, like, cosmetic shit. So, that I also like, that the highest difficulties are just for, like, flexing, basically. Let's try Skittering Breach. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you, Shane West, for asking. What was I saying? Where in... Interesting. This is where it is. Skittering Breach. Alright. Yeah. Overall, I think Delves are definitely better than Torghast. But I think there's probably some things from Torghast that people had issues with that are still going to be present here. Alright. Skittering Breach. Let's try a different combat curio, because this has fucked me over too many times. Let's try that. That seems good. If it does even remotely good damage, and it also taunts off me, that could be a nice alternative. Okay, stuff is definitely starting to hurt.
Let's have a quick sit then to recover.
But, yeah, if things start to hurt, I can just start to do more reasonably sized pulls. And I still didn't use Dampen there. You were worried the delves would be mandatory for player power similar to Torghast, but if that's not the case and you can avoid them if they suck, then you're happy? Yeah. Yeah, for like super serious Mythic Raiders, oh yeah, that was something that I was in the middle of saying and then I got sidetracked. For super serious Mythic Raiders, you're most likely going to be forced to do delves. The other thing is, I suspect that before the raids and dungeons are open, you're obviously going to be expected to run delves to get a lot of your player power early on in the expansion, so... I mean, people like that, yeah, you'll probably need to do it. But you already said you're just coming back, so it probably won't be as necessary. But, like, if I were to hate delves, I'd probably still be forced into them early in the expansion, but, like, you know, I'm used to that shit. I have to do a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily like because of raiding. But so far, I mean, I would have absolutely no issue doing these. I'm having fun with them. So... Oh, fuck, there's more. Okay. How many of these fucking mobs are there? Okay. Looks like that was the last wave. My mouse is fucking up again. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Torghast sucked so much more because you were forced to do it? Yeah, exactly. And the highest levels of Torghast, up until, like, the very end, they finally, like, within the last patch, added cosmetic Torghast modes. But the vast majority of the expansion, you had to do the hardest Torghast modes to get the highest rewards, and that definitely wasn't fun. Especially when they added, like, the Adamant Vaults, and now suddenly it wasn't just about, like, beating Torghast on the hardest mode, but you also had to do Torghast on the hardest mode and get, like, a really high score to get to the, like, extra bonus stage, which was really stupid. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. So yeah, that was definitely not good. Also, that mob actually started cranking me a little bit there. I didn't pop defensives. I could have touch of deathed him, but I'm trying to see if I can get by just playing, like, relatively normally without using any big CDs. Okay. Gonna have Bran mine this, because then he'll give me upgrades. Yeah, the Adamant Vaults timer sucked. Adamant Vaults and all the changes they made to Torghast were just fucking ridiculous. That's kind of one of the funny things about Torghast. It's like, it sucked on launch, and then they just decided to make it even worse. Inexplicably. They just made it worse than it was at the start. I still will never understand that. This stuff is actually starting to kind of hurt. Felt like Blizzard made it mandatory for progression just so the development of Torghast wasn't wasted. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Completely agree with that. It's something that they've done a few times. They've kind of leaned back on that a little bit, which is good. There are still a few times when I feel that they do that, and I don't like it. Dragonflight, especially with some of the world events, the biggest offender in Dragonflight by far was Forbidden Reach. Forbidden Reach was like 99% cosmetic stuff, and then randomly they added this like bullshit ring that had stuff kind of like primordial stones from Sanctum of Domination. And that one reeked of like, we're insecure that people aren't going to play our for fun cosmetic content, so we're just going to add a blatantly overpowered player power item behind this. Which, it was just straight up borrowed power. It was borrowed power that was like technically a piece of gear, so people didn't mind it quite as much, but it was still borrowed power, and it was bullshit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, well that's the first thing to just outright kill me. And I even used defensives there. Alright, so whatever that ability is, apparently there's something that I need to interrupt. Because if I don't interrupt it, it just straight up kills you. Let's hope they don't make delves mandatory at the last minute. Yeah, that would suck. Let's hope. I doubt they would do that, but, I mean, I guess you never know. Need to wait for the combat log to load. I need to make sure I see what it was that killed me. It was Kostru. Okay, so it's the guy riding it that did Venom Volley. Yeah, so the spider isn't the issue, it's the rider. Wait, there's just no avoiding that? Yeah, that was uninterruptible. What the hell? So I just need to detox that? Oh my god. That's just a mandatory detox. What the fuck is this? That's a mandatory poison dispel. Yikes. I don't like that. That's kind of garbage. First off, I need to take Diffuse Magic because Yulon's Grace has been gutted. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's just a garbage mechanic. That is a mandatory poison dispel. It's just that straightforward. I did not expect that to be a thing, because they're supposed to cater this for all forms of content, but evidently not. I don't know what you do there if you don't have a poison dispel. At the very least, I do, but, like, Jesus fuck. That's ridiculous. Because I was like, oh, surely it's an interrupt. But no, it's uninterruptible. The only reason I even survived it is because I popped every single defensive I had, and then I Zen meted the second, and then got killed by the follow-up damage. But that's like... I mean, now I detox it and we're fine, but like, fuck. That should not be a thing. Oh, it's because while it's mounted on Venom Bite, it's immune to stunts and interrupts. But like, that's still not really okay. I don't know if that'll reach across the room. It's possible that it will. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I suppose maybe you can LOS it, but that would be that's a rough spot to put a mob that you're supposed to LOS. Fuck. That is fucking brutal. Alright, well now that I don't have any lives remaining, I'm going to play things very safe. Alright, yeah, so high-level delves are definitely no joke. The instant damage from that was pretty crazy, too, because I don't know if you saw. I detoxed that shit, like, immediately. And that immediate tick that went off fucking cranked my health down. That was brutal. I'm also I'm gonna switch to that. I'm trying to use Expel Harm more proactively, which means I'm not getting quite as much value out of that. What other talents can I drop? Elixir of Determination. Let's check my healing here. It did okay healing. The first pull... Yeah, I mean, I dropped Yulon's Grace, which obviously is pretty terrible now. I'm pretty sure if I drop Elixir, I'm required to take one more point. Yeah, you gotta take Elixir of Determination, damn. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Is there any other points that I can play around with? Not really. Yeah. It's really dumb that they put you in such a tight spot that you realistically can't take... I mean, I think I should probably take that at the very least. August Blessing. But... basically, either I take Facepalm or I take Gaiplins. And there's no chance that... Man. Yeah, no, I gotta take this. Especially for this. I'm not gonna get enough self-healing out of Gaiplins. The mandatory detox, something your rogue alt can totally deal with, yeah. One of your bigger grudges with retail has been... Oh, shit. What am I attacked by? Okay. What was I reading? One of your bigger grudges with retail has been the stripping of class identity. Has there been any improvement on that front? I'm going to be honest, that is something that I've never really understood the complaints for, so you're really not going to hear a good argument from me. Quite frankly, I disagree that that's a problem. I think, to be frank, that is a shallow argument regurgitated by classic players to defame retail when that's just really not an issue. I've always found that every single spec feels pretty unique to play. I think that a lot of times when people, particularly classic players, throw around the term class identity, they're talking about the fact that like multiple raid buffs can be brought by different specs, which is just a good thing. And I think it's one of those things where a lot of classic players like the way that sounds in theory of, only my spec can bring the super valuable raid buff. And then, like, I've played classic. That fucking sucks. There's nothing fun about, in like SOD, needing to have a Feral Druid on Alliance because only they can bring Wild Strikes, or needing to stack Shaman because they're really broken in TBC. There's absolutely nothing fun about that. It sounds really cool on paper that certain classes have valuable buffs, but it just fucking sucks in practice. And that's the only thing that is class identity. The entire idea that all classes feel the same to play is just horseshit. It's never been true. That is just regurgitated bullcrap from classic players. And I can say that as somebody who has leveled every single class in this game. There were a lot of specs that I had never really, like, sank my teeth into before, that when I tried them to make my leveling tier list back in Dragonflight, they had really fun playstyles. Like, the way that Fire Mage, Arcane Mage, Elemental Shaman, Affliction Warlock, Demonology Warlock, etc. play is all completely different. They all feel very distinct. It is not just the same thing. Meanwhile, you look at Classic, and, like, sure, a lot of them have, you know, unique raid buffs and shit, but so many of them... I'm gonna die if I stay here. I'm gonna die if I stay here. Those mobs are a bait bug to fuck. But yeah, you see, like, a lot of people screaming about class identity. Meanwhile, in Classic, like, Warlock is basically just either purple or... either purple Fire Mage, or they are just Fire Mage and shooting fire spells, right? Like, it's the same fucking spec. They press one button. Whereas, like, Fire Mage in retail has the whole, like, you know, you use your crits to fish for procs and stuff like that. Frost, admittedly, I didn't really enjoy, but Arcane has, like, you know, you build Arcane charges and you spend them on Arcane Barrage and stuff like that. It feels really fun to level. Demonology has, like, all the fucking pets and shit. Affliction right now, it doesn't feel great, but you, like, stack dots on targets and they all fucking explode. So, everything feels very distinct. I've never felt that class identity has been an issue. In fact, I think lately Blizzard has gone a little bit overboard with many classes feeling too required. A lot of times, because people keep, you know, crying about class identity, it ends up being this situation where now suddenly this one raid buff is required, and now, like, Augavoker, well, Augavoker is pretty distinct and everybody fucking hates it. So... Alright. Those caster mobs really slap. Maybe early beta tuning, like how some Dawn of the Infinite Dots could one-tap people? Yeah, we can hope. You understand... Understand that completely, you just find it cool from an RPG perspective that classes differ greatly in what they can do. Yeah, but, like, the thing about WoW is... Retail is just not an RPG anymore, really. Like, in the traditional sense. It's just not. It's more of, like, really an action combat game than anything. Like, people play retail for raiding. They don't really play it for, like, the RPG element, especially now that Classic exists to scratch that RPG itch. It really doesn't offer much anymore in that sense. So yeah, it's one of those things where I get it, like you said. It sounds cool from, like, an RPG perspective, but the reality is that, like, no players really enjoy that style of play anymore in retail because, like, as I said, retail is the endgame content. That's the reason people play it. And if you are serious about raiding, right, like if you like doing higher end content like I do, then it's just annoying whenever you're missing that one buff that you really need. Like, for right now, it's really annoying not having an augmentation evoker for high-level keys. And a lot of times, if my friends drag me into keys and they form a group that doesn't have an Aug Evoker, as a Brewmaster Monk, I'm like, you do understand that without an Aug Evoker, I'm just, like, significantly weaker, right? Like, I need to have their buffs because only they bring these buffs. So in that sense, it is exactly the class identity you're looking for, but it sucks for me. Because when I have it, I feel like, wow, now I can finally play the game. When I don't, it feels awful. And meanwhile, imagine trying to be a Devastation Evoker getting into keys. I have a lot of friends who played Evoker because they really liked the idea of Devastation. They thought the playstyle looked really cool. And now they basically just aren't allowed to play the spec because the only people that want Evokers want Augmentation. And their spec has effectively been rendered obsolete in Mythic Plus, despite not even being bad. But now, because you need to like have multiple different classes for different buffs, you only can really afford to bring one Evoker, and you're obviously going to bring the one that is absolutely insane. So that just feels bad. So both sides get fucked. Unless you're the Aug Evoker, in which case you get free invites to keys. You're probably feeling pretty good. But everybody else, not so much. Yeah, those spiders don't look friendly. Thank God I have detox. Whew. Do I always play at night? Kinda. My schedule's kinda fucked, honestly. I end up playing at night a lot. The thing is, my raid teams raid late at night. So it's like, I always need to end up being awake at night on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and then during progression Thursdays, which means that, like, kind of by necessity, I just end up flipping my schedule to make it work. And I mean, I really just usually like staying up late at night. If I have nothing else that I need to do, then yeah. But there are some days, like, during days when I have raid testing, and I need to be up at, like, 2 in the afternoon, well then, obviously, I'm going to make sure that I go to bed at a time that allows me to wake up right before then. That way, I can stay up all the way to raid and not be, like, dead tired. And then I'll usually pass out right after raid. Aug is a unique case, yeah. I mean, Aug is like the example that I just gave of, you know, class identity being unfun, but taken to the extreme. But I'm glad that it exists in that sense, because now I can use it as the perfect case study of why unique class identity is a bad idea. Because a lot of times, you know, you can make the argument of, oh, you don't really need to have that, like, 3% magic damage buff, right? Like, that's not that important, even if it technically is meta. But Aug is, like, such an extreme advantage that even, like, beginner players can see the value in it and understand that if they want to pass their keys realistically, they're going to need to have an Aug Evoker. So, yeah, it kind of proves my point. And, like, technically, if we're talking about class identity, you look at the different tanks right now. Like, I can't really go case-by-case basis from every single DPS, also because I haven't really followed War Within changes. But right now, what does Blood DK do specially? Well, Blood DK has Deathstrike. Always has, but, you know, it still does. Deathstrike allows them to mitigate damage unlike any other tank. It's extremely powerful. They also have AMS, which is the single strongest magic defensive in the game. It's really, really, really strong, really useful. They have grips. Grips no other spec has, still. It's incredibly useful to have. Really, really, really powerful tool. Deathlights are kind of overloaded in their kit, really. You look at other tanks. Brewmaster. Brewmaster has Stagger, which makes them as I've said, able to survive extreme burst damage more so than a lot of other tanks. They have really good crowd control potential. You have leg sweep, you have paralysis, you have Ring of Peace, which is all fantastic. Brewmasters also have a lot of really powerful cooldowns in the form of Zen Meditation, Dampen Harm, Diffuse Magic. They're just a really versatile tank, which is another reason why they tend to be one of the best options for raids. Vengeance Demon Hunters right now have fantastic CC. It's getting nerfed a little bit in War Within, but they have Sigil of Silence, Sigil of Misery. They also have really good mobility. A lot of knockback mechanics Vengeance Demon Hunters can completely negate because of their wings. They can just flap their wings, boom, completely negates that. So that's really powerful, right? Vengeance Demon Hunters admittedly a little bit more niche, but their utility can be extremely useful in certain situations. Paladins have the only immunity out of all of the tanks. They have Bubble. So there's a lot of mechanics where you need an immunity, and Paladins can cheese that. And they can also apply Blessing of Protection to reset some of these stacks on certain bosses. Spell Warding for certain magic effects. That has been used on multiple boss fights over the years. That's very strong. Avenger Shield is a very frequent interrupt because you can fish for Avenger Shield resets and keep silencing people with it. So on any boss that requires frequent kicks, Prot Pally is extremely reliable as a result of that. No other spec can do that. There are certain strategies that rely on having Prot Pally solo kick certain mobs. Prot Warrior, a little bit more niche. They do have a raid defensive in the form of Rallying Cry, but, you know, DPS brings that as well. The main advantage of Prot Warrior is Spell Reflect, which admittedly Spell Reflect, while niche, is incredibly powerful when it does work well, because some of the spells you can reflect are ludicrously strong, and while a lot of those things can be negated with Death Knight's AMS, sometimes Spell Reflect takes it to the next level and then does damage back to the boss. Usually the unfortunate thing about Spell Reflect is Blizzard doesn't want that to be too oppressive, so they tend to nerf any major overpowered Spell Reflect interactions, which kind of hurts Prot Warrior a little bit, but it is a really nice utility thing. They're also generally pretty well-rounded in terms of defensive options. And what else? Guardian Druid is probably the only tank right now that doesn't really have any special identity. It's fun to play. I really like the playstyle. Like, the way that Guardian Druid does damage and survives is unique, right? It has a fun playstyle. It has multiple, like, variations within its builds. It has a very, like, supportive sub-healer type role. The problem is, all of its utility is just very generic and can be brought by DPS really easily, so Guardian Druid struggles to find a niche, and as a result is usually one of the weakest tanks for raiding. Which, that is a problem, admittedly, but all of the other tank specs have a pretty clear niche, a pretty clear identity. And if you look across multiple DPS specs, I think you'll see a similar trend. Nice.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
And I got a lot of buffs from that. You're right, maybe the whole class identity thing is a stupid thing to cling to in retail. Yeah, I think within reason, right? I think class identity, as I just described, when it makes sense, can be great. And there's, like, I am very happy that every single tank has its own small niche, that it is strong within that niche, right? I think that's cool. There are a lot of unique things that different specs do that is nice. But the problem is, I think, wanting class identity at the sake of massive balance issues is something that I personally have a problem with. As long as all tanks can coexist, or all specs for that matter can coexist, and I think as long as nothing as egregious as Aug Evoker is allowed to be a thing, right? I don't really have a problem. Aug Evoker is when things start to become a problem. When you start to have utility so undeniably valuable that you cannot get anywhere else, that it no longer becomes an issue of, like, you know, Aug Evoker is slightly better in this one case. It's just, do you have Aug Evoker or do you not? It's the case that I made earlier about, you know, in SOD, do you have Wild Strikes or do you not? If I do have Wild Strikes, alright, cool. Now I can actually compete. If I don't have Wild Strikes, I just feel bad. And there is no other option to bring Wild Strikes. At least for Alliance, which is, you know, what I play. Also, it's kind of weird that, like, the trash in these tends to feel way harder than the bosses. Like, that one mini-boss was the hardest thing I've faced by far. And then you have fucking, the trash actually kind of kicking my teeth in. And then Speaker Zanveth over here doing no damage whatsoever. Because all of his stuff is avoidable. But, like, the indicators are really... I mean, they're good, which I guess is a nice thing. But why is it that the trash is tuned to a point where it just deals unavoidable damage and will just fucking destroy you, and the bosses are all avoidable damage? Why not keep a consistent theme throughout? That I don't get. Alright. What's a homebrewed blink file? Huh. Oh, yeah, those are the chests that I can't unlock. It looks like there's supplies somewhere that I didn't get. Unless, is that the one in there and it's still showing the indicator on my map? That might be the case. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. It's probably just that same exact chest. Oh, but there is a sturdy chest hiding in the bush here. So I'm glad I checked. This is Skittering Breach, right? Alright, challenge accepted. There's one more chest somewhere around here that I haven't found. There's an achievement for finding all of them. No, so on the beta, there are 2 different servers. The server called These Go to 11, you can't copy characters, but when you create a character, it's automatically set to 80. And then, okay, that's an invisible wall, you can't go back there. And then, the other servers, right? So Illyria, Khadgar, and all that other stuff, those ones are leveling servers, so you actually have to manually level your character. And you can't just, like, create level 80s on there. So they're completely separated. If I was a chest, where would I hide? Oh, I really don't want to go back here. I'm really terrified of going on the ledge like that. Let's snoop around back here. It could be in one of the bushes, and I just overlooked it at some point. Clipped below the floor? Is it? Did you, like, see it or something? Wouldn't be surprised. They really need to buff Rally? Yeah. That would be nice for sure. I mean, I think Prot Warrior has bigger fish to fry. Ooh. Alright, that's nice. Okay, so that is one thing that I missed. That's really tiny. I guess I gotta keep my eye out for that. Oh, if you were a chest, where would you hide? You would clip into the floor. Smart, yeah. They'll never find you there. Being the only healer tank player in a friend group of 7 with all playing DPS? Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's a good thing if you like tanking. Because, like, you know, look at it from my perspective, right? I like tanking, so the worst thing ever for me is when another one of my friends wants to play tank, because I only play tank. So that means that, you know, we need to make two different groups, or, you know, they need to switch DPS because I refuse. I very rarely ever agreed to play DPS. And I mean, it's just, you know, I always play tank, right?
I need to get closer.
At this stage, I think, like, 99% of people who know me know that, like, I really only play tank for, like, endgame PvE content, so they already expect that. And it makes that a lot easier. Brand. Yeah, it's not in these bushes. Rid of the needle there. My best guess is it's like the same thing as that other chest. It's kind of on a ledge somewhere. Like, I have to run out here. But I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna die. And I really don't want to do that. My other guess is it has something to do with that bombardier. Oh, fuck me. It's literally right out in the open. Alright, well, yeah. I don't know how I missed that one. This is not on PTR, this is on beta, but, you know, kind of the same thing. Didn't we have the Mythic Plus issue where everyone needed a priest for Mass Dispel for a while? Yeah. I mean, that kind of happens pretty often, where some spec is kind of mandatory. The issue is no one has a geared healer tank, so we have to take a random, or no one plays suboptimal healing tanking and hinders progress because he can't perform. Yeah. Alright, let's try one more delve. Alright, you guys, someone pick between Nightfall Sanctum, Mycomancer Cavern, Waterworks, Earthcrawl Mines, Kriegwall's Rest, and Fungal Folly. Actually, did I do Nightfall Sanctum? I did Nightfall Sanctum, okay. So, not that one. It would be Mycomancer Cavern, Waterworks, Earthcrawl, Kriegwall's, Fungal. Actually, don't... Okay, except Fungal Folly. Unfortunately, somebody... Dragon Redux just picked that one. I did hear that that one is, like, extremely overtuned. So, that would probably be brutal. We'll save that for another time. Alright, Waterworks it is. Yeah. I want to see if it's realistic. I've already heard that Fungal Folly is, like, the most overtuned one. So, based on what I've heard, I'm probably going to die. Is Earthcrawl the candle one? I'm not sure. That might be the initial one that you have to do, possibly. This is the first time I've actually done delves, to be clear. Outside of that initial delve that you do in the questing process, I have not played around with this stuff at all. What the heck? You have to purify yourself. Air totem, okay. So that's like, oh, these air purifiers. Ah, okay. That's an interesting gimmick. Where do I get the air totem? I think it's bugged.
Device keeps us safe from the poison. Hold on to it.
I'm assuming that this is just bricked and just not working. I'm gonna run back to the entrance and then run here again. Maybe I need to, like, hit a secret checkpoint. But if this doesn't work and the door just stays closed, then we'll try something else. Yeah, I think... Looks like this scenario is just bricked. Bricked. Door won't open. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. If people say that's the hardest one, fuck it. Alright, tier 11 on what people claim is the hardest delve, based on what I've seen on the forums. Let's give it a whirl. Game? Flag? Alright. Well, I'm definitely not going to use the brute force idol again. Considering this didn't really seem to do that much, I'm going to go ahead and say getting an absorb shield seems like it would probably be a pretty good idea. And I'm hoping that I can just drop down into this pool and not hit a rock. Alright. Concern me a little bit. I assume that takes me back up to the top. And... boing. Alright. For the record, I have no idea why people are saying this one's hard. So I have no context as to what's supposed to be difficult about it. This is also the highest mode, by the way, I think. Technically speaking, the endgame of Delves is Delve 13. Which I think is like a fixed difficulty. But that's not going to be testable in beta, so... This should theoretically be the hardest delve, based on everything I've heard, on the hardest difficulty. Okay, this lasts until I'm brought below 25% health. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no, not this guy again. Oh, fuck me sideways. Alright. Alright, bring it on, bitch. I'm ready for you. Okay, diffuse magic does not get rid of it. Zen meditation! Zen meditation! Fucking Zen meditation! God, love that fucking spell. Oh. This is just... I fucking love this spell. 60% DR for 8 seconds. Love it. Alright, no deaths this time. Suck my dick. Yeah, definitely not going to take long to drop below 25% for that. Okay, well, I feel like, all things considered, I'm glad that my first time killing him was not a fluke. And I really did just, like, figure out the pattern. Like, now that I know how that guy works, and, like, his damage patterns, I can very easily play around that. Oh. I can move while doing this, alright. Did we get it all? Yeah, okay, we're good. Perfect. Wonder if you can spell work like that? Maybe. Yeah, that actually could be really powerful. I thought diffuse might work, because, like... I mean, I guess maybe... technically, I think it's a... Because it's poison, it doesn't count as magic. Yeah, I think it only reflects actual magic debuffs, not, like, all harmful effects. So that's probably why it didn't work. But, I mean, genuinely speaking, if you do not have... a poison dispel, how the fuck do you live that? I don't understand. That's just ridiculous. Also, what am I scaled to? Okay, so I'm scaled to 610. So the scaling hasn't increased. It's at a fixed level. There's also... brand treasures over here. Oh, did not mean to do that. Holy shit. Alright, I almost fucked that up. I just let multiple casts hit me unmitigated. I need to heal.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Oh. Wait, why can't... Oh, okay. Just, like, slight delay. Okay. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of avoidable damage here. Luckily, it's not too difficult to avoid. Does Healer Brand have a detox? I didn't consider that. That is possible. The problem is, like, the amount of damage that dealt, if Healer Brand's detox is not instant on every single cast of that, you're just dead. And keep in mind, I'm a Brewmaster. I have Magic Stagger. And that was through a defensive and Celestial Brew. I do not understand how anybody else is supposed to live that. I mean, any non-tank, right? Like, Blood DK obviously can AMS it. Prot Warriors can, if not spell reflected entirely, could most likely at least use spell reflect to mitigate the magic damage. But, fuck. I mean, wow. Prot Warriors also have ways to get rid of it. Prot has Bitter Immunity. All Warrior specs have Bitter Immunity, which would get rid of it, I believe. And Paladin Cleanse, I think, clears poisons. So they'd be fine. They could also just bubble it. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay. Alright, one more down. Come on. Ooh, there's a rare mob over here. I try to kite it away from the explodey thing. This is awkward. Oh, shit. Just died. And let's just back off there. Rip Vengeance TH Sigil of Tough Shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Vengeance would do for that. I think you're right that you'd probably just get fucked. Oh no. Does that just kill me? That just killed me? What? Hello? I mean, I figured that a treasure chest out in the open was too good to be true, but like... Fuck! Yeah, that mimic moment, honestly. You're not wrong. Fucking hell. Hitting the wrong keys. Holy shit. Oh my god. I mean, look, I'm gonna kill this mob if it consumes the rest of my lives. Back to the wall so it can't... Jesus Christ. Alright, well, there's 2 of my 3 lives.
Look around. There's treasure here.
I need to get closer. It's still recharging. I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
D&D party was complaining to the DM everything is a mimic, doorknob was a mimic, table was a mimic, DM was like, baby, don't touch fucking everything you encounter. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I saw that chest, and I thought to myself, that's probably a trap. I genuinely did not expect that it would just fucking kill me. I thought there would be at least some wiggle room where I could play around it.
I'm out of range. It's not ready yet. I don't have a target.
Yeah. Let's get Bran out here so he can give us some free shit from the fishing pool. There's probably something underwater, right? There were treasure chests underwater in the last area. Surely something's hiding under here. Yeah, definitely that is like a level 11 punishment type thing. Like, you want this treasure chest? Sacrifice your lives for it. Fuck you. The second death was, like, partially on me. I take partial responsibility for that, but, like, yeah. I technically have fought that mob before. I should have remembered that it has a knockback mechanic, because it knocked me back, it did a shit ton of damage, and then I couldn't interrupt its cast. Okay. Let's jump again. Where's this bounce me? Alright. And nice, there's a chest under here. I'm gonna Celestial Brew before I open this. Oh, hey. New toy. There's a pearl over here. Looks like it's just cosmetic. Alright, time to fucking clear out this mushroom. Okay. I'm assuming that the mining thing over there is what Bran was clearing before. When he dropped those things mid-combat. See, this is easy enough to do. I'll bring Bran over here just in case it wasn't the mining thing, but it looks like it was. And I did check this underwater pool. Seems fine. And just some cosmetic shit. Alright. Final area. Can I scale this? Okay, it looks like in order to reach the last section, I need to do mushroom parkour. Probably starts here. And these mushrooms need better hitboxes. This is annoying. Come on. Fuck do I land on this thing? There we go. Okay. Almost there.
I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
That's a buffed pack. I'm gonna take out the little lashers first. They don't seem too threatening, but you never know in packs. And if I can CC the big guy initially, might as well. With the Celestial Brew. Okay. That actually does more auto attack damage than I expected it to, but we're fine. And Let's mushroom back. Boing. I wonder if that secret treasure chest is why people were saying that this is the hardest one. I doubt it is, because, like, technically you can just ignore it. Alright, last decay mushroom. Okay. That's done with. 5% haste. Oh, shit. I gotta go. Yeah, let's fight the final boss ASAP. Oh, nice. He spins and then he takes more damage. If all I need to do is kite out his fungal storms, then that's actually quite easy. Kiting I can do. That scared me. I was worried that would just be like a random one-shot. Like, you know, we're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling. One shot, fuck you. Touch your tip, let's go! Okay. Yeah, honestly, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Alright, let's see what the rewards for this shit are. There's a little chest. There should be one more chest because I didn't get the achievement just yet. So another one's got to be hiding somewhere. Yeah. I will say, that boss did hit harder than any of the other ones I saw. Oh, nice. There's an achievement for, not getting hit by any of the exploding spores. Nice. Binds to warbands. And, Scroll of Momentum. Ominous movement speed. Ooh. That's pretty cool. I like the design of that. Imagine having that for leveling. Okay. There's got to be some other secret chest hiding around. Yeah, there's a lot of binds to warband items. Which, you know, is a cool idea and concept when they don't just retroactively apply it to fucking heirlooms, man. Didn't look that bad if we ignore Mimic, Poison Spider. Yeah. Definitely. The Mimic is brutal. Definitely weird that the final boss is easier than the Mimics. But that was pretty cool, honestly. That was like actually... That was in like a reasonable challenge. I will say... I don't know how the fuck non-10 classes are going to do this. Again. Like, how? That's insane. But, you know, all things considered, that was, as a tank, a pretty good challenge. I could definitely see myself enjoying doing all these on, like, 11 difficulty. And then doing the final delve. I'll probably mess around with it in my free time, and then I'll probably do what Chori said. But like the way that I'll do it with to test like the item level thing is I will just do it on the leveling server, like I said. That way I'll be able to see like exact numbers of at this gear level, how difficult is it. And then keep in mind I also do have 4-piece, and Brewmaster 4-piece is pretty good. That's another thing that I didn't even mention before. Brewmaster and Blood DK were already looking pretty nice because they were absolutely winners of the tier set game. Brewmaster and Blood DK had the best 4-pieces for sure. So they had that in their favor, and then they got even better stuff. Now, where is that last chest? Worth a shot. Okay, that doesn't have a hitbox, so I suspect it's not up there anywhere. Pretty sure I've thoroughly checked all of the underwater areas. Maybe it might be by the entrance and I just didn't look super hard. That's why it's 3-player content, not solo. Yeah, come to think of it, is there an achievement for doing it solo? There should be an achievement for doing it solo. Apparently, I never unlocked the tier 1 achievement. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, there's a better delve achievement. It's under feats of strength. Nice, there's an achievement for that. Yeah, that's the final boss feat of strength, but it doesn't look like there's anything specific for soloing it. I think like at least a feat of strength for doing it all solo would be pretty cool. Because I'll probably try to do it all solo. I mean, I'll mostly be doing it solo unless one of my friends is like, please, please, help me out, please. In which case, yeah, I'll probably help them, but, you know. If it's up to me, I'll likely try to do it all. Okay, we're alive. My blinds... I don't see any chests. It's probably somewhere obvious again, just like right out in the open, and I'm just missing it. Yeah. I'll poke my head under the water again, just on the off chance. But I'm pretty sure I checked everywhere under here. Yeah, I mean, I definitely know I checked over there, so... I don't know. I don't know where it could be. Hold on, I missed messages. Delve's gotta play tank, right? For soloing, it very well might be a tank-only thing. That one I've opened. Yeah, I think if you want to solo this stuff, you're probably going to need to play a tank, because, I mean, as you can see here, fairly optimized gear on a Brewmaster, and these things are just fucking smacking me around. So... yeah, that's... One second. Let me read what I missed. It said 616 gear for vault for an 11. I don't know how high that is in Hero Track. Let's double check. So this is, let's check heroic raid gear. Ulgrax drops 610. So this is basically full heroic raid gear. Which means that doing this on launch is going to be fucking brutal. That you'll probably need a 3-player team for. I don't expect that I'd be able to do this with, like, beginner gear. Now, doing up to level 8 with beginner gear, maybe. At the very least, you could do it with a group of 3 for sure. But I think maybe I could do it solo. Doing an 11 pre-raid with, like, only one person, that might be not doable. 3 out of 6 hero? Oh, is it 3 out of 6? Yeah. Yeah, 3 out of 6. For well, I guess that would be 3 out of 6 champion, right? Because normal...
There's treasure close by.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 6 hero. It's, like 5 out of 6 champion. Or something. Group of 3s at tank DPS or heal. Definitely you would have a healer. Yeah. With a healer, I could probably live this. I think... I don't really know what the optimal endgame comp will be if tanks can keep themselves alive. Because, like, obviously I was able to solo this. So, if we're talking, like, the most efficient way to clear most of this stuff, it would probably be tank 2 DPS. Because I was able to keep myself up. So then I would just want 2 DPS to kill things faster. But if you're doing this early on, you would just do very, like, baby pulls and then have a healer to keep the tank up and then 1 DPS. Or you would have 2 tanks. Healer 2 tank could work. Or 2 tank DPS, maybe, if one of them's a blood DK. Oh, you mean what you get in vault? Ah, I see. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't check the vaults. I don't think, because I'm pretty sure you can't check the Dragonflight vaults. It won't update. I can't get the door to go on these servers at all. It'll freak out. You can check the vaults on these servers? Can I go to Dragonflight and check there or something? Or are you saying, like, check it on the map? Maybe I could do that. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's specifically the leveling server that can get access. Theater troupe. Huh. You're definitely trying to do Guild Wars 2 metas, that's for sure. I'll try that macro in a second. The first thing I'm trying to see is if there's any way for me to click the vault here. It doesn't look like there's any vault button in Dornagal. Which I'm pretty sure that's where the vault is, right? So. Okay, let me try that line. That thing. No, it doesn't work. Assuming I'm copy-pasting it correctly. Hold on. Oh. Nope. That definitely broke. Yeah. Hold on, let's try... No. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. I can try checking the Dragonflight Vault just to see. Make a macro button? Oh, does it not work if you put it in chat? Here, let me copy paste it again so we can fix that issue. Yeah, it's not working. That's fine, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you want to go back and check the footage, you can see the, you can see what it showed. It told me that I got a 616 item in my vault. And... what's 616? Yeah, Hero 3 out of 6. So you guys are right, it's Hero 3 out of 6. Which, I mean, I'm sure that they put a list somewhere of the rewards that you can get. But I distinctly remember seeing Vault upgraded to 616, and seeing as how that's Hero 3 out of 6, yeah, that checks out with what everybody else was saying. Yeah, okay, so you also saw the 616. Alright. Alright. So, obviously, it's been 8.5 hours. Now, we didn't end up getting to do the speedruns as planned. That's unfortunate. I wish that we did, but the delve testing was kind of fun, I think. And we got to see some really broken stuff with the War Within beta, so that's fun. And I'll be doing the both 10 to 70 runs later in the week. I'm not sure exactly when. I'm pretty sure pre-patch is going to be a shit show, so I will post in Discord whenever I plan on doing that. And I will be streaming tomorrow, but it's going to be on Twitch. So because this has, you know, been kind of fucked, I am just going to, what's it called? Stream something on Twitch different tomorrow. I really don't think that there's anything that I can realistically test on beta, so I'm probably just going to do some Cataclysm leveling. Nothing crazy, just a few different things on Cata, and maybe a few miscellaneous other games, just, you know. Because I want to stream on Sunday, you know, I have nothing else to do tomorrow, so I may as well stream. I'm not going to do a YouTube stream when everything is this broken. I wouldn't have streamed today if I knew just how fucked beta was. No, Chori, I don't know if leveling on the Leveling Realm on beta? Because I don't know if you were here before, but that run that we tried was on the Leveling Realm. That's what we tried. You can't level characters on the server anyway, on the 80 pre-made one. You can't even create new ones. Any character you create immediately gets set to 80. So. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no real way around it. Beta is just fucked right now. And also, I did mention, assuming that the beta build on Monday fixes things, I'll double check. I might do a Twitch stream, like, super late at night to do a test 10 to 70 run. But that would be like a druid or a monk. We would just be trying it out. That way I have information to give to people when the pre-patch hits. And the shaman run and evoker run will still be later in the week on stream. Yeah, the interact thing is unfortunately kind of fucked. Not much we can do about that. Can't wait for the 10 to 70. You got 10 characters at 60 waiting for the pre-patch. Nice, yeah. Also, unfortunately, I can't test the pre-patch event, it seems. Unless they magically bring the servers back up, but let's go ahead and assume that Tuesday's probably going to be a wash. I don't even want to plan on Tuesday for a YouTube stream because it's going to be so fucked that there's just no point. But I will definitely stream on Twitch on Tuesday, for sure. And I'm partially going to be streaming my Cataclysm raid. But also, I'm going to be testing out the pre-patch event. So that's my main goal for that Twitch stream. I just want to test the pre-patch event, both like how it works for endgame content and how it works for leveling, because I didn't get a chance to do that now. I expect it's just going to be really underwhelming, but on the off chance that we stumble upon something interesting, well, then I can make a video covering it. And that'll be Tuesday. So, the earliest that we'll do the 10 to 70 runs is Wednesday. I don't have raid on Wednesday at all, not this week, because, you know, we're not raiding on pre-patch week. We'll see if the beta is stable. If it is, then... Or, well, actually, at that point, we'll have live servers. So if live servers are working fine, and if not, then if beta's working fine, we'll use one or the other, and then we can do those runs. I'll probably stick with doing the Shaman first, and then we'll do the Evoker second, and we'll see when the Evoker run gets done. But yeah, again, thank you for watching. Sorry that this stream was such a shit show. I had to make do with what I had, but I think it ended up being a relatively productive stream either way. But yeah, I will see you in the next stream. Peace.